ощущаю слова твои в моей памяти тают. Но я в моей ночи тебя вспоминаю. Ты ушла, темноту без прощания, слезы на стеклах, как знак окна. Я один в этом мире страданий. Поезд час учит твоей раны. День прошел, все оставляю себя команду. Я ощущаю слова твои в моей памяти тают. Но я в моей ночи тебя вспоминаю. День прошел,
I did the thing, guys. I was trying to be super professional. I was trying to be super professional. I messed it up. I'm so sorry, everyone. We are set to go. Welcome here, everyone. Let me try this one more time. Welcome to the Veeam League of Legends tournament number 3 here in 2026. We are excited for day number 2, where we are taking a look at the top 4 finalists that'll be duking it out to move on to the grand finals. Here on the H stream, my name is Orbital. With me is Rob, and hopefully both of our mics are online. I know Rob is usually pretty clean about this. Unfortunately, I'm not. Rob, how you doing here today?
I'm feeling pretty good. We get to watch our group's champions in Rule
Yes.
34 Urgot versus second place, or rather, I think it was second place of Group B in DDD. Uh, Rule 34 Urgot, they looked pretty damn incredible, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or they looked honestly close to flawless.
Yeah. They looked very clean. We even spoke with Aquana, one of the returning members that has been with the squad for a very long time, talking about how comfortable they are and how much they practice to be here. On the other side of the bracket, though, not only DDD, but Tilt as a service was also able to make their way through that first place bye. They will go ahead and face off against our second place team over here in Group A, which is questionable team play, as we did get notified that Potato Squad and Panic Flash unfortunately did both lose out yesterday. They unfortunately had to drop out, so that is why we had DDD and questionable team play making their way forward. That match, by the way, Tilt as a service versus questionable team play, will be played over on Stream B. That is being casted by our ever so lovely other duo of Dia as well as Rude Dude. And then we'll be taking a look at the later portion of the day. We will be looking at the grand finals. All these matches are BO3, no BO5s here on the day. So for us, once we're done with this quarterfinals or this semifinals matchup, we will be looking at the grand finals directly afterwards.
Yeah, and let's not forget all of them are also fearless draft as well. So a champion
Yes.
that's picked in one of the games cannot be picked in a future game in the series, basically. And that means that for some of these teams, which we heard it from the interview yesterday with Aquana, she claims to be a Karma OTP. If you're an OTP and you use your champion in game 1, you're not getting it in game 2 or potentially game 3. So it opens up a lot more different draft opportunities. We saw Rule 34 got playing a couple different styles of draft yesterday. I have to see if like DDD in this first this semi-final, which is the best of 3 fearless, have also brought some stuff out. This is the repeat of the final of the previous tournament. So DDD is going to be looking for some revenge. Maybe fearless can give it to them, because this is a format that really separates teams out that don't have a deep enough champion pool.
Yeah, and for those that might not have watched the secondary stream for their side, DDD entails Nitnalov as well as Nefer, and then Little Nasia, Warnes, and then Demon Chinchilla. All these players are playing relatively interesting champion pools as well, that had a pretty hefty champion pool of more late game scalers, a little bit more interesting champion compositions, whereas for Rule 34 Urgot, Devo, Kotzi, Aquana, Okami, as well as Absoluteless, all of them played relatively cohesive compositions that scaled into a comfortable mid to late game centric style, where they were able to take over the game through precise gameplay and called shots, if you will.
I will say that we've obviously done a little bit of research on the team that was on the other stream, and it seemed to me like, at least for our group champions, I'm claiming them as our own now. Orbital, of course. Rule 34 got they had again 2 very cohesive compositions.
Yeah.
DDD had maybe more cohesion than we saw from the other teams in our group yesterday. However, I'm seeing like still a Vel'Koz support lying around kind of thing, and obviously we didn't see any of that coming out from Rule 34 Urgot. They just were going for enchanters in the bot lane, which is generally the flavor of the month, as well as sort of an AD Bruiser jungle, and sort of pairing those up to great effect alongside Nash. So I do wonder if DDD have come with some sort of strats planned for today. Don't want to leak too many things on stream if I have any ideas about what might be pick or ban until we get into the pick or ban, because
Right.
that would just be unfair, quite frankly. I don't want to be helping anyone out in this case, and we are there. I was going to say, Seraphine is going to be pick or ban first game.
Yeah.
And
It
that
is
is, as what
very
we've seen.
quickly locked in. Yeah, quickly locked in here. The Karma is open, is the other part about it. So for Rule 34 Urgot, if you wish to try and lock that in and play major champ versus major champ, it is a viable option. I know some teams like to try and cancel it out as much as possible, and it might lean to it. The Ashe Karma lane, I think, is what Rule 34 used in day number 1 to a very cohesive style. They were able to take over the laning phase very, very well. But against a Seraphine, it's a little bit more difficult to do so. It's a lot more difficult to kind of get in range, and also the healing aspect can be very difficult. I like the bans that DDD threw down, though. It was the Nocturne, the Viego, and the Aurora, targeting a lot of early game to mid game focus burst. And there it is, the Karma and the Ashe both locked in.
And so now, if you are DDD, we saw them play quite a decent Brand, I believe. Yesterday, they played their support played Brand and they played Vel'Koz. So I wonder if they're going to try and pair something like that up now with the fact this Karma is almost definitely going into the support role. You've already seen it. There's a Vel'Koz hover. I would be completing this out personally with taking my jungler, but obviously we'll have to see whether they want to go that or want to go towards something like mid lane. They played a Veigar, for example, yesterday. I don't know if it's a bit too early for that to come through. I personally would like to see a jungler selected on this side and then another jungle pick being selected by R34. And then we start getting Yiko counters maybe come through. Because I think like the Xin Zhao looks pretty damn good for Devo yesterday. So maybe picking that up and hiding your solo lanes for the later picks in the draft.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with that, especially since what you're seeing here are very immobile mages in there. This is the Nasus that you and I took a scout out earlier. DDD played it to very high efficiency before, was able to take over a lot of that late game prowess, but this is the way to deal with that. As well, there's a Zehen coming in as a counter. Nasus is great with the Wither, but Zehen has a lot of innate healing in there, can kind of cut through, and is a great tank shredder. So not really the jungle picks that you were expecting, Rob. Instead, we're going to get a multi-ban of the jungle role now. Third jungle ban to come on through. It is that Wukong. As we saw in the first phase, it was the Orianna, the Hui, and that Xayah heavily focused into the mid ADC for Rule 34 Urgot.
And I mean, I could see them also maybe banning out here Rule 34 if they want to get rid of Demon Chinchilla's Neferi. He played it pretty well yesterday, combined with an Orianna in mid lane. That combo is quite frustrating to have to deal with, especially if you're an Ashe, for example. It doesn't feel good, so I could see them maybe banning that out as well. However, there's still stuff like a Jarvan available if you wanted to. If they wanted to try and play more of this kind of Orianna plus engage AD Bruiser combo. This Zehen, by the way, can also be a flex, although I do suspect it's probably going top. So it is actually quite a sensible drafting coming out from R34. I'll have to see what they ban on their second phase again. It's going to be the Veigar. They're not going to get rid of the Neferi. They don't mind about that. They're just getting rid of comfort for the mid laner of DDD. The Ahri's already been dropped. Katsi played an incredible Ahri game yesterday, actually. I wonder what they then go down. What's then next in his tier list of mid laners? Because he's had his main taken off the board with Aurora. Then the Ahri we saw yesterday. If you're pairing with this sort of Ashe plus Karma with like a Zehen, there's quite a lot of options. You can go for a more standard mage if you want to do. Orianna could be pretty good. You could also go for maybe a Syndra. Or you could pivot towards another AD Bruiser and have the Ashe Karma sort of, the Karma buff them up and the Ashe slow them down so you can run them down yourself. There's quite a few options here still open for R34.
Yeah, 100%. And if you really want to get chancy with it, you leave it to that R5 position as well. You go ahead and grab, a top jungle here. You see the Nasus. I mean, either way, it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, against that Wither. So do you want to go a little bit more tanky? Do you want to ensure that your team has that viability? And you are going to lock in the Jax here. So even though the Wither is on the table, you're saying we're not really worried about it. And I do wonder because Jax on the top side against the Nasus still does fairly well. You go in with the counter-strike, you kind of outlive that Wither. The Zehen can do the exact same. So I like what Rule 34 Urgot are currently building. DDD now a little bit pressured and recognizing that Rule 34 aren't backing away. They're not going to back away from this Nasus Vel'Koz Seraphine combination. You have to be ready for the team fight, which is why they're snagging the Syndra instead, saying if you're coming to us, we will scatter the weak you.
Yeah, and it gives them a nice little bit of pick, right? Like sort of extended sort of range, chance to make the plays on top of a Seraphine ultimate. You now got to round this out with what you want in jungle, where you don't have like the Viego classic combination with the Syndra, because you banned that yourself. There's no Wukong, there's no Nocturne. So then what's the next down on the list? Again, the Neferi is a possibility. I don't necessarily like it here just because I think you're kind of jumping into a bit of a death ball. It can be quite hard for Neferi to get that target. It will be the Neferi locked in. So I wonder now what your answer is on the side of R34 in terms of in mid, because you're going to have something that can survive, Syndra stun into Neferi. It's just going to be Mel. They're just going to lock in Mel and say, even though there's not great, there's a Seraphine Ultra Reflect. Syndra usually does pretty well in that matchup because you don't actually reflect the ball when the stun comes through. But
Yep.
it's something that you can still sort of poke out Syndra at range, and Syndra hates being poked out before she can get any damage down.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a very safe pick at the very end. It's not exactly, you're not going to be reflecting too much, but you can hold lane. And I think for Kotzi, it's something that they did very well in the previous as well. If given the opportunity, they will space above their opponent. Mainly, our eyes are definitely drawn to that in the Fury, and we got to talk about it a little bit more. DDD are taking a little bit of a risk here. They are coming out of the gate swinging very, very heavily. We have to give them credit for it. They are coming into this with, I want to say, 3 to 4 star power picks with the Fury, with the Seraphine, with that Nasus, things that we've seen them win with before, and saying we're going to try and win outright. We are going to try and take over this series immediately, even against some of the counter picks. So I know you had some reservations against the Fury, and now that you see the entire composition scaled out, are you okay with it at the end of the day?
I don't necessarily hate it. I like to make that clear. I don't think it's necessarily terrible. I think it's quite hard sometimes with Neferi where, because she's so committal on her ultimate, right? You don't really have a chance to just get out again. Yes, you can press W, you can go immune, but when you're jumping into Mel route, which you can be have your ultimate cancelled on, you can be cancelled on Ash Arrow, for example. You can't W
Right.
while you're ulting. You know, you're gonna have to deal with Karma shielding. You're jumping into the Zehen and also the Jax. It can be quite frustrating if you're not already quite far ahead. You also aren't necessarily delivering, like a Neferi Oriana, for example. Neferi jumps in and he delivers the ball immediately onto the target you want. That's kind of like a discount Nocturne. We're not seeing that kind of combination. Neferi is now going to be played less of like an engage for an Oriana ball and more like a follow up onto a Syndra stun. And it now comes down to, okay, is my Syndra landing stuns on the right targets? Do we have enough damage over the top of that? This is going to be quite team fight versus team fight orientated in the end. You can side lane as Jax, that's true, but you've now got like Ash Karma plus the Mel. You're going to want to be grouping, sort of standing as one and then playing front to back, which is kind of the same thing we're seeing, honestly, at DDD's comp as well, where you've got the Seraphine, you've got the Vel'Koz. They don't want to be sat on with, like on side lanes. They just want to be fighting and firing spells at each other across the middle of the rift. So two more team fight orientated compositions, but on side, eventually you'd assume Nasus should be able to break something open if he gets a lead. However, Jax, if he keeps up with the pace of the game, and also Okami looked pretty damn good yesterday, he can also just take over his side. It's very much on a knife's edge here, because it comes down to, he presses Counter-Strike, you can't queue him. But if you're able to survive the onslaught Jax puts on you initially, you're then sat there in your ultimate form as Nasus whacking the hell out of him. And if he's behind, you're going to kill him in return, even if he's Counter-Strike the first 2 autos. So it really is just a case of, can they put attention to his top lane matchup, or are they? If they leave it alone, it becomes very very skill based as the game goes on.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. The Nasus will outscale very, very quickly, or at least hopefully it will outscale in terms of getting a lot of those stacks and getting a lot of those favors in there. We'll see if it comes out to a head, but for Rule 34 Urgot, we know that they can close out games very quickly. We saw them take games at about 30 to 35 minutes, but a majority share of their winning status started to come at about that 18 to 20 minute mark, when they started to find a lot more picks, when they started to rotate a little bit more around the map. With their composition that they built out here, they grabbed their Ash Karma setup, they grabbed a little bit more, I want to say, chunky jungle top lane matchup. It's not perfect, it doesn't really have the all-out engage, but does this still fall within line for Rule 34 Urgot, where we see them win in the mid game, and then they take that in stride, they start carrying it into macro-centric movements towards those towers, towards those plates? Does this work for them, or do you think they're branching out a little bit more to kind of show that they have the variety in there?
I think that this is really in line with what they've played before. And the big thing, I think I mentioned it yesterday, I would have looked towards getting rid of the Ash, because I think what you've seen is that obviously when you're playing at these sort of level of tournaments, pick is king, right? So being able to sit there and just fire an Ash arrow, hit a crucial target, which there are a number of targets in this game that are open to be one shot, right? If Syndra's hit by an Ash arrow, if Seraphine's hit by an Ash arrow, if Vel'Koz is hit by an Ash arrow, it just means that if the follow-up is there, you're immediately then going to be playing in a 5 versus 4, which lets you basically do whatever you want to do, unless the enemy start out really heavily outplaying you in that numbers disadvantaged situation. So I think they've gone for a very similar composition, despite obviously a few champs being a bit different. There's not a Mundo, there's not a Shen this time, it's a Jax, but it's still the same sort of style where they're going to be playing around Ash arrows and then using what seems to be they're on the same page. They seem to be very coordinated communication wise. They're just going to be exploiting that sort of weakness they've seen in teams, which is that they are the more controlled team, they are the more practiced team, and they can play around these moments of power like the Ash arrow.
All right, I like it. I like it. Good little breakdown in there. And again, sometimes we wish the Ash wasn't picked up. I personally love Ash.
I
play
love
Ash
Ash.
a little bit
Oh, I
too much.
love Ash. I love Ash. She's my most played
Yeah,
champion.
you better take that back there, Rob.
I just think I
No.
would have got rid of it, is all I would have said, because I think they looked
Yeah.
so good on it yesterday. That's the main
Mhm.
point, and I'm surprised that they, for like the Viego ban, for example, over like
Mhm.
making sure that the bot lane, which looked pretty damn good yesterday, to be honest with you, don't really get to play on their comfort. Comfort again is king. Comfort is always king.
Yep.
And they've not taken that off the board.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one, and I do wonder what other ADCs will come out here. I will be interested to see if in the mid lane we actually see the Syndra get off to a very good start. Same with the bot side. I think for DDD they've drafted some interesting matchups here. The Vel'Koz, obviously we saw that the Vel'Koz Seraphine very heavy on the poke, the AP side, and we've seen these double AP compositions work in the past very heavily, but what do you think of this one specifically? I don't think it's a perfect setup by any means. Generally, you have a little bit more punch to it. Vel'Koz is very skill-based in terms of hitting a lot of those abilities and getting a majority share of the damage down. What do you think of this double AP setup? It's definitely not a Syndra in the bot lane, and it's definitely not the likes of like a Ziggs or something that feels a little bit more sustain heavy in there.
So you have something like with the Seraphine plus the Vel'Koz, it's going to come down to really understanding sort of laning fundamentals, because you don't have a consistent damage dealer, right? So if you step up without your abilities up, you're going to be run down, more so in this lane than anything else, right? Ash plus Karma. The poke needs to land fast and early, because what all Karma ends up doing is if she manages to get, a couple levels, gets that get the shield online, she's then blocking the Vel'Koz poke and putting her own down. And again, the Seraphine sustain, she doesn't really, as the carry in the lane, want to be using that empowered W, because if you're using that empowered W, you're not using the empowered Q to clear the wave. So then you're being pushed in. So then so then the enemy bot lane are out on the map. So they're then able to poke you down under turret. So it is a case here where they need to make sure that the early poke that they're going to be throwing out, especially that Vel'Koz in particular, lands, and so it sort of forces the enemy bot lane back, almost in a not 1v2, but Seraphine can't choose to poke the enemy and push the wave, which is obviously when she's playing support, she just pokes the enemy. She just throws Qs down and throws E's out there to try and dissuade them to coming in. And I'm not so sure when I look at the draft of DDD. I think if they can get to like the hyper sort of late game, you can see like a Seraphine APC buffing up a Nasus. I think that seems pretty good. The big concern I actually have here is the amount of immobile champions they have versus Ash, and the amount of immobility in the bot lane in particular, because we saw how good Devo was also at focusing that lane, right? He ganked that lane an awful lot yesterday, and he's going to do it again on the Zehen. Like, if they set up a play for him, they're both, again, it's Seraphine and Vel'Koz. They've got no mobility. All they've got is like a knockback on Vel'Koz and maybe a root on Seraphine, and that's not necessarily going to be enough to dissuade the aggression that we saw, for example, yesterday from Rule 34 Urgot.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's a little bit dangerous, and overall, it's just they got to play their game at the end of the day. So I will sit there and agree. Devo might be the big shining star in this one, and I am curious to see how Devo is going to play into the matchup. I know when we took a look, Devos is still a toss-up. I think you alluded and are very much leaning into the Zehen as that jungle pickup, and then for the other side, I mean, we were looking at a little bit more... I want to say simplicity. Off the top of my head, I do not remember what they drafted for that jungle role.
Nefiri,
right. It was that B5 Nefiri. So looking at the individual stats for the Nefiri and the Zehen, if it is a Zehen in that jungle role, my question is, does it float one way or another? Are we going to see the likes of individual invades and heavy focus there? Well, I can't even talk about that because we're heading into the game itself, and we're already seeing a little bit of a touch of that dance. Demon Chinchilla on that Nefiri. Yeti up on the top lane on that Nasus. Neferti in that mid lane. Little Nasia in the APC role. And Warnase in that support.
Warnase. I wonder if he goes by Warnaise. I wonder if there's like a mayonnaise, kind of like a new kind of condiment. Anyway, going into the game, as we see there is the Zehen in jungle. I was realizing you can put Jax in jungle, but the Zehen jungle is a bit more meta at the moment. I think it
makes sense.
It does make sense as well. I don't know if you'd really want to play Zehen into Nasus as much. You'd want to play like the Jax into Nasus, especially for Okami. You can see here already in the bot lane, the poke might have landed, but because you're playing against Seraphine bot, you're going to be pushed in. Ashe just naturally pushes the lane faster, more auto-attack damage. The volley also pushing a bit quicker. In mid, it should be pretty safe. Catsy's just be looking to land a bit of poke onto the old Syndra and sort of force her back a little bit. And then in top, you'd imagine Jax early is going to be getting advantage of that matchup. And then as Nasus scales, it becomes a little bit closer, as already a level 2 gank from the Neferi is coming in.
And I love this call. You immediately knew that this was going to happen. Aquana, I don't think, has an extra shielding in, so it's a flash out of Absoluteless and a heal coming out of Aquana. They do force a flash out of Warnaze as well, so at least it's a 1-for-2 Summoner Spell trade. But a good gank from Demon Chinchilla to start things off. However, that gives Devo a chance to invade a little and try and take the camps away.
Yeah, no, Devo, he's going to be able to actually punish this Neferi massively here, but this is going to end up in a split map, which honestly, at this level of play, you're surprised at seeing, right? But it will end up being that Zehen will get all the top camps on both sides, and then Neferi has already answered and gone, okay, well, I know my top camp's almost definitely dead. I've got to make sure that I'm not punished so heavily. Let me just go and take your blue buff. Let me go and take you Grom. Let me go and take your wolves. So now it's a case of like, well, the Jax has got push. Can they like dive the Nasus? It's quite hard this early on, to be honest with you. He's got flash, he's got ghost, he'll have that wither up as well. So it's just going to be a trading of camps. And as you see in the bot lane as well, this poke is... You think two mages or two magic damage champions with a lot of poke should be able to outpoke an AD carry and a support, but Ashe Karma is really disgusting for this stuff. Aquana just scouting out, giving the information over to a jungler who can now make the correct decision, which is just going to be take Scuttle and maybe cross to bottom Scuttle. He is significantly faster on this than the Theory is.
I will also say he's about to camp up. Remember, the Raptors I don't believe were actually taken by Demon Chinchilla on that bot side, so technically a camp behind for Demon Chinchilla, and that might actually hurt him a little bit more. Devo getting some extra farm here in the mid, which is a little bit surprising. They're taking their time before they pressure this out, but it's giving time for Demon Chinchilla to actually rotate back and look to invade into this mid lane as well. Get a little bit of a counter gank off. And remember, Katsi is out of mana here, so this could be a big one. Good dive onto Devo. Devo eating a lot of damage. Good jump away from the Scat of the Week. Getting underneath the tower, so Demon Chinchilla, even though you were the first to engage in the bot side, not losing out too much. Able to go back for your last camp.
You are able to. I will say this Raptor respawn is going to be quite delayed, and the general rule is the red side camps, the Raptors and the Krugs, just give more XP, or rather more, and also more gold. So having them level up faster is often a lot more beneficial. So he's going to be a little bit behind in terms of the XP game, just because of where Devo started and the camps he did. However, it was Devo there just trying to make sure his mid laner got a reset. The wave was pushing into the Mel, and he wanted his Mel to be able to actually come back onto the map with some mana so that he can continue to poke this Syndra down. Syndra's not been able to take that reset in response, and so now she's just going to collect this wave, and she's going to look for her own reset at some point. They didn't get the lost chapter in mid. It's a little bit early for that. So you're not going to just see now Katsi be able to just sit in lane forever and ever. He's going to have to get one more reset in at some point soon. But overall, Demon Chinchilla's doing pretty good. There's been a first blood in the top lane already, Orbital.
Yeah, that was... I mean, that's an Ignite for you. It surprises you a little bit more, and we mentioned it before, Okami very strong in the individual duel out, and Yeti just maybe not respecting it, down a lot of CS as well. It looks like Okami has had a fantastic time in the top side of the map, taking control of the laning phase.
We didn't really get to see him do this that much yesterday, right? He played one Shen game into Urgot, and then the Mundo game, I believe, into Malphite it was. And that just was, those are not matchups that you generally see yourself, you know, diffing in lane, right? Because Mundo just throws cleavers, Shen kind of hits Urgot a little bit. In this matchup, as the Jax, you do want to be winning 1v1. You do want to be looking to maybe get that skill diff. As I have to cancel my point, there's a 4-man roam coming here.
It's going to be heavily collapsed in on Amornes, who has no flash. Sneezy pick number 1. Aquana might lose their life 4, but with an extra shield behind, Sneezy grab. Now Nasia has to flash away underneath that bot side tower, but it's a clean tower dive once again. What a reflect backwards. The rebuttal brings the tether, and Nasia goes down. Clean 2-piece combo for Rule 34 Urgot.
And it now, again, we saw this yesterday. Katsi is so good at finding these timers off to roam. They lose a little bit of gold in the mid lane off of the wave, but it gets their bot lane now in a great spot. Okay, Demon Chinchilla might just punish Absoluteless here for a little bit of an overstay.
Just a wee bit. There's a jump forward. Good barrier to be held. And remember, Demon Chinchilla is only level 4. If this were at level 6, it would make a little bit more sense, but it's not. Devo dancing on the HP bar, though, able to get some healing off of that river. And it will be dragging to the favor of Rule 34. Up at 6.5 minutes.
Pretty significantly also up. This is more of a lead than we were seeing in the games yesterday, to be honest with you, Orbital, at this point in time. And they've generally been on point so far today, coming into game 2. Again, defending champions. Top lane, the fight's going on, but there's no mana on this Nasus.
Oh, and Yeti, you're not going to enjoy this one. Once again, without any of that mana, without that extra wither, you're just kind of dead in the water. You don't have that extra punch to the back of the head, and that sheen means you don't need more auto attacks. You just need those 1 or 2 auto attacks that have the empowered hit on it.
Yeah, at that point, you know, if you do have that mana, you're going to be able to continue that fight. You don't, so you can't. And now he's sort of pushed back. It is just a trade of ult for ult, which is often how these sort of Nasus lanes go when he faces people that have, you know, massively high impact ultimates. Is they press R, he presses R, and they sort of just walk away because he withers them. He just doesn't want to die. And so until, again, we're looking at later in particular for this matchup to really explode despite Okami's early solo kill. There is a bit of a lead developing, right? 20 CS on top. Mid, their lead is sat there with Nefertiti because Katsi went for that roam. And in bot lane, surprising, despite the early pressure in bot, the Seraphine is ahead, or rather even, which is a good look for DDD, because I think you don't want to be giving too much. Like this bot lane of Rule 34 looked so good yesterday. Giving them over too many early kills could spell disaster when they're on such comfort champions.
And you know that CS lead might not be held the entire time, but we're looking at the topside river. Demon Chinchilla trying to get a little bit of a jump in, but now has force to be unstoppable for the moment to escape here. Has to flash over the wall, which leaves a lot of these grubs available for Rule 34 to grab. Good body block coming in. Nefertiti able to get most of the damage down, but there's a dive on in. Katsi flashing away from the damage output. Unleash power barely does anything back. Nefertiti and Demon Chinchilla able to back away very cleanly. Okami is here to run interference, so it will be the grubs given over to Devo. How many more is the big question. Good jump in with the counter strike. Okami bringing a 1v2 to the table. But Yeti is nowhere really to be seen, so no further aggression being taken. All 3 grubs go the remaining or the returning champion's way.
And if you are the Nasus, you don't really want to sort of leave that lane, right? You had it frozen in a good spot. You do still want to be scaling, picking up those stacks on the siphoning strike. So now, if you are the side of DDD, you're a little bit miffed. You're like, well, my top laner didn't move. Well, he can't really, in the wave state that he finds himself in. He can't just let that wave crash and be giving up way too much gold in a matchup he's already kind of having a bit of a struggle finding that CS in. So they have to give the grubs over. They don't give over any kills on the contest, which is good. And now, all the objectives have gone the way of Rule 34 Urgot. The kills too. Can DDD make a counterpunch yet? They need to start, maybe looking for another play here, which they're looking right now on bot lane. Demon Chinchilla's going for a gank.
Yeah, but on top of Ward, brings Katsi down to the bot side, and that was a very early flash out of Warnaze as well, which primes you for a possible arrow to the backside. Good jump from Demon Chinchilla able to find Katsi inside the river, and Katsi is not really ready for this one. No flash available to Devo. Looking on the top side, Encore goes out, only charm is 1, and they get the double knock. Aquana is gone. In comes that Eclipse to try and rain down damage on the back end, but Devo forces Nefertiti away. Blastcone will spread them out. But the kill over on Katsi back in bot side will lead it to a 1-for-2 Rule 34 Urgot, even though it was messy, still come away with the kills.
And they do come away with, it ends up being a trade of kills there. However, it is favouring Rule 34 Urgot, and now as well, Nefertiti can't leave mid lane. They need to get a base off as soon as possible because the dive could easily be coming in here. Oh no.
That dive is more than necessary. Devo with the Grim Deliverance doesn't land at all, but is able to clear the wave and more. Good Scout of the Week turns it around, but mission has been accomplished at the end of the day. Kotzi, though, not exactly ready for round number 2. Good dive in by Demon Chinchilla. And there's another poke. Do the Wolves get it? No, Kotzi lives with a sliver of HP. So for Rule 34 Urgot, it'll be a 1-for-1 tower dive.
That was almost the sort of the counterpunch we needed out of DDD, right? Because Nefertiti was very low in mid. They managed to be able to actually make the counterplay happen onto the dive. Devo being knocked back into the turret by the Scat of the Week. And then Demon Chinchilla looked like it was so close to an actual, a net positive trade for the team on blue side. But it doesn't come to be. And now they're back out on the map. It's going to be a Drake fight. We'll have to see if they want to actually group up for this DDD. Because again, this Mel is very fed. Doesn't have ultimate available, but she is putting down a lot of damage. So is this Zehen, already with the Trinity Force completed. There's no Profane finished on the other side. This contest is very hard. The Ash Arrow goes wide. That pick tool now down for the red team.
And that might actually spell the disengage for this dragon. Now keep in mind that ward does spot all. Wasn't fully cleared by the pink ward, so instead it'll be a little bit of a short range collapse. TPs are not available, I believe, for the top laners right now, so it's a straight up 4v4. Dragon still taking the lead. Demon hops into the pit. Is it going to be a smite fight? Demon forced to engage. Who has a smite fight victory?
Oh, he gets it!
It is going to be stolen away! Demon Chinchilla sacrifices his life for it. Encore lands on back end as well. Damage will go the way of Rule 34 Urgot. But the main objective will go DDD's way. What a win for Demon Chinchilla.
And it looked initially that he was going to be blown up before the dragon would be low enough for him to smite. Not the case. The Vel'Koz ultimate over the top secures that objective. And now the bot lane are looking pretty aggressive here. They're pretty angry, the side of Rule 34 Urgot, because yes, they pick up the kills. But to give an objective over like the dragon means that this sole win condition is delayed by 5 minutes, right? And when you're playing against a comp that's running a Nasus, you'd rather close out the game as quickly as possible, as you see the replay here. It looks like, on the top side of the fight, Nefertiti's being zoned out. Katsi's doing their job here, not letting the Syndra in. Demon Chinchilla just jumps in straight for the flip, and it's at 1700, right? But people keep hitting the dragon, it gets it in range. The Vel'Koz ult, the Seraphine ult, it doesn't actually secure you any kills, but it does secure you an objective that keeps you very much in the game for 5 additional minutes if you need that be.
Well, it's also one of the best defensive dragons to have, right? A solo ocean dragon is huge in terms of getting that extra regen and getting that extra HP back, no matter what. It helps a lot. So I will say it's one that you really do enjoy. Devo, though, hard diving into this tower once more. And Demon Chinchilla trying to get revenge back, as that will be the final tower shot to bring it. But now it's going to be an extra free shot.
Hold on.
Fury, though. Demon Chinchilla able to pick up a second on the back end because Aquana doesn't really have as much HP as you would like. The tower playing up to their potential as DDD is able to grab 2 kills back for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the trade eventually. Cassie is still here to push the wave, and the Vel'Koz was not back out on the map, so is only now being able to defend that mid turret. It looked like Devo maybe had passive or thought they had passive coming up. They didn't get that final hit, and so that passive wasn't available, so they couldn't end up tanking as easy as they wished. And Aquana just maybe didn't respect the turret damage. Now the two kills end up going over into the pocket again of the kind of carries, I'd say, of DDD. The things that are going to get them to that late game spot of the monstrous Nasus, who is still only down, 10 CS? The lead has actually shrunk in top, and Demon Chinchilla is being forced out here. He's not allowed his topside jungle.
And I will say, for a team that really wants their Nasus to be unleashed onto the rest of the map, this isn't a bad look. As you said, the CS department has kind of looked for more, but that's a flash and a half. What a route into the eclipse. The sun shall take away your life. And that is Kotzi being done with the shenanigans of this early mid and stealing away 2 more to seal the Dark Seal.
Cassie's been pretty phenomenal in every game we've seen them in so far.
Yeah.
Really insane. This is the 3rd different champion. We saw a great Aurora performance. We saw an amazing Ahri performance. And now this Mel performance. Look at the scoreline. 6-0-3. Just absolutely looking phenomenal again. Looking to be punished them today. 1A's caught under the turret. Feels like they have to flash. And on the top side, the Herald secured. Everything is now going Rule 34 Urgot's way. They also burnt the Nasus ultimate in that fight, so now Akami is kind of free to lay down the hurt in the top side, or he's pushed for this turret, because he's not under any kind of threat here of that sort of trade of ultimates that eventually goes in Nasus's way. Everything is coming up Rule 34 Urgot. Catsi, though, got to be a bit careful.
It's just a wee bit as you do get dove on, and with no rebuttal means that you're going to take the full brunt of this damage. But what a sidestep. Because you have the upgraded Merc Dreads and extra mini kinetic Recurrent means that that unleashed power barely tickles you. Well done on the buy.
And the CC from the stun also lasts such a little time that you're able to continue walking backwards. That's just sort of heads-up play here coming out from Catsi and what boots to go. Very broken. Nefertiti's in a bad spot. That's so much damage from a single Q of Mel. That's insane. And then we're looking in base, but on top side, there's been a trade of kills in top. At least Nasus pick up something, but it was a dive that they tried to pull off. So the turret is also gone.
Yeah, they pulled the dive. Okami was able to get the tower, so it's something back in their favor. Okami now sitting at 3-0-0, has a Triforce completed, has an extra Ruby Crystal in there as well, and now gets to dance on to Demon Chinchilla. Remember, there are wards all over the place, and they're just going to fight this one. Demon Chinchilla running for their base tower, but it ain't going to be more than enough. Okami still clearing that wave so easy, and Rule 34 Urgot starting to take further control of the jungle territory that was originally Demon Chinchilla's.
And we have also seen Rule 34 Urgot being very good at this, something that I don't think we've seen out of any other team we've had on StreamA, which is that their vision control has been generally pretty good. Look at the vision on the top side, for example, to secure that Herald. They're now walking in together onto the bot side to secure that. So this is very, like, heads-up, higher-level macro play that you usually don't see, you know, coming out in a pickup tournament as much, where they've been able to get that, like, they've got another ward that putting down there. They're making to secure everything before they actually start the objective. But Nefertiti's in a really bad way here.
Yeah, very nice Eclipse to force them away. It might not be the full execute, but it's close enough. And when it comes to the Infernal, you can never be too careful. Demon Chinchilla stole one away before, but that was on top of a lot of vision, and only when Devo was hitting it. They might look for it one more time. Good ward being dropped, but this time it is closed out from that side angle. Warnays might be able to get some info over the wall, but a quick smite and extra will give themselves that favor. Arrow lands as well, but it's only as a warning for further attempts at a Dragon Steal.
So they've managed to now get back on that sort of dragon stacking wing condition with this third Drake.
Yep.
They've been able to sort of there's a couple silly little plays around the mid lane from Devo, which, resulted in his death, but overall the rest of his team are doing incredibly well. The Jax is now way further ahead than this Nasus is. You've then seen this Mel, who is more than just on the board, is accelerated in the pace of the game. So now it comes down to DD having to, like, maybe group up and look for a play, but they're being collapsed upon in bot lane. Okay, they force out Devo. Wait, there's a TP?
Ooh.
They're going to have to back off here. It is a TP from the Nasus. And he's just going to have to recall as well. That's painful. You think that there's going to be a play coming down, and they end up backing off. And you give over the top turret to Akami, who now has a lot of gold in his back pocket. Nefertiti's got to be a bit concerned here, because there's no flash, but Akami is very strong.
No, and you're trying to play this slow game here. It's going to be a 1v2 position. Good Counter-Strike to slow them down, but Akami now has no real safety. And again, this is an Akami that didn't have upgraded boots, so it will be a kill number one. Bot side, though, because of that TP, maybe gave him a false sense of security. Encore, a little bit whiffed there as well. DDD struggling to keep their bot lane alive as Aquana is going to eat 2 tower shots, make it 3. A little bit of an awkward juggle. I love that Tengu saying, yeah, I kind of messed up there, but we still push Little Nasia off the tower, giving gold to Katsi.
So you're just supporting Katsi here just to make sure that wave pushes, ends up picking up this turret. On the other side, Akami falling, you think, okay, that shut down 700 gold to the Syndra. It isn't the best. It doesn't feel great. However, he did pick up the top tier 2. So it does mean there's a lot of gold that went into his back pocket. And that's usually about, what, 600 goldish on that turret? I have to check with the turret plates now exactly how much that is. But it does mean that the trade is not as bad as it first initially appeared to be. Akami's coming back up that map now with Sundered Sky completed. 2 items to 1 in the top lane. The Syndra is the only one really on pace in this game for DDD. So let's see if Nefertiti can kind of use the advantages they've now, not really accrued, but the 2 items they've acquired to get themselves to a late game state where they can maybe start contesting. Because at the moment, already you're seeing Rule 34 Urgot look for plays on the top side onto Chinchilla.
I mean, and that's just solid CC. You talked about that pick style that can start before any major objective. Rule 34 Urgot, showcasing it in prime position right there. Snipe out enemy jungler, goes straight for Baron.
And Chinchilla's too far up without support, to put it quite simply. It makes it very difficult here to play when your jungler is down. They're going to try here. They do have a lot of damage with Vel'Koz and with Syndra. The Baron falls.
And it goes a little bit too quickly for their own liking. I don't think Yeti actually want to be there, as that will be a 1v5 pretty much. Nefertiti and Warnaze can't really stick around here, and they'll back away. Good news in the mid lane. Warnaze was able to get a couple towers, but what a rebuttal encore! Bring poor little Nasia straight into the enemy hands. Nefertiti slowed down by that 5-point volley. But that is destructive force and a half. Well played, well done by Rule 34 Urgot.
It's just, they don't just get the Baron off of that pick they got onto Demon Chinchilla. They get 2 kills. They're now going to come back out on the map with even more gold in their back pocket. Look at Mel's inventory. 2 Need to See large rods on the way to that death cap. 10 stacks. Catsy likes a Dark Seal, I think we might have discovered over this weekend. Really enjoys that item. Has 10 stacks on it again. And now they can sort of choose how they want to play this. At the moment, they're bailing on top wave, which is, this is, I don't say a higher level play. A lot of people, when they're ahead with Baron, they play a 1-3-1, right? But that's an older school style of League of Legends. You usually now play a 1-4 with like the side lane and then collapsing onto mid to then pick up the turret. And that's what they're doing. They're just sieging us 4 in mid. They're going to push this wave down. It's going to be very hard to break this kind of siege because you got the Ash poke, the Karma poke, 2 chunky lads in the front. And now Catsy's moving over from having pushed in mid. They're going again.
And that's just a straight up flash into double root. Down goes Warnaze. Might not be the main carry that they were looking for, but it's close enough for that tower. Quick recall by Kotzi to go ahead and get the HP back. Yeti is going to try and get some form of revenge on the side, but a quick TP once more primes you for an unsuspecting bush gank there. Fnatic Deathbrush. And a bit and a half. Well played for another kill for the returning champs.
And now they're going to be looking over onto this dragon, which is just spawning. Let's see what they choose to do with the also out on the map here. They're pushing us 3 in mid because the member's down. They can, drop a member on that mid push. Akami's now gone to bot. He's going to pick up that bot turret. The Vel'Koz is going to defend. I don't know if he's going to have the greatest time against such a strong top laner. They're just poking them out in mid. They're getting the dragon and they're getting bot. They're getting everything, Orbital, at the moment in time in this game 1. DDD are the returning 2nd place. And at the moment, Rule 34 Urgot looked like that win last time was not a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost see it here. Not only that, I want to give credit. Little Nasia tried to bring a little bit more gold back in their favor. They actually went for the coal, which is a little bit unusual on something like a Seraphine, but it makes sense in the moment. They were trying to get a little extra gold for themselves, but it just didn't work because of stuff like this. Devo and Okami shred through the bottom side tower. They're looking for yet another on Yeti, and I don't know if you actually want to stay here. Quick Counter-Strike is going to whip. Katsi off on the side will be caught out here, but gets a double extra shield behind thanks to the Karma, enabling time for the rest of the team to join on in. Encore landed on 3, but the damage is still so much greater. And Yeti ignited and about to be turned into Swiss cheese. It's a double for Devo in that jungle role. Rule 34 Urgot scramble and maintain their lead.
So I was going to say, at least the Dark Seal now only has 6 stacks. Catsy does get caught out. However, everyone else in Rule 34 Urgot plays their part in that fight almost to perfection. You end up having Devo and Akami overloading onto one side there. They catch out the Vel'Koz. They then turn it onto the Nasus. Catsy starts pinging frantically because they have been jumped on by the Neferi. And the support does come. Yes, Catsy falls, but they pick up everything else in return. And Yeti, one thing I want to mention here, this Ashe makes Nasus's life a living nightmare, because if he wants to actually try and run you down, he's constantly being slowed. Then there's the Karma slow on top. There's a root as well coming through, maybe from the Mel. There's the knockups coming through as well from the Zehen. And so Yeti, who, to honestly, despite the scoreline, actually does an insane amount of damage at this point in time. He will be able to he will be able to shut down the ADC if he's on top of them. He just can't get on top of them at the moment. And he's just trying to find any gold he can, because now all the waves are going to be pushing in. That top wave is kind of out of reach for them. But everywhere else, you want to give this Nasus more gold, but you also don't want to just let the waves crash. the Nasus is going to take an increasingly longer time to come into this game. It's really scary now for the side of DD.
I mean, they are just trying to do whatever they can. That's an air to slow them down as Aquana was actually caught out. Disintegration Ray will burn through your HP bar and allow Demon Chinchilla to grab it. Backside, though, is Grim Deliverance. Encore able to chase all the way back. Maybe not as far as they were hoping, as this is a big one for DDD. Resurrection coming through after the Grim Deliverance, but Devo, there's no one there to help you out, and the range is a whole different story. Demon Chinchilla, though, has to scatter for the hills, as Absoluteless is here with the auto attacks free firing through. And DDD get out after losing only one. For how scary that could have been, they pull off at the right time and come away with a gold increase for themselves.
Aquana steps up a little bit too far, gets caught out. But a shout out to Nefertiti in mid lane, a humongous scatter across multiple members, slows the fight down, and they're able to start picking up kills. And they need to be picking up, kills onto Catsi early. You can't let a Mel fire multiple barrages off of a Q, because that damage is just absolutely disgusting. So they shut down Catsi early. They managed to also obviously have Aquana full at the beginning of the fight. And then it kind of goes, it's a bit scattered. Devo plays forward, has the revive, so is able to get out. Absolutus comes into support, but it's a little bit too little too late. And it was a winning fight for the blue team. But Demon Chinchilla, he's too far forward.
Yeah, that kind of happens again. Great scout of the week to try and slow them down, and the burn is actually going to be good, but it's a jungler v jungler, and in that instance, Devo will win 9 times out of 10, 7, 3, and 8 now, even with the endless hunger in that back pocket for a little extra tenacity and lifesteal for themselves. With the enemy jungler down, it's all about that second Baron for the team, which will help them break through the enemy base.
The Baron does shred you, so there's a good chance here for DD to take something.
I mean, they're going to try it, but Yeti steps in to try and cover. Encore reflective back to bring them close, but what damage comes out? A little nausea. You talked about that shred. It does more than enough. Katsi has to run for the hills now. Absoluteless does the same. And what a chance. DDD, second place runner-ups in the last tournament, barring their fangs here in the late game.
It is getting closer and closer towards, an actual win condition for them, right? They've managed to they've got a lot of CC with something like the scatter of the week into the Encore. If you can lock up Katsi, let's not forget Syndra stun will go through that shield. It will still stun you. It means that you can then start layering damage on top of that Mel who is so strong. The only concern you have for DDD is you really need to clean ace them to have enough damage to kill the Baron, even if you start getting winning fights. This dragon on the bot side is currently being taken. So it does mean that the soul, which was on the cards for all 34 Urgot, is no longer so much on the cards. Lil Najia just decides to TP to the top side to cover a play that Nasus is already there, but it's always good to have the support. And now if you are the defending champions, you're not on the back foot, right? You're still in the gold lead. You're still 7,000 gold up. But you need to be a little bit cleaner with how you're playing these fights. Because you are slowly having them not go in your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, even with that little flash forward that we just saw out of Okami, trying to get a little jump onto Nefertiti. Very, very nice scout of the week, making sure to create a little bit more space between it. For Nefertiti, who was bullied around in the early game a little bit more, you mentioned that they were scaling up quite nicely for themselves. They're here, 3 items deep, now looking for that first needlessly large rod item. We do see a lot of Syndra's focus more on the utility than anything else, leaving a lot more of the damage aspect over to a teammate. So we'll see if it works into their favor once more. Devil with the jump forward, though, with an extra flash, really trying to chase a Nasia, but Nasia is able to kite it out quite well for themselves for the moment. A little scatter on the backside of the Okami is getting beat down by Yeti as well. Devil with a solo kill. And now the turnaround comes. DDD unable to get that 1v1 because Okami called in the troops. It's Baron once more on the table for Rule 34 Urgot, but this time with all 5.
If that Seraphine does fall at the beginning of the fight, it becomes pretty much impossible to continue it going, right? That Seraphine provides, within the APC role, it isn't just that she supplies that sort of shielding at the top. She supplies a lot of your damage and a lot of your utility. She ends up falling. Devo manages to sort of single out the carry role of DDD, take them down, and now with this Baron on the board, the mistakes of the past don't feel as bad as Chinchilla's in a really awkward spot. He's going to have to flip over the wall there, this very champion. So much mobility. Let's see what they want to do with this Baron now. At the moment, they are showing 4 on mid, with Catsi there again pushing top. I really like this from Rule 34 Urgot. They're not sat there giving you an opportunity to, you know, in a 1-3-1 to hit on a side lane. It's very hard to break this open. They're going to have to get another massive multi-man scatter into another Encore with Nasus damage on top. And it's a win condition, a sort of fight that is very hard to keep replicating. Once Rule 34 Urgot play aware of it, but Catsi's in an awkward spot.
Yeah, and forces Zanya's in that awkward spot as well. Into the corner, Okami's going to try and help out. Arrow goes cross straight through the goalpost. I don't think that's where they wanted to be right now. Encore lands onto 2, so it's a scatter fight once more. It's the laser beam to come on out, and DDD are actually burning through the damage output. Yeti running interference, chasing to the backside, is able to find Aquana, and they're going to find even more. It's a triple coming out for Demon Chinchilla after they go down, and it's an ace for DDD, the first of the game at 31 minutes.
And right there, you see what happens when DDD get to choose the front they're fighting on, right? They're all sort of grouped together. They pick up Catsi first, and it isn't so much a front to back because there is an Ashe being slaughtered on the side by the Neferi, but they're able to play a more front to back style and slowly work through the members of Rule 34 Urgot, who were a little bit scattered there, Orbital. Catsi caught first. Absoluteness on the side being soloed out by this assassin jungler. Even if you're 5-1-11, you're never winning that one against the Neferi. And then they're able to keep going and going and going, picking up all 5 members. Now, if you are Rule 34 Urgot, you're a little bit like, that was kind of scary, guys. Like, we didn't get a pick early this time. We were the ones picked, and you see what happens there. There is the comeback potential still. There is still a 6,000 gold lead for Rule 34 Urgot, so it's not like this ace has completely turned the tide, completely turned the tables. However, they need to clean it up because they have been caught out a couple times now. Absoluteless on the side there. Being caught out is not unacceptable, but he needs to make sure he's playing behind his team. It felt like they were trying to bail Catsi out, and in the end, they all died like lambs to the slaughter.
And they break out of the slaughterhouse, though. They've done it before. They've actually ruled the slaughterhouse a few times, and they've drawn Demon into a weird spot for Chinchilla. Arrow, after a little bit of a chance, chasing an extra kill, but this dragon fight might be the one big calling card. Keep in mind, this Infernal Dragon could be the soul granted over to Rule 34 Urgot, and it could be huge for them if they get the Infernal Soul. If they pick it up, it's big. Another flash coming out of Warnaze, which just doesn't feel good, but in the 1v1 straight up, Okami is able to win it out. That's going to force a recall coming out of 1, and the rest of the team is now going to chase. Rule 34 Urgot saying, guys, we can't let him recall. We might be able to chase even further. What a tether from Catsi! Catsi forces a flash out of Nefertiti as well, and they successfully stop the recalls. They might lose their lives forward as Absoluteless will go down. The damage has been done. Inhibitor 1 gone, and DDD are watching their base fall to the wayside as Okami single-handedly forces their hand in more. Brutal is the death of Nefertiti. Finally, Okami goes down, but not before shredding a majority share of DDD's base.
He does pick up 2 inhibitors. He picks up the Nasus as well. You see the slow chase coming in by the red team. They're trying to deny those bases. They managed to pick up a couple other kills. It does mean that this dragon isn't going to fall over straight away. Devo is going to end up staying for it. Catsi is TPing in. They should pick this one up. Demon Chinchilla is going to be a little bit late. Aquana just needs to sit back and make sure they're not picked up early in this fight. It is actually, never mind, Demon Chinchilla is going to be here. The damage is enough. It's a flip.
They're going to try, but Demon jumps in way too early. I believe that was actually a wait by Devo, and Aquana knew Demon was going to be in that corner, and said, okay, we can't let you do it for free. No dive this time, and Demon Chinchilla says, okay, this might not have been the best spot to go for. Has to try and dive. Will sacrifice their life to the Infernal Soul of Rule 34 Urgot, who now look unstoppable. The squad that is sitting at about 70k in the bank, near full inventories for multiple members.
They still need to close out the game. I would have. Let's let DDD. They're not out. They're not out of this game yet. They've shown quite a bit of fight in the dog. And again, with this Infernal Soul, though, it will mean that the poke damage that you're seeing from the Mel, from the Ashe volley, is going to land, and it's going to land hard. And now, we've also seen an inroads for Rule 34 Urgot to actually break open the game. Okami showing that he can still solo kill the Nasus on side means that they have an opportunity here to not necessarily put Catsi on the side lane, but rather put the Jax and force the Nasus to come down to it. They're just clearing out the jungle. There is going to be a Baron spawning soon that they're going to want to play for, I'd imagine. It's quite hard to break open this base. If you look at the amount of wave clear. There's a Syndra, there's a Seraphine, there's a Vel'Koz. So they're not able to break open it probably until they get that Baron, but they are just slowly collapsing, pushing these waves in, and then I assume then look to collapse to the big purple worm.
Yeah, I'd agree with the same there. Just take your time, don't force it too much, don't die like you have in the past. Really, I think they're trying to keep marks on Demon Chinchilla as well as Lil Nasia. You mentioned before that the Seraphine needs to go down, or else there's always a chance of recovery, right? At the end of the day, that's what it feels like, at least to the team. They're going to leave Akami on the side once more. In goes the Baron, but Demon Chinchilla clearing out some of the vision once more. And this Trail of Darkness, that'll be led, will be a very big question mark at the end of the day. Nice little scatter there. Good eye spotted out on Little Nasia. And guess what? There is no Black Shield to help you. That is an immediate break of the damage source. Demon Chinchilla has to run for their lives, but Devo with the Grim Deliverance brings Yeti back into the battle as well. The Wither will keep them alive, but the damage is way too powerful. With that lockdown of 3, there's only Nefertiti and Yeti to try and save the base. And Rob, I don't know if they're able to pull it off. Nice triple scout of the week, but do you really have the damage? I don't think so. Jump in by Okami. You'll land on Nefertiti's head. Down goes one Nexus turret, and it's all about the macro. It's about that Nexus tower, and it's about that Nexus itself. You might have killed Devo, but Rule 34 Urgot take the game.
And I think Little Nash is kind of punching themselves there. They had 5 items online. They looked incredibly strong in this game.
Yep.
But one Ash Arrow, once again, this Ash pick, which they won't have lucky enough for the next game. Remember, it is Fearless. So this pick kind of style is going to be a lot weaker for them. But this Ash Arrow, again and again and again for Rule 34 Urgot, has shown to be the thing that wins them the game. They land it onto a crucial target. Absoluteness is an absolute sniper with that ability. And then they just move on to the next target. The next 3 members fall. And in a 5 versus 3 with Infernal Soul, you're not losing that.
No, not at all. And I give credit where credit is due. DDD know how to scrap all day long. You talk about the 5 items. I talk about the resilience in general. At 31 minutes, you're looking for an ace? Are you kidding me? Well played. It came down to a nice edge, and I do feel like for Rule 34 Urgot, they felt the same. Going into game number 2, what do you hope they do better this time around? Because it did feel like Rule 34 Urgot, they had everything in their hands. But do you feel like they got sloppy towards that mid, or was it DDD that really stepped it up a pace that kind of caught Rule 34 Urgot by surprise?
I think they were not so much caught by surprise. I think there was the classic thing where one of your players walks a bit too far forward. In this time, it was Katsi, right, in that top side. And you're like, save me, someone help me. And then you're like, oh my god, my teammate's dying, run in. And then everyone runs in to try and save, because Katsi is a lot of your damage. But again, it's all a bit scattered, especially sort of the topology, or the way that area of the map is shaped. It's quite hard to actually defend a player that gets caught where Katsi did. And if your ADC is being soloed out by the enemy jungler, and Absoluteness is still a lot of your damage as well, it's not just Katsi, it makes it a lot harder to play that out. So I think cleaning up the play, this time maybe making sure that when you're looking for those rotations over to help someone out, they're in a spot that you can actually help them. And sometimes you just have to say, listen, sorry, buddy, you're going to die. You could be that Sonya's is simply delaying the inevitable. You have to now come to accept your death. However, I do wonder about draft going into this game too. It's Fearless. Ashe is off the board. We've seen Absoluteness only play Ashe so far in this tournament. Karma is off the board, and so is Seraphine. So Aquana's champ pool that we've seen so far is now gone. We do know Katsi can play a few different champions, so I'm not so worried about that. With the Mel gone, the Ahri actually goes up very much in priority, because that lane is horrible for Ahri. With the counter, sort of the Mel counter makes it almost impossible. You have one skill shot you want to land, and it gets reflected, and you sort of kiss yourself with the charm, and then you die. So Ahri goes in priority for Katsi. There's not really a counter that's on the board that's great there. You then see, like, but on the other side, the picks that we've seen coming out from DDD are gone, right? The Vel'Koz is gone. The Neferi is gone. The Nasus is gone. I wonder what... And the Seraphine, for them as well, in the APC role. I wonder what they've brought coming into Game 2 with.
All right, well, we will see what they decide to do. We are going to head to a very short break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2 to see if Rule 34 Urgot are able to take this into 2-0 fashion, or will DDD complete the bite back and force us to a game number 3. The rematch from 2 years ago in the grand finals will continue here once more in just about 5 minutes.
I've seen relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
Trace the cracks on the floor tonight. Neon shadows dance in the broken light. A heart beats loud, but it's out of sync. Lost in the rhythm, I can't quite dream. The air is heavy, it pulls me in. Pull me in that twisted maze. Blood Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better
Game number 1 has been completed, not without its twists and turns, but in overall fashion, Rule 34 Urgot came away with the victory. A couple of slip-ups there in the mid-game, but the overall game plan was extremely solid. And now, Rob, we get to take a look at this game number 2 and say, where does Rule 34 Urgot go from here?
Yeah, just before the break, I was mentioning a lot of these picks that they've played so far, for both teams actually, have been are now off the board. Remember, we'll keep saying it. It is fearless. Therefore, any pick that's been already taken in the series cannot be played again in any other subsequent game. That means Ashe. That means Seraphine. That means Karma, Vel'Koz, etc. are no longer available to be picked up. And it's like Absoluteless is the one I'm looking at because he's only played Ashe. What's he going to next? Is he going towards a Varus, a Jhin? Is he staying in that utility vein? Is he going to go towards more of the kind of glider? Is he going to go to like the kind of carry role? I'm intrigued to see where he goes from there. And we've also had, obviously, me and you in the break were watching the game on the other stream to keep up to date. We're obviously professionals like that. I was going to mention these tournaments, these pickup tournaments where these games generally go on for quite a long time. There is also a mental endurance aspect as well. Like we saw that game, for example, go on for, what was it, 30, 35 minutes?
Yep.
It's very, very stressful. You have, like, it's a full day of like 35-minute plus games. You know, you could be playing potentially 6 games of that length. That's more than you're usually doing in your solo queue grind. As we get the draft up on the screen, you see the Fearless bands below us. Brand is the first pick. This is something that DDD and Warnays in support used to great effect yesterday.
Yeah, I like this. And already a Unar. Okay, so, hey, Rob, you want to know if we were going to get Absoluteless playing a different type of champion? Straight for the carry. Straight away for the carry. The Unara as well as... I like how we have Monkey King on there, by the way. That is the best way. It is Monkey King, but it's the funniest way to ever have it on there. The Wukong is locked in here. The brand on the other side, though, DDD still going with a very control mage aspect, kind of going down that line. So I have a feeling we're going to go in the same route of no primary ADC for this team.
Lil Nasha, we'll see if they do want to play another, mage. It's going to be Cogmore locked in. On the current patch.
Okay, just call me wrong. Listen, you said we're professionals. I'm not a professional, apparently.
Well, Cogmore on the current patch, the more common build, or the best build that we've seen coming in comp is the Dusk and Dawn. So you go like an AP Cog kind of variant. It's like you take a few points in to wave clear. You then go into a W max. It could still be the on hit. It could still be like the Blade and the Rage Blade. However, like the Dusk and Dawn into Shadow Flame build is the kind of premier comp build because you sort of spit on them once and you one-shot them. And it feels pretty good to one-shot people. Everyone likes that. Sylas gets locked in. Interesting that we're seeing the Sylas lock in so early because there's not any ultimates on the other side that really signify that. Is this predicting an Ahri pickup? Because that's usually what you see Sylas being picked into. Loves that Ahri ultimate. So maybe they're already thinking, Katsi, you're going to play Ahri. We're already sort of preemptively countering it. They're not. They're going to pick up Leona. A new engage support this time for Aquana. It does give Sylas the Solar Flare, though.
Yeah, which is a little bit surprising because, again, When you look at what they played so far, it has been a lot more utility in there, but you're also giving over huge solar flare over to the Silas. So normally when we see a Silas picked up like this, it's one of two reasons. Like you said, it's against the Aria, it's against a lot of these engaged styles. The other side is to, I want to say, deter big ticket items or big ticket ultimates. The Alistar Unbreakable Will, a Leona Solar Flare. These are big ticket ultimates that can cause a lot of problems. So the fact that you're picking it into a Silas shows a lot of gumption from Rule 34 Urgot. They are also focused very heavily on banning out the Yordles. Vigar as well as Poppy both ban away for DDD. You're banning out that Shen. You're banning out a lot of that safety that will follow that Yunara come through that mid to late game. They're trying to peel away the safety mechanisms and be able to tag that Yunara up as soon as possible. Last man to come through here. I'm very curious what it's going to be. Are you going to focus on that top side? Yes, you will. It's that Mundo, no tank value up there.
So this should be the mid lane pickup for R34. I wouldn't want to blind my top player in this scenario. I think Akami's also looked pretty damn good, so I'd be definitely considering giving him counter pick. I will shout out the Leona against the double immobile, right? Like a Leona into Brand and Leona into Cogmore. Yes, they both kill tanks, but they're also incredibly immobile. So if they catch them out, it will not be. I am a complete, like, it's going to be a Garen, which is giving Silas Garen ultimate. That's kind of scary, but it will be a Garen on R4 picked up here. I guess in theory could go mid lane. However, I'm most likely suspecting this is a top lane pickup for the side of Akami in the top lane on R34U.
I would laugh so hard if we get a Lux on R34 side, because it would be true to the names of Data Defenders of Demacia, which is what DDD stands for, that somehow Demacia plays a role in this second game here. But no, it's going to be the Anivia. I actually really like this call. Anivia is a great kind of deterrent out there. I want to say one of the greatest deterrents currently still in the game with that Glacial Storm, with the Anivia wall as well, can really make sure that if Leona goes in, Leona's pretty much going alone. What's the last pick here? You get a great denial in there, and it's going to be the set. You're bringing out jungle. A bully up there.
So it's Silas jungle, so they were actually waiting to see if this was actually Silas going into mid or jungle. I guess that read makes a lot of sense now that we're looking at it. One thing to mention here is that Garen into Set generally is horrible for Garen. Set has a basically better Garen passive. Garen doesn't like shields, he doesn't like large burst, and he doesn't really enjoy having someone who can stand their ground against him, and Set does all three of those things. The Anivia here is also absolutely massive because the pick. You think what Anivia's picked into prior to this Ahri. Ignore the Ahri for 1 second if you cover that up. It's for more lower range champions. Anivia is so good at controlling those kind of games where there are lower range champions playing into them. So I do quite like what DDD's brought out here in terms of, Set thematically good into Garen as well, going to be able to ult the Leona away. The Anivia, lots of space zone control. Silas now has, sort of 3 ultimates here in the Garen, in the Leona, and the Ahri that feel pretty good for him to use. And then you've got sort of the artillery of Cog Brand firing over the top of the zone control and the Chonky boys in front. Thematically, at this sort of level, are a really good comp. R34U is, other than the Garen, not standard, but you've got engage support with a Bruiser jungle, with a hyper carry ADC and a mage mid lane. Also pretty standard. It's now going to be down to, for me, Katsi on the Ahri looked great. Is he going to be able to do that into the Anivia? And this Garen, in a harder matchup, is this Akami really throwing down the gauntlet saying, I don't think you can beat me no matter what you pick into me on this Garen?
Ooh, I like that kind of call out there and saying, hey, look, you gotta play well. You gotta play well if you want to beat me. Okami did so well earlier. We didn't get to highlight it as much either. Okami was a huge reason why that early game went the way it did. Solo killing with that Jax, which I believe the Jax was a counter pick as well. Being able to counter pick, being able to get that win up on the top side, even though we didn't highlight it as much, was a huge reason that they won. So I love the fact that you toss a lot of love up there for Okami, but it's also a little bit of a call out to Yeti, as you said. Yeti still wants to step up, show that they can win. Yeti was a big reason when I was taking a look back at DDD's wins back in the group stage of why they were able to get away with some of these victories. Yeti on that Nasus at one point was steamrolling the opponents. So a lot of these points for DDD, they're going to be trying to step up to play. But I do want to harken back towards that bottom lane. Very specifically, I want to see Little Nasia as well as Warnaze be able to play strong here in the bottom side. If they're able to lock away this Yunara-Leona combo, I think there's a good chance for DDD to come out of early game in very good standing.
The big question for me is like on the flip side of that discussion is we know that Aquana says in the interview yesterday she's a Karma OTP, right? We saw her also play Seraphine. You've mentioned this before. These are more utility enchanter based picks. What is she like on a Leona that is in a game where it's not the easiest Leona game to play, to be honest with you? You still have Solar Flare against immobiles. There's 3 immobiles, that you want to be targeting on the side of DEE. But the lane is not necessarily easy. Lots of poke from the cog, lots of poke from the brand. And then finding these opportunities, finding these chances to make the engages against, as you said, the Anivia, for example. There's a set ult maybe dragging you back out again. There's a Silas that's stealing your Solar Flare and turning it back on your own team. I'm looking at Aquana here to really show that she has a deeper champion pool and can play these engage style champions in the bot lane. And that starts in laning phase, right? Because there is a chance here for you to go for two versus 2 kills if Leona is competent. If the Leona steps up and is able to find good Zenith blades onto the right targets. Yunara's damage in early lane isn't the strongest, but it's not necessarily that weak. And especially with Devo visiting there a lot, you've got a lane to play through here if you are R34 Urgot.
Yeah, you are going to try your best there. I also just want to see a Kog'Maw be able to pop off. That's another reason why I really want to see this bot lane work for DDD. I know we were speaking to Dia over there on the B stream. They were in their break as well alongside of us. They had a banger of a game over there between questionable plays and Tilts, the Tilt squad. This is... he was saying that, hey, very jealous that you guys get to cast a Kog'Maw. We've seen Kog'Maw, as he said, rise up a little bit in the solo queue mentalities, Rob. And so we are going to be interested to see how it pans out. Is the Kog'Maw going to work? Is this enough to kind of bring this returning runner-up in favor? That's going to be a big question for the rest of the team here. So, Rob, I got to ask you as a final kind of question here for funsies. Where do you lay your chips down? If we took off the nameplates, and everything, didn't worry about game number 1 or anything like that, which composition stands out as the more prominent squad to take this game?
Nameplates off is a little bit harder because that really comes down to the level an individual can play. I'm a bigger proponent of playing engaged supports. I think that having a Leona or having a support bring out sort of non-committal engage. That's why Nautilus and Leona I'm a big fan of. I would prefer if I was drafting to go for the Rule 34 Urgot draft, purely because of the fact that it has like a very standard way of playing. The hyper carry ADC, the engage support, the AD bruiser jungle that can scrap early, the mage that can look for prio in mid and then roam and make plays, and then in top lane you've just got it doesn't really have to be an engaged tank engaged now that you've got the engagement support. So you've got like a bruisery kind of top lane up there. Obviously, the specifics of it being Garen might warp it a little bit for me, but it's still a draft I prefer playing. Whereas on the other side, I think that there's a lot of spaces for mistakes to be made. So like Anivia, for example, I think you do have to be a good Anivia even to play Anivia in a good Anivia game. When you're playing this cog and this brand, if you get visited too many times by the enemy jungler, you're getting Wukong fed, there's Leona on top of you, you're too squishy, you die. So you have to play lane quite safe and respectful of what the enemy can actually do to you, which is engage on your head. It's a harder way of playing. So I'm going to prefer to play the Rule 34 draft. However, I think if we're going to like 35 minutes, it comes down to, is Aquana landing a good solar flare, or otherwise you're playing, a comp against a comp that has better zone control and more poke than you do, and that becomes increasingly hard to play as the game goes on. But in my opinion, Rule 34 with nameplates on have looked, phenomenal. Catseed, by the way, roams permanently and is able to get advantages. So I think if that's how you're going to be playing it, you've got Ari, one of the best chances to do that. You've got a bot lane you can play to. If I'm Nazia and I'm Warnays, I've got like a target on my head. I'm saying, guys, please help me because they are coming for man like on every other wave.
Yeah, they really are. That was a big reason why actually Demon Chinchilla had so many opportunities to get leads before as well. Because of the constant roaming, it creates this weird kind of threat position where the jungle river became a benchmark. Multiple times we see Devo and Demon Chinchilla just kind of sit and kind of gravitate towards that riverside, and you'd 50-50 chance catch one of the mid laners roaming down, trying to help out their bottom lane, constantly trying to find an extra mark, and it would just consistently be this point of why is Katsi in this position, or why is why are we watching some of these champions kind of be stuck here? And you start to realize it's because these teams are very active. And I want to call back to this because you mentioned something really important to me, which is in these kind of pickup games, yes, some of the teams practice and everything, but more often than not, some of the teams are thrown together, the day before the tournament. Some of them aren't able to get a lot of practice in. They have regular day jobs. They have a lot of stuff going on. They don't get to practice all the time, yet the communication still comes out in full force. We're seeing a lot of the moves where normally we see in competitive play. See these rotations, see these players, kind of move in and out of the lane aspects, kind of the call shots here and there. I really appreciate the level of dedication that these players are providing, even here in the semifinals.
I think, to be fair, DDD, I think I'm going to actually check. We've got the details in the old stream chat. I'm having a look here to see if it was the exact same lineup. It was. Hold on. No, I believe there was one team member that has changed on DDD from last time. So they have played together a little bit. I always question when you have, these very rare occurrence kind of tournaments, or relatively rare, like how much you play with each other outside the game. I mean,
Yes.
We've all worked a day job. We've all liked our co-workers. But would you want to play how many games of League of Legends? How many games of Ranked Flex?
Right.
Would you want to play
Max
with
I
your
can hold
coworker?
2. I think max I can hold 2 before I'm just like, I'm good. I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah. Like also, how much does assuming hopefully you don't work in the exact same department and you have to someone runs you down in flex queue and you have to sit opposite them in an office for the next 5 days of the week, and you'll be like, you inted me on Cogmore, you inted me on Ramus, you ran me down, you disco noo-nooed me. How is that meant to go down in the office environment?
Gosh.
I'm not. I can't imagine that. Already, if you're someone that's really into gaming and you go to a day job, and then you start speaking to someone, and there's a guy there that you speak to, and they're like, "I love gaming too," and you're already a little bit like, "Oh God!" Either he's going to be a really nice dude, or he's going to be someone that's scary as hell to talk to.
Yep.
And so and if it's League of Legends, you're like, "Oh God, he plays League." Is this guy? Either he's mentally sane or he's got some problems. So there's a balance there. And I think, I always wonder how these kind of tournaments, after this weekend, how do you go back to being co-workers? And you'll be like, we could have won the whole thing. We could have won the entire tournament. This is your fault. How does that work in the office environment? I'd be intrigued to find that out from people. Maybe in an interview later we can.
Yeah, I wonder if they have an NDA that's signed before they enter the tournament. It's whatever happens in the tournament stays in the tournament, and they have to abide by that for the next 3 months. It's just guys, we can't let what happens on the Rift leak into the personal lives. I wonder if that's what they do. I also do wonder, because it's kind of cool that it is, big shout out to Veeam for trying to build a little bit of camaraderie within the company, from my understanding, and providing this tournament for a couple people just to kind of break out, have a little bit of fun, be able to showcase their own skills as well, and give us a little treat at the end of the day. So big shout out there. We are taking a look once again. Rule 34 Urgot, Devo, Katsi, Aquana, Okami, and Absoluteless going to give it their best. DDD on the other side, Data Defenders of Demacia. We got Nefertiti, Lil Nasia, Warnays, Demon Chinchilla, and then I believe Nit Nalav is Yeti in the top lane. So all 10 of these players giving it their best shot here in the semifinals.
Yeah, and let's not forget we do have the finals coming up later, I believe, on the B stream. I'm checking now as well. Let me have a quick
no,
look.
A stream is going to be finals. B
No,
stream is going to be third place fetch.
I was just checking how we're doing on them, because we know that we've already seen on the B stream questionable team play picking up that first win against Tills of Service, who were the top seed coming out of Group B. I'll call them Group B, the B team, so to speak. No, we'll
We're already biased over here as well.
We're biased. We're biased for Rule 34 Urgot. We had them in the group, so there are lads, is what we'll say. But we're still going to be waiting to get into game in a bit, and we could run down what was happening in the game. I think overall, our biggest sort of point here is we've already kind of gone over a lot of it, which is how they want to play out the game. I think one of the things I do want to hit on again, which is the sort of mental fortitude you need to be playing in these sort of tournaments. And it sounds weird to say because they are a for fun pickup tournament, but if you're a slightly competitive person, which I'm assuming most people have some sort of competitive streak, playing for this long, you wake up, you go, it's my Sunday, it's the day of rest. Let's play some competitive League of Legends.
Yep.
And it can be quite stressful. You start, well, for me it was 12, but I think we could hear in-game noises maybe coming up soon.
Yep.
I can hear them. I'm hearing some noises.
We're in.
We're in.
All right.
Hold on a second. I can hear a Silas chains.
We're actually about 2.5 minutes in, which is going to be a little bit further than we expected here. Rule 34 Urgot, of course, on the red side once more, but you heard the chains go down in that jungle side. It was a quick clear from Demon Chinchilla. It looks like nothing funky really occurring. Summoner spells blown in that mid and jungle side, though, so it looks like there might have been an invade that occurred and caused a few problems. Demon Chinchilla doesn't have theirs, Lil Nasia doesn't have theirs. It's only Kotzi that lost theirs on the side of Rule 34, so for the current moment, Lil Nasia has to play a little bit safer. As we see on the top side, Yeti looking for first blood, but not going to find it as Okami wisely flashes away.
And this is kind of what you see from this matchup in top. It's why I'm kind of surprised sometimes to see a Garen blind as a little gank in mid lane. Nefertiti still has that egg, so it's just Devo putting a bit of damage down. Yeah, it's surprising to see this Garen blind because this matchup in particular is quite volatile because Set wins it out, but Garen really does want to be able to run in there and try and scrap him, being two melees with very little gap closers. Aquana's going in bot though.
And I love this jump forward. Lil Nasia, remember, has no flash. They're just going to go ahead and try and tag you all the way down. One more auto could do it. Good jump underneath. You will sacrifice your life, but first blood goes Absoluteless's way. Well sacrificed by Aquana here, as on the top side we see Devo on that Wukong get a little bit cheeky and force a flash out of Yeti as well.
I do think Devo has to visit this top matchup a few times just to make sure Akami can play. Again, once you get Stride Breaker and level 11 on Garen, you are an absolute side lane menace. But then Set still beats you anyway if you don't play that 1v1 pretty much perfectly. And you have flash up to dodge the, what's it called? Not the Vault Breaker. What is the Set W? I've completely forgotten. The big punch. If you don't dodge... Haymaker, that's the one. My brain fried for a bit.
Yeah, leave it to the American to know what a fist fight looks like.
the Haymaker. If you're not dodging that, then you've got a bit of a problem because there is just so much damage that comes down because he blocks like your entire combo and then punches you back in the face with that damage. Devo visiting early makes sense. It's good to see Aquana want to be aggressive in that bot lane, going a little bit far, obviously going under the turret and giving a kill over, but it was to the Brand, not to the Cogwar, who looks like they are going with that dagger. That could still be a Dusk and Dawn, but it's possibly a Blade of the Ruin King maybe instead of this sort of more pokey AP sort of... It's a weird hybrid kind of Cog build. It's a possibility not going for that. The damage in bot though from this Brand, absolutely massive. He did... The one win they had yesterday, DDD, was on that, and in the top side, a dive that goes wrong for Akami.
It looks like Yeti was able to hit level 6 at just the right time, able to bring up that Haymaker, which, as we just mentioned, has that extra shielding on it, and Okami couldn't eat through it, even with the Damashi Injustice. Now we're getting a little bit of a difference, as that's a snapshot on Devo. Devo, what in the world? Turned around on his head as DDD snap focus and grab an extra kill. Big wins all the way around as we're now seeing a jump on the other side. Absoluteless being lost in their own as a fight over Nefertiti will bring him down to a low HP bar. But it's still going to be 1-4-0 so far. And Aquana's on the wrong side of the map. Everything's going right for DDD here in game number 2.
And this is a massive disaster for Rule 34 Urgot, but amazing play coming out from DDD. They recognize, Devo, he's playing a bit aggressive by himself. They pick him up. The Silas gets those kills. Silas is 2-0-1 already. That's actually very scary when there's an Ahri ultimate, a Garen ultimate, and a Leona ultimate on the other side. In the bot lane, this Brand pickup, first picked, didn't care what he was into, is also 2-0-1. Incredibly strong already in that support role. And for the first time, I think, so far this tournament, we've only seen 3 games, but still, the defending champions are very much on the back foot in the early game, Orbital.
Yes, they are down quite a bit of gold. Now, granted, let's say it for what it is. Big thing about this is a lot of the kills were not proactive by DDDs. So that's like the small caveat, I think, for Rule 34 that you can sit and be happy about. A lot of these kills came off of kind of awkward choices that Rule 34 got. Once we see DDD start looking for tower dice, start looking for those extras, then I'd be a little bit worried. Something like this, though, might be in a turnaround. Very nice burn to come on out. Double burn as Aquana steps back in to lay down that stun. Forced away twice. DDD losing a couple flashes here in the bottom lane.
And what I also didn't really get to mention is Brand in this game actually kind of has a bit of a field day unless he is locked up by the Leona. Because he presses all of his buttons, there are what you would argue is 5 members running into you at any point in time. And Brand loves it when you're playing right within his zones of control. And so Warnay's there, for example, like the damage from Brand is what dissuades the follow-up onto his jungler, who then has to flash away. It really stops any kind of damage in its tracks, as Demon Chinchilla is still out the map, looking for maybe a play on mid. It's not going to happen. But if we go down the sort of the lanes here, the only lane that you're really saying is in a good spot is the one for Rule 34. Just because of that massive CS lead. Otherwise, the gold is slightly in favor of the members of the blue team.
Right now, there's a whole difference inside enemy jungle. It looks like Devo and Aquana and Katsu were looking to get a little bit of dance onto Demon Chinchilla. Chinchilla was able to get out and over the wall. So I like the fact that for R34, even though they're behind a little bit in the kill department, hasn't really deterred them at all from willing to be aggressive, willing to look for those early fights.
No, it is good to see that they're willing to continue to take those sort of early skirmishes. Right now, if you are Rule 34 Urgot, you need to take a bit of a breather, because your playstyle is very roam-centric, right? As Katsi, you really like to push mid and look for plays. You've all got to be now very much on the same page, because you're now walking into a lot of damage. Let's see if they try and contest this dragon here. I imagine they're not. I imagine they are just going to give this over. There is a full topside clear available for Devo, and if I'm him, I'm saying, listen, guys, I'm a little bit behind right now, just in the gold department, because of those kills my counterpart has. I'm just going to take my camps. They're pinging... Well, DDD are pinging the grubs here to see if they're answering this back. There is nowhere to be seen. Again, just take your camps, get that Trinity Force online, get to that first item spike that Wukong loves to play around, and then maybe you can start looking for some better skirmishes, because at the moment, you are in the losing position, 1.5k in the hole.
Yeah. Give it a little bit of time, you can come back up. At least it's only 1.5. You look across the board in terms of the CS department, and that's why it's only 1.5. R34, absolutely, is still up in the CS department, actually above in terms of Lil Nasia in the mid lane, 3.1 to 3.2. Nefertiti isn't that far ahead. Only one is a jungle with a 600 gold difference. On the top side is about 5. So only on the top side of the map does it lean over to DDD's side. So at the current moment, not the worst in the world. They'll keep playing it as such, looking for those grubs that you so called out earlier in there, Rob.
A Demon Chinchilla has to be a bit careful. I think one of the things Rule 34 got good at picks, and the charm goes wide.
But the rest of the damage actually follows through very cleanly. Protobalt ain't going to be able to do too much, and that's a dash over the wall, so it's a shutdown in a 3v1. Kind of expected in there as Rule 34 gets some revenge.
And I think that's just a Demon Chinchilla, not sort of... We use the term tempo a lot in League of Legends, right? And it's honestly at this point become meaningless to some people. But he didn't add... Like, the tempo was in favor of Rule 34 Urgot there, because you've taken the dragon, you've farmed your camps, you've not necessarily based and got enough items online for you to continue to scrap. You hadn't spent your gold. That means with the opponent coming out with more effective gold in their back pocket, the tempo is with them. They use that. They punish Demon Chinchilla even stepping up there. They pick up the grubs. So now there's the game is slowed down a little bit. That gold lead is reduced by 700, so to speak. It's now gone down from about 1.5k. The CS leads are obviously helping with that. One thing I will say is that I'm going to be interested in Rule 34 Urgot and how they play. As we said, like later game, it's harder to maybe play a strict 5v5. They've seemed very good at looking for picks, right? They seem very good at finding the right targets with crucial ultimates. Again, let's keep watching to see how Katsi plays with the charm and how Aquana plays with the solar flare, just to make sure, because at the moment I'm still not convinced that they're in a great spot here. Rule 34 Urgot, just because I'm a bit worried about if this game goes to 35 minutes. And at the moment, that it's going to kind of have to go to at least 30 for them to be, you know, in such a commanding position as to take over the enemy Nexus.
Yeah, and I think for DDD, you're also recognizing that you can play with this little excess gold lead, which is what they're going to try and do. However, Demon Chinchilla having to save Warnaze and put in a really tough spot once more, having to flash away. Dash is triple, actually, thanks to the stolen Arcane Rush. But my god, that was not a position that you want to be in. I mean, I was saying, Demon Chinchilla, you want to have a little bit more freedom for yourself. The fact that you had to run away there kind of stings.
It does hurt. You did get some summoners out, right? You did get the flash at least out from the Yanara, which means she doesn't have that if you want to go for another play into bot lane in a minute. You also saw that, again, the brand damage, right? Multiple brand passives stacked up on the side, onto the Rule 34 Urgot members. It does mean that there's a lot of damage in return that you can get out of that support role. Katsy's having a bit of a harder time now. Once Anivia does get some mana and gets the Glacial Storm, it is quite difficult to ever push that wave in, which does sort of neuter Katsy's ability to play how he likes to, which is that sort of roaming, you know, style with his jungler. As you see, the wave is always pushing into him, having already been pushed by Anivia. And now in bot lane, they're looking for a play here, but without the solar flare, it's going to be quite hard to lock anyone up. They respect that, they walk off. And there's a little bit of poke coming back out. As an aside, it looks like it's going to be a Wit's End first cog. So the on-hit, and not the AP variant we've seen. Run!
You can't run fast enough as Akami gets another off-screen. And this is, you talked about Akatsuki being a menace in their own right. With the Ahri that they played so well back in the group stage, ready to lay down damage. That 1 to 5 kill diff has now been closed expeditiously. And Rule 34 Urgot take the gold lead as well.
With now, that's sort of my point of like, well, you don't have to get to 30 minutes. I think the fact you've swung the goal back so quickly in your favor means that you can continue to speed this game up now, which is what you needed to be doing. As an aside, that top lane, the kill in the top lane was also off the back of Devo going for that gank, which is kind of needed. Again, in the 1v1, it's a lot harder for the Garen to get those advantages. He wants his Wukong to come up and help him. Wukong does so and is rewarded kind of handsomely for his efforts. Stridebreaker's completed in top lane now, so if there is a fight, a fist fight, no one's leaving because the slows will just keep them all locked kind of down in place. First item's also completed on the Anivia, has been completed on the junglers for a little while. The big question here is, again, Cogmore. It is going to be the on-hit Cog. And there's a pick happening on top side. Hold on a second.
Well, that's going to be a little bit of a chase and a half.
Brand damage.
The Glacial Storm, but is it going to be enough? Little Nasia can't get far enough, wait enough in time. But the turnaround damage is good for a 2-for-2, so it looks like DDD have kind of fought their way out of this 5-man pinch. Nicely done there for the moment. No further damage to come through, but Rule 34 Urgot, maybe wish they could have gotten more.
You can see, you were mentioning this in Champ Select actually, you can see the Anivia, the frustration the wall causes, because Aquana goes in, takes a bunch of brand damage, and then is walled behind them, or walled around them. That kind of new topology causes issues for the pathing of the Leona. She can't get out. So once you're committed as this engaged support, you're more than just committed. You're never getting away. Hold on. Katsy?
What another catch. Katsi is on another level right now, quite literally drawing a single opponent over, and Aquana follows suit as well. Ignite to burn away Warnaze. Nefertiti in the wrong spot, having to flash in their own tower, but that's going to be a dive underneath. Cyclone to try and break the egg, and they will. Wall forces Devo to walk away very, very safely. But my god, is R34 turning up the heat.
Honestly, there's quite a few players that, if you are Katsy, don't go for that play there. They'll be a bit concerned about being hit by, say, an Anivia stun and the damage and then locked up and killed. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to the mid laner of... Hold on.
Okay.
That's unlucky. I feel like Devo... I was watching... Did Devo stay? Did Devo stay in that situation?
Probably. Probably. You know who also stayed is Yeti, who goes down for a third time here on the top side. Absoluteless looking for a solo kill here on the bot side, and they might be able to get it, but no. What a kite by Lil Nasia with some help from Demon Chinchilla. R34 is starting to get a little bit over antsy, with Katsu winning in the mid lane, but every other lane looking a little bit shaky here and there.
Yeah, here and there. I mean, the top side, now the Garen, who got soloed earlier on is now 4-1. That makes it increasingly difficult to actually win on this side, even though Set does win that matchup sort of naturally. If the Garen's in a winning state, it's hard. They're sort of making plays everywhere here. Like, Aquana's like out on the map again on the bird.
That's just another great catch. Nefertiti, no way to save and no way to egg up once more. Demon Chinchilla a little bit late to the party, and Aquana is once again on their roam, consistently looking for fights.
And this is what I wondered with Aquana now on an engaged support, is how does she play? Turns out pretty damn well, looking for the plays on mid lane. They now are going to get this Herald. It's hard to fight this if you are DDD. 4 members available for Rule 34 Urgot. No ults, but still just their bodies. The Herald should go down. If they want to continue this fight afterwards, it's a huge risk. They should back off. They do. Okay, so they're giving a bit here. It feels like they felt we got a lead against the defending champions, and then it slipped up a little bit. And now there's a little bit of desperation coming through. They just need to take a breather, reset to standard lanes. They were winning generally in standard lanes. Let's continue that going. There are a few X factors here. The brand damage is still very strong. Already got Leandri's finished as well. The Kog'Maw is slowly coming online with that Wit's End, although no Blade of the Ruin King. And they're leaving Absoluteless to his own sort of will here in the bot lane. But they are going to be able to punish this Yanara, because you are playing Yanara into a lot of champions that ruin your day.
Yeah. And you're not really focused about what ruins your day early. You're looking towards that mid to late and a little bit more good punch side, if you will. DDD feeling like things are slipping away, but they still have some good scaling on their own favor. The Kog'Maw can be a menace if given the right opportunity, especially with a brand to try and ward enemies off. Do you look more for just the lane phase now? You have 2 dragons to your name with, I believe, another Infernal to play for. Or no, Ocean. Is it Ocean? It's Mountain.
Mountain.
Wow, I went through like 4 cycles of dragons right there. We are going to see the Mountain Dragon, which can help alleviate some of that pressure with the Armor and Magic Resist. You can do some work here if you get that 3rd Drake and kind of put yourself in Soul Point.
If you do put yourself on that Soul Point sort of position, you then have the choice. Do we fight for every Drake, because we've got Soul available to us, or do we then concede and then look to scale? So you're in a very good spot here if you are DDD, if you want to. The Herald misses the turret. Let's see if Demon Chinchilla makes something happen with this Soul and Cyclone.
Well, they got the damage down still, but it might not be the damage that they want. It get flashed away by Aquana to not get caught in one of the weirder positions with the Anivia wall. If you get pinched against that wall, there's no way to get out. It's very, very dangerous, but there's a jump forward. Flash out by Lil Nasia with the force from the Arcane Rush. And it feels like Katsi is really drawing everyone to their own favor. Now Nefertiti, with no flash up in time, is going to fall, but in time with the rest of the squad. Good flash, extra autos can go. Nice double stun with that Q, and then the wall off to bring them all to ruin. Warren Ace is there to burn them all away as well, and it feels like the overextension works to DDD's favor. They lose 2, 1 on the top side, 1 on the bot, but they claim 3 in turn. Well played and more. Katsi forcing Nefertiti to not chase ever further.
DDD were like, oh my god, they're walking at us slowly. Hold on, wait. Oh, we're playing a Nivea brand, so we just sort of kill them. There's no snap engage available. Solar Flare already used. Cyclone was already gone because Devo had used it once and then fallen. So then you're waiting for like a Zenith Blade. But if you are like a Yanara, it's actually very hard for you. You're kind of just constantly running at them and being slowed and stunned and slowed and stunned, and you don't get to actually put the damage down. As it makes it difficult to actually play out those extended team fights. On the top side, Akami's doing bits here, to be honest with you. I do think if this Garen needs to get a reset and start going onto the bot side and putting pressure elsewhere. There's a Drake fight occurring.
And that's the 3rd Drake to their name, which feels really, really good, but the resounding kills might be a whole different story. Nice laser out as a transcendent state for Absoluteless brings yet a 3rd kill to the hands of Katsi. Katsi did not care about the dragons, as this Fox wants more kills for the Dark Seal. Huge increases there, now sitting at 9.7k, 7, 0, and 3.
It feels like as soon as he purchases the Dark Seal, the enemy team are like, well, we've got to give him 10 stacks. I think every single game he's bought a Dark Seal. Every single game I look down and it's got a number 10 next to it. Nefertiti's looking to return some damage. Cassie's got the empowered Merc Treads, right? So it's actually like this damage doesn't land as easily or as freely as it used to. Has gone for that Shadow Flame this game, not gone for the Leandris. So it's going to be a lot burstier of an Ahri, which you're kind of seeing in these fights. And now if I'm the side of Rule 34 Urgot, let's get a couple resets down. Let's get Garen into bot lane to just keep pushing out bot, because pushing in top completely here gets harder and harder, because if you get collapsed upon, there's a lot of max health damage on the enemy team. He pushes the wave in, the resets come through. Nivea just pushing in bot. The next play here is, let's look at this Baron, right? It's only 22 minutes into the game, but if you do see a pick come through for the side of Rule 34 Urgot, they have the damage to do it. But on the other side, there is enough damage for DDD as well. That's the next objective that's on the table. Aquana's going to be looking. There's still a lot of damage available for DDD. Oh my god.
They're going to be looking for even more, as that's a snap. Absoluteless follows behind Aquana and Kotzi. Snipes out Demon Chinchilla and Warnaze. Just like you called it, Rob. Going straight for that Baron with the full force of their team.
If you pick off the enemy jungler, it's just so easy, right? It's just so easy to just go and hit this. You've got the damage. Let's see if they try and make a play here. There's two members. There's no Anivia, but there are two members of DDD looking to contest here in a 2 versus 4. The TP is coming through. Garen hasn't cancelled it. He's TPing himself.
I think with that peel off, this is going to look very, very dangerous. Remember, Okami has to play a little bit safe, able to jump away from most of the battle, but Aquana gets into the mix, and they are going to break the egg so quickly. This is so clean from Rule 34 Urgot. The double TP bait has worked against DDD, and the data defenders of Demacia watch the walls of their great city fall as Rule 34 chase yet again for the Baron.
Whenever I watch a Garen, I really struggle not to laugh every time he puts down the Demacian Justice, because if you watch a little Najia there, she's going to be screaming, there's a Garen on my head, there's a Garen killing me. He's spitting on my head, he's doing tricks on it, and then he just ults you from half HP and kills you. Cassie's going in again to try and pick up more kills. Demon Chilla's at least going to try and contest it, maybe. He's got the Ahri ult. He's still going? Does he want to? There's a Garen there, buddy. Okay, he's running away. They get the Baron.
Yeah.
They're now completely in control of the game. It's almost a 10k gold lead. 9,000 gold.
I mean, it just looks so good. I mean, let's be honest. Rule 34 Urgot, from the early stance, we can see they have practiced a lot. They have put in a lot of prep for this tournament. A team that can turn around a 5-1 deficit and still play their game, still play very, very smoothly, play comfortably into this opponent. I mean, that is a huge win for them. I also say that because they're down 3 dragons still. They do have to be worried about that objective take. Yes, the Mountain Soul isn't the most explosive dragon to have, but it does make the opponent a lot harder to kill. So things like that have to be worried about. And they're playing with almost free abandon. It feels like Okami 8-1 and 0 is doing whatever they wish so at this point.
You're going to pick in mid as well onto the enemy jungler. Absoluteless. Very close to falling.
Oh, and Liz with like single-digit HP, so good revenge coming out from the rest of the squad. Rule 34, punch right back, take out Warnaze, and we'll take the mid tower as well. Rule 34 Urgot starting to siphon away and looking like they want this grand finals position ASAP.
Yeah, they're really turning up the heat now. They felt a bit of damage done to them. There was firstly the ace in the game 1, and then in this game 2, the beginning was not looking so hot. But they've just turned it on. As soon as they felt themselves in the hole, they recognized what they had to do. Let's stop playing kind of silly, getting picked kind of willy-nilly and sort of running into the enemy team. Let's just lock in and close out this game as cleanly as we can. They're now, 10,000 gold in the lead. They're looking to pick up Demon Chinchilla.
That's... the Chinchilla has been put into a warning notice here as another Cyclone lands on the Nefertiti. That's the kill that you wanted. We talked about it. Take out the enemy jungler, go straight for the objective. That's all they're going to do. Kotzi winning off the wings just as a little bit of a flank option, but it's not too big of a deal. No way did you just snipe out Warnaze as well. That is brutal right now for the side of DDD.
They, again, look so good early. But the heat's been turned up, and Okami, who again got solo killed earlier on in this game, has really come back into it, leaps and bounds, 9 kills now on the Garen. It makes it impossible to play. If you face check and you run into a Garen as a Silas, I'm asking you, what do you do? You're silenced for like 2 seconds. Catty's going.
I mean, that's even more. Charm is better than a silence all day long. Yeti is gone. And that snipe means the resounding defeat of this inner mid inhibitor tower It is going to be slowly chewed away. Thankfully, there's a lot of wave clear on the side of DDD. Being cleared out quite well. Living Artillery ain't doing too much for Lil Nasia, but it's close enough. And you were talking about some of the build paths. It ain't going to be that Dusk and Dawn build. It's just straight up auto attacks, just trying to get a little bit of that extra damage going.
And she really wants to get online a Blade of the Ruin King at some point, because there's just quite a lot of there's like the Garen, for example. Who's killing the Garen? It's probably going to have to end up being the Cogmore at some point in time. So the Flicker Blades let you get that W up online a lot more. It does do max health damage, but the Blade would add even more, put physical damage on top of that, so that there's not great itemization. Because you see here, look what Garen's building. He's going towards a Force of Nature. He doesn't care about set anymore. The other 4 members are just mostly doing magic damage to him. He looks at, he looks at his health bar when he's being hit. I say his death recap, but he's only died once. And he's building that, and Nefertiti's caught out on side, too far up.
Yep.
Too far up.
Cooked chicken is what that is. That is a killing spree for Absolute.
Oh!
5, 3, and 7. They're going for a little bit further as well. Solar Flare stolen and tossed right back in their face, but it doesn't stop the onslaught here. Lil Nasia looking even better. Another Zenith Blade onto Yeti. The kills just keep on coming and coming and coming here. Yeti forced to retreat underneath their own tower after burning that flash. In the meantime, though, bot side inhibitor tower has fallen, and Okami 9-1-0 is looking like the beast that they deserve. Devo taking the mid lane inhibitor tower as well. This is a 1-3-1 that you said we don't see too often, but Rule 34 Urgot are playing to an exceptional degree.
I mean, they're so far ahead. And with the members off the field, so to speak, they can kind of do whatever the hell they want. They're already going to be looking for this Nexus, by the way. They should, maybe go for a back off with everyone resetting. But Yeti is still 30 seconds out. They're a member up. Are they going to be able to end the game here, Orbital?
I mean, they can definitely try and force it, but I think they need a few more kills before they can do so. They got a lot of really good damage down on those towers, though. Now, granted, they will heal up to an extent, but it won't be perfect. For my eyes, mainly, this might be an extension. You take a look at the death timer. Yeti will be coming up here shortly. You want to go ahead and spend all your gold. You have a 10-0 and 10 mid laner. Katsi is currently on streak for a perfect game. You don't want to give this up. So you go ahead and recall. Don't force it. You could have ended, but you take the safer path.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half until the dragon. So let's get some resets in. Let's make sure to spend that gold, which we would have just got so much into our back pockets. Kartsi's had a phenomenal tournament so far, Orbital. Just an absolutely phenomenal tournament. Every single game. Very low deaths, very high kills and assists, and game impact in general from minute 1. The mid laner here is looking like, the bar for this tournament, to be honest with you, because, yes, the rest of Rule 34 have all played really, really well. But I think I'm going to have to shout out Katsi. In the interview, Aquana said Okami is our best player, but Katsi, I think, has shown up every single game. They're now just going to be taking the vision, play around this Baron. It's hard to contest. They can just start hitting it, honestly. Yeah. This gap Baron is not going to be contested. 3 inhibs are down.
I mean, they have enough damage, right? Like, exactly. They're not worried about this at all.
It takes them, basically no time to kill it. The only concern you do have is with 3 inhibs down, if you don't end the game pretty quickly, you are giving a lot more gold over to the opponents with those double super minions. But that's about it. Other than that, they're pegged to their base. The dragon spawns in 25 seconds. You can either fight now, or you can just back off, get the dragon, and then try and fight again. Either way, they're just going.
Oh, what a chase. I love this chase. You found warnings as well. Demacia and Justice will bring Pain down. Yeti can't do anything about it. 31 minutes in this game once more. And it feels like Rule 34 Urgot are looking at the finale. Double super minions spawned in, crashing into enemy territory. With all 5 still alive and 2 enemies down, they'll escort that last wave in. Nexus Tower 1 will fall. Nexus Tower 2 just a few short taps away from falling. And Rob, the returning champions, will maintain their status with the crown as they look to claim this Series 2-0. Rule 34 Urgot will be moving on to the grand finals of the Veeam League of Legends tournament.
Yeah, in 2026, in 2024, and in 2021, they've all made it. They've won it twice before. Let's see if they can do it for a third time, because they do look incredibly solid. They went behind a little bit in this game. However, they just sort of came together, realized we've got the tools to make picks happen. We should stop
Yep.
kind of playing scared, playing scattered. They locked in. They really did lock in.
Yeah.
And it was Catsy again and again and again looking for plays. This mid laner has been phenomenal all tournament. I'm excited to see if anyone can even really contest him, because at the moment it seems to be he's able to lane, get CS leads, and impact the map, which is quite rare in any tournament, really. Doesn't matter really what the level is. So very impressive play. Commiserations to DDD. It's almost unlucky that they've had to come up against the reigning champions in the first round of playoffs for them. Not the first round, but the first. You know, they're on the same side of the bracket, I should say. And they had a few moments where they made some stuff happen in that first game, a couple of comeback fights. In this game, the early game looked good, but they couldn't put together the good bit of the late game and the good bit of the early game that we saw in 1 and 2 into one game win. So unfortunately, it is a 2-0. Well, unfortunately for DDD, it's a 2-0 for the Rule 34 Rogue Up for the defending champions. Phenomenal play. We'll see them in the final a little bit later.
Yeah, and I want to, while we have this time, I do want to give a big shout out to DDD. I think they played a phenomenal series, and they had some picks that obviously, like on paper, made a lot of sense. I have to give credit to whoever was doing their drafting. DDD's drafts looked very cohesive going into these games. We mentioned that a lot of the champions had good counter pick and a lot of good counters in there. It's just the actual in-game status was a little bit different than what they probably would have liked. Huge credit to them. They played well. They came out as second seed out of the group, and they fought hard for it.
They really did. They did put up a fight here. I think, you know, when you are coming up against a team that defending champions twice in a row, they scrim, they play together, they seem to somewhat, you know, in the interview yesterday, like each other, which is always a positive in a team environment to actually enjoy the people you're playing.
Yeah, I hope you like your teammates, guys.
I hope you like your teammates, basically, is what I'm saying. You know, when you come up against all these kind of things in these kind of tournaments, you can see the structure, sort of the structure that they'll have in place, sort of come through. DDD tried the absolute hardest in these games, to be honest with you, to make it happen, and then it's just not really enough when you've got a team that is so well practiced. Interesting who meets them in the final, because obviously in the Group B, Tilt as a Service came out on top, but that game one that's on Stream B right now was won by our second place team. I'm claiming them as ours again because we're the ones who watched them. They claimed the first game in questionable team play in a very long, tiring game. And again, I will say these tournaments, these games, if you start getting, you know, you start going to 40, 50-minute kind of games, and you're doing that multiple games in a row, you go into the game 3 or the final series and you're like, damn, I could do with it. I need a bit of a rest, because there's the mental, so it's not so much the physical, it is the mental conditioning of like locked in, trying to not make mistakes, focusing on all these things at the same time. And that can really drain you mentally. It isn't easy.
Yeah, well, you know whose mental isn't drained at all. It is Katsy. Katsy, the carry in this series alone, and back in group stage as well, played phenomenally well throughout the series and throughout the group stage. Just powerful numbers throughout, and at one point was looking at a full Magi stack, trying to go ahead and carry everything forward. So very, very well done in there. Katsy, welcome to the desk. I really hope we're saying your username correctly, because you deserve all the accolades from that previous series. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling after taking that series and pretty much taking the MVP of the semifinals?
It was a bit intense, not gonna lie, but everyone had fun. I'm seeing big improvements in my teammates, because we've started training like 1 month ago, I believe, and it was a disaster. Especially, I'm seeing like giant improvements in my AD carry gameplay and my top laner. So I'm starting to get pretty confident in them each day, which passed by. So yeah,
are you?
We are happy with the result.
Are you pretty? So you said you're happy with your teammates and the improvement. Are you coming into this tournament, or rather the games you've had? Are you surprised quite how well you've played individually? Because every game I'm watching, you're there with you're there with the Dark Seal. You've got 10 stacks, 10 stacks on it early. You're sat there with insane score lines every single game, especially the Ari games. The 2 Ari games were phenomenal. Are you happy with your own gameplay at the moment? Do you think you can somehow play better? Because you look really,
No, I
really
could
good
have
in this
played
game
it
so far.
better. Yeah, I
Oh,
made a bunch of
humble.
mistakes.
A humble man on his
Because
gameplay.
it's really hard to speak, to give a call outs, to a micromanagement some team fights, because we all have a different skill level in our team as well, and in the same time, like, I give your best as a mid laner. It's like almost impossible to play. That's why a Faker is the best a mid laner in the world, because he does it every time.
For years and years and years. And you've been doing it for years, right? Let me check this. Let me check this here. We have the details, right, on the previous tournaments. Okay, so you were on the winning team last time as well, right?
Correct.
How
yes.
does this tournament in 2026 compare to the previous tournament? Would you say you're having an easier time this time or a harder time than 2024?
This tournament is a little bit harder because we have a lot more skills to mid laners, especially Nefi, because last time he played jungle, which is his like very, very off role, and now he's playing on the main role. I was expecting him to play a little bit more aggressive, but he decided to play it safe, and that's why we saw that they really want to scale, and they perform a really good on the scaling champions, and we decided to ban them all.
I mean, we've both been really impressed actually with the fact that you're able to get CS leads. You're roaming everywhere. Like honestly, when you have these tournaments, you and your jungler Devo, you're teaming up on the bot lane. Every time I'm seeing a 4-man going bot lane, it's beautiful to watch. Are you confident now? Because you're going into the final. We haven't seen who you're facing just yet. I asked your captain, Aquana, yesterday, and she was like, "Oh, we'll see. Maybe we'll win. We might win.
She's
It's
pretending.
possible. Maybe.
Sure,
Are you confident? Tell me you're going to win for StreamA.
I've been shouting on my teammates. It was blood and sweat for this performance to show. So yeah.
You're going to win. Thank you. I want confidence coming out from the team from Group A, and I'd like to hear it from the mid laner, who I think, for me so far, you're the MVP of the team. But shout out to everyone on your team. I'm going to throw it over to Orbital if he's got anything else he wants to ask.
Boys and girls are doing the massive job. Yeah.
I mean, your team has done fantastic throughout. We watch you basically from the start to finish here in this tournament, and we'll do so following through because we will be watching you in the grand finals. Now, here's the deal. Obviously, we have not seen who your opponent is going to be, and that's because we have just gotten word that Tilt as a Service and Questionable Team Play are going into a Game 3 in their semifinals.
Oh.
So you obviously played against Questionable Team Play back in Group A. I don't know if you were following along for Tilt as a Service, but they came out as the first seed from their group side. I want to get your opinion. I know you said you're going to win it. We already know where you stand on that. My question is, which team do you think would be more fun to play in the grand finals?
I think Tilt as a Service is going to lose the series. So,
Okay. You have to go watch that.
Yes, I will watch this. Because I mean, as long as they completely isolate the top lane, because they have the best player on the top lane, so a top lane island is not a joke, really. It's not a meme. It's a reality. They just have to isolate it and completely forget about it, and then they're going to have a chance. If they continue to gank it and die 1v2, it's gonna be harsh.
All right. Well, I like that identification in the analysis. You obviously have a lot of understanding, which is a lot of fun to hear. You shot call, you play the mid lane, and now you're dissecting who your next opponent is going to be. We'll let you have a very nice break, as we'll obviously be waiting for that match to finish up. One more game on that side before we get to watch you play one more time in the grand finals. Thank you very much for the interview coming in here, Katsi, and we wish you best of luck in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good the rest of your shift, I guess.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you. With that being said, we are set to go for a little bit of a break of our own as well. Here on the main stream, we will be taking a short break as we wait for the B stream to finish up with that third game. So at this current time, if you wish, go ahead, get some water, get some popcorn and everything like that. As I know Katsi and the rest of the squad of Rule 34 Urgot will be doing themselves, getting up, stretching their legs and all. Or if you want to continue watching all of the fun action, make sure to stay tuned to the B stream over there here, same YouTube channel as well. Go ahead, check them out, watch and see who will be moving on to the grand finals and who will be playing in the third place match. We'll catch you all back here though for the grand finals of the Veeam League of Legends 2026 tournament at the time when we find out who our second grand finalist will be. We'll see you in a bit.
It's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could. I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter. I'll be dead if I take any more.
Go through the fire, break the fire, yeah. chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, maybe undo. 'Cause when every chord felt off and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat. Had to leave you, had to leave you. Now you're tired, tired of pulling me back. Like a fool that put you to work. With the pain you left still fresh. I can heal you, I can heal you.
yo no taca, taca.
on the canvas of a burning sky, dodging embers of a world on fire. Yet there's still hope when you're by my side. They say it's darkest right before the light. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and feel alive. Each passing flicker of our souls ablaze, revealing secrets to the blinding age. The light reflecting what we are inside. Let the truth be your guide. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and be alive. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and feel alive.
Would you be fine if I leave by the time the sun is out? I do not need to put a show, I will be fine. Just let me go. 追いかけるほど縛りつけるほど遠ざかってく未来また後悔 Cry side 気づけば憶測ばかり本当は執着したくないもう存在意義もわからないああ全部忘れたい Just say you want me With you kiss me now Just say you love me With you tell me now あなたを愛しても信じても振り向かない嫌いにさせてよねどうしてなら届かない想いまだそばにいてよ分かって振り向いて今はまだ Can't hold it back 抱きしめて嘘でもいいから Just love me あなたを愛しても信じても振り向かない嫌いにさせてよねどうしてなら届いてよ会いたいのもう愛しても信じても振り向かない嫌いにさせてよねどうしてなら届かないわかってるのどれだけ追いかけてもこの手伸ばして願っても二度と叶わない見えよね振り向いて叫んで嘆いても Never coming back
Here comes trouble, putting on a show. Like a domino, I fall. Another bottle, don't know what to say. Send me on my way to you. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. And you say it's a one-night thing, but I want something more than that. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. Eyes wide open, holding out for you. Tell me that it's true. Oh, did you notice? I saw you over there, looking like a heartbreaker. I know you're all that I want, but I don't even know your name. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. And you say it's a one-night thing, but I want something more than that. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way. So don't go and leave me lonely. I'll show you another way.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for For you.
When I'm blue, I think of you in your eyes. How they look at mine, so kinda like that. You slow down time and everything's just fine. I was ocean swimming with just wishful thinking of my life, the vision drifting by until I found a lighthouse in your heart, shining like a beacon of bright stars. I was alive, wandering far until I found a lighthouse in your heart, guiding me out the dark. shining like a beacon of bright stars. I was alive, wandering far until I found the lighthouse, guiding me out the dark. You guided me out the dark.
Thirst, come drop that. Hey, Thirst, come drop that.
Love was a grave, and we fell into
Why have you been avoiding me so much lately? Did I do something wrong, or was it maybe something I said? I'm going crazy thinking about it.
Didn't do anything.
Say you're sorry, darling. Say it's all your say you miss me and you wish that you answered my calls. Say you're not done falling. Say our love is hard. Say you're waiting for me, that you wanna press me start.
Oh, and good luck with your buddy in the Mercedes.
Fade in, fade out, always caught up in the sound. You're up, I'm down, I kinda miss having you around. You watched me fall apart, time and time again. Couldn't lose you in the end. But if you call my name, it'll be okay. I'm never gonna leave without you. I'm never gonna leave without you. Can you hear the sound of my heartbeat now? I'm never gonna leave without you. I'm never gonna leave without you.
Welcome back, everyone. After a little bit of an extended break, we are back with the grand finals of the Veeam 2026 League of Legends tournament. We have the ever so amazing Rule 34 Urgot, possible three-time perennial champions here in the Veeam League of Legends tournament side, going up against Tilt as a Service, who just got out of a very grueling three-game series in the semifinals on the other side of the bracket. Rob, that was a treat to watch on the B stream, but we're here for the grand finals, and for the side of Tilt as a Service, they got to do it one more time.
They got to do it one more time after spending, I think it was 3 games all going at least 40 minutes.
Yep.
That's a slog. That's a serious. Let's see if they're mentally still in the zone, because especially when you make a comeback like that, either the momentum carries you forward, right? They were 1-0 down, losing that first game in that semi-final. Now they've got to come back into this final against... I've been watching the B stream a lot, and I would say Rule 34 Urgot, out of every team I've seen, are the cleanest macro team there is. So if you're either you're mentally in the zone as Tilt as a Service and you're going to be able to take it to them, or Rule 34 Urgot are going to come in with the prep and with the ability to play the macro game, and they're going to sweep you off your feet.
100%. Tilt as a Service, first time here on the A stream. We have Hacky, Pepic, Rosalia, Ghostfire, Greywind, as well as Aquasound. Aquasound, who was just interviewed by the B stream duo of Dia and Rude, bringing a lot of insight into how they took their victory, how they're feeling moving into this one. We also interviewed Katsi a little bit earlier as well, who didn't really expect Tilt as a Service to take victory in their semifinals matchup. Talking about the fact that, you know, for questionable team play, they had a bit more of a flair at the end of the day, but Tilt as a Service proved him wrong, so we'll see if Katsi is once again caught off guard by Tilt as a Service as a team.
I'm just looking at Hacky's picture with the 2 fakers in the background shushing you as well as himself. Yep. That's made me gig a little bit. He has been the star of the show for Tilt as a Service. He has been the talisman player in the top lane. This is why Katsi said he doesn't expect them to be here over questionable gameplay, because he believes questionable gameplay had a better overall team cohesion, compared to this sort of very heavy top lane style. He was saying top lane is island, top lane can't really carry. Turns out Haki did carry in that final game. Phenomenal performance on the Jax in that game 3 in that semi-final. Let's see if you can do it again here, because you were bringing it up just in the break. Okami has generally been very solid on the top side. So maybe this is the first real test for the Group B top laner they've not faced each other yet, right? This isn't a double elim, this is a single elim bracket, not had the chance to come up against each other. And I'm wondering now where we're going to see, someone like Katsi come through, who's now going to have to face Pepik in the mid lane. Pepik's brought out stuff like Asol, Zoe. He got a solo kill earlier in that third game as well in the semi-final. So maybe this is their first real test, because commiserations to the people that have had to face R34U, because to me, they've looked phenomenal throughout, incredibly solid. There's been so minimal slip-ups that you can count them on one hand.
Yeah. I think the only slip-ups we've really seen have been towards the end of the game, where we know that they get a little bit, antsy with how they play. They get a little bit more exposed. It's not the worst in the world. Closest slip-up of that was, I believe, game number 2, where we saw them lag behind in the early game. And that made us question a little bit. And then 5 minutes later, they were even up. They were good to go. So we do know mistakes can happen. We've seen them have some struggles in the early and late game. The question is, will there be a team that can actively steal all of that away? Tilt as a service now starting off on the blue side. R34U going to be starting on the red side. An immediate Ashe steal away, which I highly appreciate here on the day, taking that one away from Absoluteless. And Absoluteless locking in the Xayah instead, saying, guys, we got to get a little bit of safety in our ADC role. Let's grab the Xayah, have that Featherstorm.
It lets you dodge the Ashe shot out. It does make the lane maybe a little bit more difficult. Ashe is pretty dominant in that laning phase. Notice how Karma's been taken off the board as well, as the Aurora, as the Viego. We're going to see Gwen locked in here on the top side. This is probably likely a pick away from Haki. He looked very good in that second game in the semi-final on that, really much carrying that game as well. It also denies, these tankier picks maybe in the top lane. Let's see if he wants to answer with the Jax he just had success with in that previous game in the semis. I also want to see them round out. I would love to see a Jax Seraphine rotation here from Tilt as a service, but it's not. It's going to be a Zehen pick away from Devo. We saw him play that in the semi as well. What you're rounding out? This is the jungle pick. Are you going to go for your top laner? Or are you going to leave that for a second? Maybe this is a Gwen flex. Maybe you're sniffing that one out and you're leaving your top lane pick for a bit later. Either you're taking top or you're rounding out in support. If you go for a blind mid here, I think Katsi is gonna ruin you, because he seems to be so strong. It is looking like that support pick with the hover of the Lulu.
And I will say a Lulu with an Ashe is not the most prominent carry position. Normally you see a Lulu with something with a little bit more impact, like a Jinx, a Sivir, or anything like that usually has a little bit more flair behind it. I think an Ashe is more, I want to say, sneaky damage. It's damage that slowly rolls you over until you don't realize the Ashe is a carry position. But I still like the Lulu in terms of matching up with the Zehen as well, so this Wild Growth will be powerful. Rule 34 Urgot, though, instead of going for that Seraphine that we mentioned before, is going far more engage tools. Now that you see the Lulu, you're saying, let's go ahead and just slam in with that Solar Flare. Let's make sure we get that CC early and shut them down. We can now also focus on mid and top specifically, or wherever the jungle decides to go.
So they've decided to take the Amumu off the board. Was played by Aquasan in, again, the previous series. This is going to be a lot of comfort removed, right? A lot of what we've already seen people play. We've not actually seen Katsi on Syndra, so that ban is probably more interesting. I will say I actually really like this Leona. If this Gwen is currently a flex, you're not going to be able to bring as much CC or utility from that jungle or top role, depending on where you put it, most likely top. What that does mean is you need to bring it from somewhere else. You can't just rest on your laurels and bring an enchanter and hope that fights happen for you. You're going to force the fights on your terms. Great Leona pick up in that regard. The Vi is banned. Interesting to see, must be a target ban, because we've already got the Xayah and the Gwen. I think the Vi is maybe not as strong. The Ahri ban, not a surprise, right? Katsi, I think both games we've seen him on the Ahri, he has absolutely dismantled whoever he's against. I wonder what they want to take him mid here, because you saw a Mel earlier for him. So maybe he goes towards that Mel. It's going to be an Ornn blind. I'm still looking at this Mel at the moment, because I think you've got to be aware of this as Tilt as a service. Mel into Ashe is very scary for the Ashe. The Ashe arrow being reflected. Stuff like, Lulu Polymorph can be reflected as well. That's a projectile, would you not believe it or not? So the Warwick is locked in for what I assume to be the jungle position. I'm assuming it's not a top Warwick. It could be a top Warwick into
Yes.
Ornn. And we'll see what they want in mid lane.
Yeah, because we actually saw the Warwick for Tilt as a service before. Aquasound used that in game 2 to actually spin them to a game number 3, so it is going to go into the jungle. It feels like it's a little bit of a mismatch. Rule 34 was probably assuming that the Gwen versus Zaheen matchup was the main one to go for, and now you have a Gwen versus a Warwick, which is a little bit more difficult. Ornn against Zaheen is a little bit dangerous as well. Orianna, great blind pick to come out here for Tilt as a service. I'm surprised that Orianna dropped this far in the draft. As well, Orianna being seen as one of the primary blind picks, I think, nowadays. For mid lane, it's just a very safe pick overall. But you go for the Akali.
I was going to say,
Catsy.
I was sat there thinking this. I've only seen Catsy really be playing mages, right? So it's like the Mel, the Ahri is kind of an assassin-y, but more like towards a mage nowadays, with like the throwing out charms on cooldown and then looking to do a bit of damage here and there. And then the Aurora does do burst, but is also more on that mage archetype. I was like, does he have an assassin in him? Because I'm looking at this game and I'm like, actually, it's a really enjoyable Akali game. There's not that much that really locks you down. If you think about hard CC, there's Ash Arrow, there's a polymorph. That's quite hard to actually get on you in these situations. So now you're seeing Catsy kind of flexing his muscles a bit and saying, I'm going to take it to you. Even early on in this lane, it's quite hard for Orianna to necessarily play unless you are an incredibly proficient Orianna player.
Yeah.
And we've seen Catsy carry multiple games, and this is a carry game again for him. I'm liking the Ornn as well. I'm assuming it's Ornn top. Weirdly enough, we've seen Ornn jungle recently. Top and jungle are just like interchangeable at this point, apparently, with champion pool. But Ornn top into Zaheen, you're kind of saying, Okami, you're against their best player. Stonewall that lane, come into fights with, an incredibly impactful teamfight ultimate. The Gwen lets Devo just farm up and then become that carry. You've got a very safe bot lane with Xayah, and then the Leona is going to be able to be your engage as well as some disengage and set up for an Akali Gwen. And then Catsy in mid lane is going to be the person to watch this game, right? If he can get online, he's going to run over this team because Akali, when fed, is absolutely disgusting without there being any real CC. And what are you going to do? Again, click on a polymorph or an Ash Arrow. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be tough getting through that mid game, especially if the opponents are very aware. But if Catsy is able to get off to a good steamroll, all of a sudden that Orianna goes down, Warwick becomes a little bit of a shock factor. But the Ashe is gone, the Lulu is gone, and you're left with the Zaheen and Warwick. I would assume we're also going to see a lot of grievous wounds to come out here. I'm looking at the Gwen, I'm looking at the Leona, I'm looking at Ornn. If Akali wants to make a pit stop as well, this would work very well because the Warwick and Zaheen are going to be the mainstay sustainers in these battles that you get to. So love the fact that you pointed out that Akali R5 will be one to watch for if it works out for them. But let's look at that bot lane once more. Topside jungle, we kind of already know the matchup. I want to take eyes specifically here once more. We've seen Aquanaut and Absoluteless do better and better as time goes on. Now that you're on the Xayah and Leona, it's a little bit of a different chance. We've seen the lane matchup before, but not for this duo specifically. Absoluteless having a bit more safety to play with. Do you think this is the right call?
I mean, I think when you get the Ashe picked away, you're either choosing to match it with like aggression in lane, or you're saying, okay, we're conceding a little bit here, which is what the Xayah does. We're conceding a little bit here, but I'm very safe, right? You can't suddenly just, if I pick a Varus here, for example, and they slam a Vi into my face, I'm feeling really bad. I'm not going to enjoy my life past about 15 minutes. Whereas with the Xayah, it's a safer pick. It denies maybe that Ashe engage. You don't necessarily have to go towards that cleanse as well. The lane should be pretty chill. I think Absolutus and Aquana have generally laned quite well so far in this tournament. Even in the matchup where it was like the Yanara Leona versus what was the Cog and the Brand, I think they generally laned quite well into that. And that's, double ranged into lower range plus melee. They showed that they could at least play the lower range side of that matchup. So I'm pretty confident in them taking it here, playing out this laning phase. Aquana on that Leona as well. A couple little mistakes playing into it was more like playing into Brand Nivea and you getting caught out rather than it was Aquana not looking for plays, which is always good when you're a support who, again, she claimed to be a Karma OTP, and I think her Leona performance was pretty good. She was able to get out on the map, look for picks with a solar flare. There's a lot of opportunities this game to do the same thing. Warwick hates being stunned. He wants to keep auto-attacking. Leona's pretty good at denying that. And even stuff like this Orianna, immobile champion, right? You're going to be looking at Zaheen. He doesn't want to keep being like little stuns here and there. The Leona pick itself should feel pretty good in this game, I would say, against what's being shown. I just want to see them clean up. Like, I have concerns after that second game a little bit because of the early game. Like, they did kind of overextend. And I think Tilt as a Service is a different kind of beast from what we've seen on the other stream. They are able to actually stay in games a lot longer, and also they have a real threat in Hacky in the top lane, right? He seemed to be able to carry a number, like I don't know what his score lines have been in the games across this tournament, but every game I've looked at B stream, he's sat there with, you know, double-digit kills.
Yep.
You can't be having that happen because you have shown such consistent control of every game. If that falls apart, I don't really know. Like, it's your team play that's won you the game, not individual nestled moments of brilliance. It's just everyone's scores look good. Katsy in particular. Yeah. Is that going to work if Hacky starts picking up kill after kill after kill? He's able to aggress on side lane. They've always had control of side lane, for example. Rule 34 got like in that game against DDD, that Nasus matchup with the Jax, they generally always had control of that. What happens now if they lose control of the one in the 1-4 they've always played?
Yeah, it is a big question for either side. I think this is going to be their first big test. Remember, it is just a BO3 at the end of the day. So here with the Veeam League of Legends tournament, we appreciate everyone who's tuning in to see all the action go down. Now, keep in mind the third place matchup is going on the B stream as well. So if you wish to tune in and support your favorite coworkers or teammates or anything like that, go ahead and have that propped up as well. But we are taking a look at the top lane. I do agree. I think looking at Hacky as well as Okami will be one that is very, very fun. I also love the fact that you mentioned Aquanaut will be pushing out quite heavily. Will be looking for those ganks with that Leona very, very early on. I think back in game number 2 of the semifinals, we literally watched Aquana on the Leona just roam constantly. Never really worried about going back to the bot lane, never really cared to, just constantly rotating, constantly getting a gank, constantly falling behind Devo, and seeing what kind of magic can be made there. So for the side of Rule 34 Urgot, I like what their comp has done. What do you want to see them do here in the early game specifically, outside of getting kills, right? Like everyone wants kills.
Win laning phase. I would love them winning laning phase. That would be really cool. No, I think that firstly, I would, even though Hacky's a threat, unless there's an easy gank, I would kind of leave it alone. I think you've picked Ornn for a reason, right? You've picked to stonewall the lane. Zehen isn't necessarily the strongest early on, but I would trust Akami to stonewall that lane. I would be looking at where can I get advantages elsewhere that actually carry me through in the later stages or into the mid game. That is going to be either this Akali, huge pressure point, Akali into Ori. If you shut Ori down and get Akali ahead, Ashe cannot play the game. So suddenly that's an opportunity there. You can also maybe make plays in mid, and then what they've done incredibly well this entire tournament is make plays mid or force out mid lane and then then roam as jungle mid with their bot lane into the bot side and then look for a tower dive. These kind of plays, which they've already shown to be proficient at doing, is just the way they should be playing this game. Because your top lane is kind of boring. I'll be honest, you're playing Ornn. Leave Ornn to do Ornn things, which is hit the wave and scale and give yourself some free gold later when he hits level 13 plus. Make sure that, they aren't able to sort of get like Ashe a lead, for example, because Lulu has at least can buff Ashe. Like Ashe is, as you said, not a traditional hyper carry, but she does do a surprising amount of damage if she does get a lead. Let's play around mid, Katsy Devo together, maybe Aquana visiting there first, and then looking to then punish bot side. That's what I'm looking for in the first sort of 15-ish minutes of the game. Because if you can unlock Katsy, we've seen what he can do, right? If you can get him leads, he seems to be able to find picks on side, pretty proficient in side laning in a 1-4. Not just that, just in general, other than like, again, there's like, we're picking on things here because we've got to find a problem. Like we're trying to, because like Katsy got caught, once in that previous series? Like, wow, like that, I guess I have to talk about that because it's the only thing there is. Otherwise, it's pretty much been flawless. It was literally flawless in that Ari game that we just saw. It was genuinely an incredibly good performance. Tilt as a Service have to do, it's not so much stepping up. I think it's about finding their identity as a team here to combat this. We leave top and island, we play for mid, and then we use mid to get pressure bot lane. The way you're breaking this is either already pressuring bot lane or getting Hacky so fed he becomes a demon on the side lane you can't answer.
And Hacky just goes on a rampage once more. Yeah, I'd sit behind that as well. That is a game plan. Might not be the most sound, but it is a doable one for the squad. I am curious to see if they are going to play through the jungle. I think specifically for Aquasound, one of the most impressive things was how willing they were to play one of those just engaged champions at the end of the day. Was very heavy on that Amumu before. and was willing to kind of try their best. Or actually, I believe that was DDD. I believe that ran the Amumu, but it was a great CC chain, right? And if we're looking at Devo, who plays a little bit more standard in there, obviously the Amumu was banned away for a moment, but I don't know if it's actually going to go through. But for game number 1, we'll see how it plays out for the teams, and if they decide to put it on the line. I think for Rule 34, Urgot, we heard them earlier from both Katsi as well as Aquanon. These two players, even though one might be a little bit more humble, the other one a little bit haughty, that's exactly what we want. We want to see a lot of players with a lot of investment into their own team and recognizing that they have the strength. I think this game number 1 will definitely be that litmus test, and for the side of Rule 34 Urgot to really set the tone that we have been undefeated through this entire run so far, and we plan to remain undefeated until we are handed our crown.
And I think on the other side, the fact that you dropped a game in the semis to questionable team play, who I think they actually must have clean. You know, I did actually look back over that, over the break that we had. Look back over that game. Questionable team play had looked a bit more questionable on day 1 than day 2. If you are Till as a service, you need to prove that that one loss in the semis was just a bit of a slip up. Because again, Rule 34 Urgot have just shown to be absolutely dominant. And you've got to break that dominance somehow. Let's see if they can do it in this game 1. We're now on the Rift. And just standard, you know, the game starting, 30 seconds earlier, Orbital, has just meant that we've lost any kind of semblance of early game invades and funny level 1 shenanigans compared to the previous season.
Yeah, I think the most that we had was, early shenanigans around, like, mid lane is really all we see. Nowadays, it's nothing crazy, per se, but it's still fun. It's still fun to see all the chaos go down. Rosalie Ghostfire on that Ashe, Pepic on the Orianna, Aquasound on that Warwick, as we mentioned, Pro 4 on that Lulu, and finally Hockey, the one that we've watched before on that Sehen. Are you going to get a little bit more aggression in their eyes on Katsi, though? The one that always buys a Dark Seal once they get a kill or 2. Simon the Akali, can you make magic happen against Pepic?
That really is the question, isn't it? Because Pepic as well, in the other matches that we've seen on the other stream, has been an incredibly solid mid laner. He's had an array of picks. He's played stuff like the Asol, like the Zoe. He's played a game of the Orianna as well. And to see if how solid his laning is against what we've seen to be probably the best mid, at least on this stream. This early lane,
Damage?
It's usually a case of Akali. I once was described as a tadpole by a famous NA streamer, where she becomes a beautiful frog at level 6. So it's more about surviving that early laning phase, getting the CS you can, and then at 6, on like an amp tome or 2, you're one-shotting the enemy mid laner. So Pepic has to get a lot of advantages early here prior to that level 6.
Yeah, I can sit there and agree with that one. Just be a little frog, sit there and play smart. Hockey, though, trying to make sure that Okami doesn't get free build on the back end. That's one of my favorite parts of Ornn. Every 2 minutes, you're allowed to kind of build something in the background. And if you can build a component, it gives you a little bit of a leg up. So for Hockey, it's all about just play it smart. Don't get too over anxious and work your way towards favorability. Junglers finishing up their first clears. Both went opposite directions. Red buff to red buff for both. So Tilt as a Service as well as Rule 34 Urgot will be trading out the scuttles as well.
And I do like this coming out from both junglers, really. I think the way you're playing here as Devo is for mid-bot side. You're leaving your top island. Make sure to pass bot, therefore. And then on the other side, if you're Warwick, I think the fact that you've got such a strong player in Haki in the top lane, someone that you do want to play around, covering him is the most important thing. You see Devo here maybe looking for something in mid. Pepic's been taken already to half HP. It's the power of the Akali in this matchup with the Shroud. Not going to have to flash. It's just Devo crossing over to top side, but the scuttle's already gone. So it is just going to be full clear versus full clear. Devo, who usually does get double scuttle, is not going to get it this game.
No, this time it was much too even of a start to the game. You can see here that quick recall. For Aquasound, it's a little bit different. Straight on over to quickly clear once more. So clear speed might be a little bit slower than you're really enjoying here at the end of the day. And I gotta ask you that because Aquasound and this Warwick look like a beast in their semifinals matchup. When you see a jungler go full clear straight into another full clear without even buying, without even looking at any of the laning phase, what do you kind of assume about that jungler and what they're going to do?
Oh, hold on a second.
Wait,
There's a
a
flame
little bit
bot.
of a dance on the bot side. That's a step up. Pro 4 can't stay. One last auto could do it, but no. Out of Feather's range, so no first blood at this moment. However, Flash, Exhaust, both utilized to keep Pro 4 alive.
I mean, we are seeing there already a bit of the laning prowess out of Rule 34's bot lane. Absoluteness and Aquana generally have got the better of most of the lanes that they have played, and this lane seems to be no exception if you look at the CS. Yes, Ash is going to collect some, but she's still going to be down, 10. Hacky on the top side, though, he's really just, taking it to Akami at the moment. Akami happy, though, to sit here. He's got the TP available compared to the Ignite of Hacky. Kami's going to go back to base, get some more mana, and continue clearing these waves top. Yeah, down 10 CS. But it's an Ornn who still does scale into the game. You're talking about the jungler here. He has, as you said that, gone back and bought a Tiamat. Will help his clear a lot. You do need that on the Warwick, at least early on. It's very hard to clear some of those camps with multiple little minions in it. Or little birds, especially the Raptor camp. It's more difficult as Warwick, so the Tiamat makes that a lot simpler. He doesn't... If you are Gwen, you'd rather not meet Warwick until 6 if you can avoid it. You do want to be able to have that needlework up. Aquana's already roaming here, though, so if they do want to fight, this is a good time to do so.
Yeah, you're trying to kind of cut Aqua Sound off of their little extra fight. However, this is a Dan's Kotzi. Taking a look with that perfect execution. Got some good damage down on Pepik, but not enough to force a perfect execution underneath the tower. Instead, it's a little bit of space given, and Kotzi will just wait for the ultimate to come back up.
Yeah, it was trying to maybe burn out, say, the shockwave or get the flash out of Pepik there. Doesn't burn anything. Pepik holds his ground and says, absolutely not, I'm not taking the bait. Katsi now, without that ultimate available, is under a little bit of threat of a gank, but not really. We do see as well, the Dragon Beam started up because of look how much pressure there is, for example, in mid lane. Pepik's out of mana with no TP. Katsi's, 2/3 HP. And energy users don't mind, it regens so quickly. So he's going to have to take a reset here, Pepik. So this almost guarantees the Drake because, well, the mid laner's not there. You've got no prio in mid. The objective will always fall. Akami again in the top lane. I'd say he's having a bad time of it, but again, this is what kind of is expected when you're playing Ornn versus a carry champ. You just kind of sit there and suck it up. Drake goes over. Yeah. Rule 34 Urgot in a slight lead in gold. We're not seeing the same issue they had in the early game against DDD in game 2. They seem to have shored that up a bit and not gone for too many Hail Mary plays.
I mean, I don't think their champions really provide a Hail Mary play either, unless you're looking at Katsi, right? Ornn's not a really a hard dive champion. Absoluteless and Aquana. I mean, Aquana maybe, but you have to pair it with the right champions on the other side, and it's a Xayah. You don't really dive. You're the anti-dive. You're just trying to farm up, keep that CS lead for yourself, which you are doing, by the way. Huge props to Absoluteless. Currently about 25 CS up in that lane matchup, which is offsetting the top side in the mid lane, which is why we're sitting at only 100 gold difference in favor of R34U, and they might be looking to kind of maintain that. However, Grubs on the top side will be one to watch for here, as it looks like there was a small meeting of the minds up there. Hockey being pushed off the way.
And I will say, hold on a second, Aqua Sound is being caught out. I'll hold my point.
And that's a great knock-up right there. Needlework goes across their bodies. Only level 5 for this work, and that's just the needlework cutting right on through. Hockey's able to get revenge with no mana on Okami. You are just sprinting out to safety as quick as you can. Double flash out to safety, but Kanzi now looking to try and run interference. However, there's a big problem. You don't want to run straight into Hockey. Same with Pepik. Pepik just trying to stay away from danger. Going to stay under tower on this recall.
So yeah, Hacky as well doesn't really want to give up the wave to chase an Akadi, especially with the fact that it's not like Pepik can round him up. He is so low. So Katsi manages to get out there. It would have been a trade of, it's a trade of flashes, a trade of ultimates, a trade of the Ignite for nothing in the mid lane. Katsi coming very close to picking up a kill on his mid lane counterpart. On the other side, I like the fact they try and catch out Aqua Sound, but Hacky was there to support. And the fact that he's now got at least a kill for himself does make it a bit scarier for Akami in the top lane, who got a kill in return, but it's not to the same vein, right? Like the carry getting a kill versus the tank, you usually feel better if you are the carry. I was going to talk about the bot lane here, which is this Xayah in this game. If Absoluteless can keep this kind of, the pace of CS. He's at 10 CS a minute at the moment, which is a great, that's the bar, in modern League of Legends. That's what you want to be hitting if you can. He's sat here with very little pressure on him. He's going to scale into this game, a 3-4 item Xayah as you get later. Into the champions you see as tilt for a service. can be very deadly because the Warwick and the Zehen have to run in. He's going to be able to at least run at the Xayah somewhat and force them out as well. I would be keeping an eye on the bot lane and the scaling coming out from Absoluteless, at least going into, 25 minutes. But at the moment, it's about Hacky maintaining his lead, and it's about the Akali still pressuring in mid. Oh, no.
Oh, what a dive. That is a sharp calling card right there. That's what that was.
There's still a flash available for Ashe.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe a bit of disrespect on how much burst exists. You will just get locked up and stunned. And also, I'm going to say this again, check Katsy's ultimate, right? It's almost back up again. Pepic's got to now be scared. He's going to need a bit of cover soon on the time of this Akali ultimate coming up. I think you could see this game really explode in the next 2-3 minutes with the fact that now you've picked up a kill on bot lane and it's exploding in mid.
Yep. And they're just going to be looking for Katsi with the final perfect execution. We were waiting for it all game long, and there it is. Katsi now getting run down, though. Aqua Sound just on the hunt, sends it into Katsi's backside. So it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but still, we're starting to see Rule 34 Urgot take the time and take the energy to prep those 1v1s and get those leads rolling.
I think, to borrow a term from, CS and Valorant, if you're winning your ones, you've got to feel pretty good about the game. The fact that you're getting the better of your counterpart always matters. Akami here is having a real rough time, but that's not to be expected in a matchup like this. Oh, he's being dove.
And that dive is beautiful by Hockey. Ease of access right there. I was not really expecting that one, but for Hockey, it's all in day's work. Now in the mid lane, Aquana trying to get some revenge here onto Pepic, who is able to sidestep the main majority of that stun and instead is allowing this turnaround by Aqua Sound. But Pepic can't really do anything else. Doesn't have the shockwave in tow, so it's a 1-for-2 at the end of the day across the map, and this tilt as a service, keeping things even, 4-4.
And the gold, which had initially bloomed to 1,000, is now back to only like 400, and that just comes from the fact that Hacky is now, he's now proxying top, but he's getting even more than the better. He is absolutely dumpstering this lane at this point in time. 2 kills now on the board, a 20 CS lead, or even more than that, 25. Yes, they're getting dragons, but they're going to have to figure out some way of contending with Hacky at some point in time. They're going to have to get more leads elsewhere on the map, whether that does come from Katsy or from Absoluteless. These damage dealers, Devo even, they need to step up at some point. Aquasound's coming in here. He is by himself.
And they just look to try and jump in. I don't know if that was going to be necessary. The Infinite Duress is actually stopped, and now you got to get safety from Pro4, who uses that wild growth as well. Heavy investment to keep the jungler alive, but they're going to try and jump on in here. Dragon's going to get low, but a nice smite coming in from Devo secures that Drake for them on the side of Rule 34 Urgot. And with that, it enables Katsy to go crazy in that mid lane matchup. 3-1-1 for the Akali.
They do. Almost on time for me to say they need to make something happen and get leads onto other parts of the map because Akami is struggling. They do exactly that. They not only pick up the dragon, they pick up 2 kills. One of those goes over to the Gwen. The other one going over to the Akali means the gold is shared. But that's just great for the state of their game because Hacky is now going to have to run into a more fed Gwen, going to have to run into a more fed Akali. Akami's having such a rough time, man.
One of the few times we're actually watching Okami, who we saw lead in multiple instances, you're put into the weak side of that top lane and truly being put to the test here. Hockey now on a killing spree as Tilt as a service, looking better and better. And for the first time, Rule 34 Urgot have lost a lane here.
Yeah, they really haven't shown that too much across the entire tournament even. And now Akami is losing it now 30 CS behind. If he continues to fall, Ornn can scale, but he's still going to be quite weak. He's going for that heart steal, so he'll have the HP, but there's a lot of max HP damage, at least on the Warwick and on the Zehen. And I'm just oh, hold on, there's an ult going down in bot.
Good little mark. Pro4 taken quite low, but still able to flash away. Katsi now getting jumped on here by Hockey, who has now transitioned out of the top side and is making their presence known as Tilt as a service, becoming a menace here from Group B.
And Hockey has recognized he is the guy. He's the man for Tilt as a service to actually win out this game because everywhere else on the map is somewhat struggling. Yes, there's a CS lead for the Orianna in mid, but trust me, would you rather be the Akali or the Orianna when you see the Akali has a gunblade finish? I'm telling you, you do not want to be the Orianna, even with a 10 CS lead. So at the moment, it is just on Hacky to stabilize the game, which he's just done there by shutting down Katsi a little bit. He's now going back into the top lane where there's a fight going on, but they're 3-man collapsing onto Hacky. Let's see what we can get out of this one.
You might just leave him to his own devices, though. Grim Deliverance being utilized, just trying to stay alive in there, but Devo is allowed to pick up that kill with the Dusk and Dawn. And it's given right back to them, so Rule 34, Urgot not upset too much. They are maybe a little bit frustrated that is Hockey's first death, but they still have a lot of aggression and a lot of power left in their bank.
And I mean, the Gwen is also quietly just a broken champion with Dusk and Dawn, right? Getting, those snip stacks, twice as fast means that you get, an increase of like 25 to 30% DPS. And against champions, hold on, they're going in again. Never mind, Profor's caught out.
I actually really like this fight. Aquana and Devo, who is quite strong right now, at least in a 1v1 status. Pair that with Aquana, who has been brutal in these rotations and constantly being in the fight. I like the fact that they're always trying to fight when Hockey isn't there. It's the right idea to play for. And now Hockey has a chance to draw Devos into the battle. They're going to put a 2v1, but Hockey has a chance to really hold it down. Oldhorn goes out, but actually misses, but it brings enough time because of the Blast Cone. And Rule 34 are able to outplay poor Hockey, which sounds the horn of retreat for Tilt as a service.
Are they going to give over this Herald yet, though? Because they are 3 members full HP. It looks like they're going to be contested by Rule 34. They are going to have to back off. They do respect that. Probably told by Hacky, listen, I'm not alive. You need to be careful. Devo's also zoning them off. Takes a bit of damage for his trouble. Just get this crab, and let's see where the fight goes from there. Because Aqua, he doesn't want to give it up, but he should, with like a naughty doggy that he is on the Warwick, he needs to run it, walk away. He needs to hide and go in the naughty corner for a second, because there's no universe that he should be allowed to walk back in here. Okay, so initially it looked like they might actually try and take a fight over the Herald. Rule 34 will have taken that any day of the week with how strong they are, and it's Tills a service that back off. Hacky went from, 4-0 to 4-2 now, and he's trying to make stuff happen, but it is hard when you're in, 1v2s, 1v3s to actually answer back when there are Fed members on the enemy team. This Gwen and this Akali are causing him a lot of problems.
Now maybe a little bit of dance a little bit further as well. Kind of waiting here for the big explosive moment. Rule 34 Urgot, I will give them credit, even though the kills are pretty close. They have had pretty strong control over the dragon. A Chemtech soul would be nice for them. Having a little bit of tenacity plus a little bit more resistances once you go down below 50% HP will help in the battle against Hockey later on as well. So a lot of things kind of moving in motion for this squad. Mid tower will fall. Hockey uses their time to kind of push their way through. Katsi trying to fight it out as well, but that's going to be a Grim Deliverance being utilized, and Aquanaut sending the Soul Flare as well. They're going to look at the tennis. Shockwave lands on 2, though. What a turnaround. Pepic with a beautiful Shockwave. Sections away Rule 34 Urgot. And the rest of the team now, I don't think they want anything with this. Hockey has so much healing. Featherstorm being recalled in, but I mean, look at the sustained damage here. Ornhorn knocks everyone up, but where's the rest? Tilt as a service with a commanding win in the mid lane.
And initially there, Aquana kind of baited in her own teammate. She wanted to continue the fight. They walk over the Orianna ball. 2-man Shockwave just demolishes the dreams of Rule 34 Urgot. But this soul stacking as well. This Drake is now going to go over to Tilt as a service. So Haki, again, making the plays across the map, surviving for long enough. They're also getting the Herald. They're winning at every point here. And the champions, the defending champions who look so good so far, I mean, it's a Carly versus Lady Carry. What can you say? But the defending champions are on the back foot here a little bit. They are now fighting, though.
Ooh, and it's a good smarted way. You do get that Herald in your hands, but you got to recognize that if you want to bring this fight, you got to fight it as hard as you can. I don't know where Absoluteless was flashing to. You ain't getting out of that one, and we're seeing this situation where R34U, they're the ones that are usually picking up kills after a global objective, whether they get it or not. And now it's Tilt as a service who are just gung-ho about always fighting, and I love it.
I really do. The one thing the Rule 34 Urgot need to really focus on doing is not start panicking, which is kind of what we're seeing, right? Like that fight there, for example, is overstepping, because you've got to. I say Fedzire, she's 1-1-0, but her CS, she's still 10 CS a minute. If you start coming into the game and she's sat there again with 3-4 items, she's going to be able to put down a lot of damage in these fights, as long as you don't go in one by one, which is what we've been seeing. That's the panicked kind of nature that suddenly the champions are feeling. They're feeling real pressure for the first time. On the other side, Tilt as a Service, they've just, I mean, Haki, not just Haki at this point, I should say. You've seen Aquasound now grouping with his top laner and trying to make plays happen. Pepik as well, or he's actually here with the shockwaves. He's going to be able to keep Haki alive with the shielding as well, with the speed ups. And you're starting to see, you know, the machinations of a team that have some idea about how to beat the champions, right? They're playing through their strong talisman top laner.
I mean, Haki has been this powerhouse for them for a very good reason, and now Aquasound is following up behind. Reaching into the mid-game, 20 minutes in, Katsi saying, as long as it's not Aquasound or Haki, we will take advantage. Force Flash out of Rosalie. They try and fire back, but that is a long haul Herald usage.
Haki's moving.
Tower, though, so, you know, you take what you can get there.
Haki was moving down to that. I think he's decided, okay, I've been spotted. I can't keep going. Katsi is, this is, as I said, very proficient on side lane, but is doing the one play I think that you, as Rule 34 Urgot, you know is going to be consistently able to keep you in this game, which is get the Akali onto side into the Orianna. The Orianna can't fight you. In fact, she just instantly dies. So even though the Akali is ahead in items, in inverted commas, the Orianna with the 2 items and the Merc Treads does not survive. Zonya's now picked up as well for the Akali, so she's going to have a lot more survivability. The Gwen is on 2 items. The Ornn, he's not gone for the Heartsteel, I was wrong. He's gone for the Warmogs, which is just going to give him a lot of sustain on that side lane. Can back off for 5 seconds, heal back up again. That helps a lot in the matchup versus Haki. Let's see what they want to do here now, Rule 34, because they've now got the gold lead. It's been swinging back and forth all ball.
It really has, and neither team has really had the opportunity to really fight it all out. Rosalie fighting for their life right now as they burn flash earlier. Fortunately, there's so far that you can go. Try to pop the barrier, it ain't gonna work. Good run down of the ADC, but it's a kill for kill's sake. Tilt as a Service not too upset about what just happened. They'll be more upset about the tower and mid going down.
That would really open up the map, and when you've got this, again, the Gwen and the Akali who want to take these 1v1s, it's scary when the map opens up like that. Haki's recognised, I can't really defend that turret, so I'm just going to be getting gold on the bot side into myself. He has gone for that Moramal Mortius against the Gwen and the Akali and the Ornn, so he's going to be very tanky and have a lot of sustain once that shield pops, thanks to the Omnivamp passive that it gives you. He's still working his way up there to be this big carrier. Kami's got to be careful.
I mean, Akami's been in this situation a few times, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to help them out. You only have the Warmogs in your favor, which is kind of crazy to pick up on their own, but you know, they're trying to swing with the best of them, and it just ain't working out right now. At least with this fight, you're able to survive for a little bit longer than you expected, allowing Katsi to take down that topside tower. But, I mean, Haki now gets freedom to take the spot side tower, so it's still a trade at the end of the day of towers.
Yeah, it's a trade, and I honestly at the moment I think this is in favour of Tilt as a Service because the gold is going into the back pocket of your carry, your again monstrous top lane player at this moment in time. If you're a Kami, the notes might be you're turret bound, buddy. You've got to have to sit very deep on bot side because Haki will flank you. They're trying to make a play on him. It's not too little, too late, but it's hard to chase down as a hen. Got a lot of mobility. Let's look at this Drake. Because that is kind of the opening point here. If you see another Drake go down to Tilt as a Service, it'll be the Drake stacking being delayed and Rule 34 Urgot losing out on a Wincon. And Rule 34 Urgot, they need this sole Wincon so they can force fights. Aquasound's caught.
They might be able to swing hard. Needlework is going to land on the backside. Haki now getting jumped on as well. Ornhorn to cross off the rest of the team to try and zone him out. Aquasound is sliced up. Shockwave only lands on one because Katsi was in the mix. And that's a big ticket ultimate that is now down for the rest of the fight. Aquanon says the fight is not over. Scissors will snip away. And in one fell swoop, a Grim Deliverance might be able to fight back. Haki trying their best, but the damage has been done. Overall, Rule 34 Urgot will stay alive for a majority share. Yes, they will lose a few more members, but I think they can be proud with getting some of those shutdowns off the table. Pepik and Rosalie Ghostfire were able to clean up one more on the backside.
So it looked great initially for Rule 34 Urgot. They run into the enemy team. Aquana once again looking for that engage. It isn't going to end up being the engage that they want. I think it's just a bit of overextension. It's like, we should keep going, we should keep going. You do get the Lulu, but then you run into the meat grinder that is Haki and Pepik, who then pick you off one by one. This Drake is now going to go over to Tilted Service. So the Drake stacking win condition, that sort of, that time of putting on the game for Rule 34 Urgot, it no longer exists, right? They've got another 10 minutes before they really can threaten that. Scary moment because you are the one playing. Oh, Aquasound's caught, though, on trying to take the crab.
I don't like this. Aquasound in the last 2 fights has had questionable engagements, and now tossing their life aside is giving windows back for Katsi to kind of scale back into this game and get that Rabadon's death cap a little bit faster.
Yeah, there is still a lot of damage. I think they didn't have, in that previous fight, the respect for the other members. So they managed to Haki, they jump into Haki, and then Pepik and Rosalie are still alive. You can't run away from an Ashe, put it simply. She's going to slow you forever. So I think them not having they sat there and put so much of their focus onto the other members, onto stuff like the Lulu, who's going to empower the team, and then onto Haki as well, that they then kind of forgot that the Ashe is still in this game, 2 items online. The Orianna is very much in this game, 2 items online, working towards what I'm assuming to be that Zhonya's as a third, possibly, with that need to see Large Rod and the Amp Tome. Oh no, Lulu's caught.
And for Profer, who has been able to stay alive in the majority share of this game, they will finally go down for the second time here. Small catches are starting to add up in favor of Rule 34 Urgot, as it's sitting at 15-16 right now, 2 dragons apiece.
So this has always been the way that Rule 34 Urgot have been able to play out this sort of mid to late game transition, which has been that they're just so good at finding those picks and knowing where to be before the enemy are. Let's see if Tilted Service can make something else happen here, because, again, Haki can't control his team. He isn't able to dictate in that way what he needs to have happen all the time. He does need his teammates to somewhat, be on the same page on the other side of the map. You didn't see it there, and they're not on the page here. Like, they're being jumped on in mid. Flash has to be burned.
That's a tough one. Again, Rosalie Ghostfire has had their Flash burn pretty much off cooldown, which is really helping out for Rule 34 Urgot. They're willing to play a little bit harder around that fact. And I think you're not really worried about Rosalie anymore until that third item comes through, because it's more about keeping Rosalie away from the fight to give you time to deal with Pepik and Aquasound and Haki at this point. Baron is on the table, as you mentioned before. However, no one's really forcing their way close. It's more about the vision game. You can see a lot of the wards being dropped down here. And for Tilt as a service, they don't have any vision around the Baron. It was all just cleared, so now they're kind of wandering around in the dark, and Aquasound kind of taking that 50-50. Am I going to die, or am I going to be able to stay alive?
Let's also point out the death cap is completed here for the Akali. So the Akali is about as strong as she possibly can be in this game. She can continue to scale, but she's a monster at the moment. Haki leading the charge onto Akami. He's just walking to push out that Ornn, checking if the Baron's up. 5 members here topside. I don't really want to jump into this Rule 34. I'd rather wait, but Akami has been pulled back. He's jumping out of there on the blast code. Let's just play it a bit chill, because I think you don't want to run into the Fed member that is Haki. Cassie's caught.
You just said run into it, but it feels like the rest of the team have walked and opted in. Aquanaut feared away. Grim Deliverance in the backside, but the split fight might be in their favor. Katsi is allowed to solo out, but Aquasound has deleted Aquanaut. Huge shockwave on the backside, forces Absoless away. And Rule 34, forget the one rule in League of Legends. Don't fight the Fed member. Tilt as a service. Tilt that fight in their favor and take 4-0.
And Haki is, again, leading the charge in there, gets sped up by the Lulu, demands that Whimsy to get him into the fight. He has the shielding on him, and he just jumps straight in. It burns the Featherstorm out of the Xayah. The Ornn can't really stop the onslaught. Gwen isn't sat there with enough damage, isn't able to pick up anyone, and they can try and run down the base here. They're not going to be able to end. They're going to get at least the inhibitor turret, and likely the inhibitor if they want. Are they getting the turret? Hold on. The turret should fall. The turret has fallen.
There we go.
Excellent. They can now move on to the Baron and see if they can start it, or they can bait. It is a bit of a risk maybe to start, because there is a TP available on Ornn who might be able to delay it, but generally this should be the Baron for Tilted Service.
Pretty crazy stuff here. Big wins for Tilt as a service, coming out as that first seed of Group B. Kind of pushing this entire squad to the absolute limits, but they still got to close out the game. Things have been a little bit wishy-washy.
Seals
That's a
it!
Baron seal, though. Devo hopped in for the last second and is able to secure the Baron. This turnaround might be huge. Slice and dice, needles cut, and the scissors snip away. That will be Haki to be able to swing back, but Katsi on the back has annihilated 3. Couple more Ornhorns as Devo will go down. And Haki getting revenge in more ways than one. Katsi needs to run to hang on to at least one more Baron buff because Haki is unreal here. But that Baron seal Devo might have just bought Rule 34 Urgot a bit more time in this game.
It's bought some time. Haki is still a monster. He tanks up 3 members, then goes into the resurrection passive, comes back out and kills another. So the fact here that he gets his steal does delay the game enough for Rule 34 Urgot to maybe look for another dream kind of fight. But the 3rd Drake is going to be secured. You know, seeing the picture-in-picture there. That means that the Soul Wincon is now firmly in favor of Tilt as a Service. Katsi is doing what he needs to do here, which is play on the backside. He is trying to actually, like, you know, zone off the fight and give his team time to kill Haki. But at the moment, they don't have the damage. He's just able to tank so many members thanks to the Death Stance, plus, you know, the Stride Breaker HP, the innate healing in his kit, the Moribund Mortius Omnivamp as well. It's hard to shut down this ahead. As you see in the picture-in-picture, there's a fight going on right now.
And it's a whole dangerous
Haki's
spot.
dead.
That's just kills. That's just kills. Great job. I have no idea what happened there, but it looks like it was a dragon attempt by Tilt as a Service. I was watching that replay a little bit too closely. Rule 34 Urgot able to find one more snipe there. And will they chance a little bit further as well? No, they won't go for Aqua Sound, but it's enough. You took out Haki. Now you can look for a few more kills. Oh, what a catch. Katsi with the last shuriken.
And I don't think Rosalie is going to be able to keep going here. So you'll see Katsi just walk away. They're going to get mid-turret. Haki is back up in 20 seconds, so they do need to just take what they can out of the enemy jungle, get the resources into the back pocket, and get a reset off before the terror of the rift that is Haki is going to come back. The thing for me here is that I do think they should be able to shut him down. They have the Xayah Feathers, so they can lock him up. They should have enough damage. The real question comes in is, if they start falling one by one, this Death Stance Ignore Pain passive, and it cleanses the damage becomes a burn over time. When you get a kill, is cleansed, and then you heal for an amount. Means that it's actually really hard if they start chaining death into Haki, because he just doesn't die. So they need to blow him up immediately. That's the focus.
Really, really do.
That's the focus.
Yeah, I think they're doing it as well. They're slowly getting a handle on it, but it might be too little too late. If this 4th Chemtech Dragon comes through, if Tilt as a Service are able to get all 4, it is destructive in how long Haki can live. Like, just straight up on their own without any extra behind it, it's brutal. You also have the Endless Hunger now, completed as your 4th item. You still have that Doran's Blade in the back pocket. You have so much to stand on your own that you are just never really going to go down unless it's a 5v1 and you take time. I'm looking around. Ignites are going to be the main cause as well if you're going to try and burn through that healing piece. So, you know, here and there it's available, but I do agree. You just had to blow up Haki as soon as possible. I'm almost scared of like a QSS to come out as that 5th item for him, just to be on the extra safe side. But as we take a look, Rule 34 Urgot pushing down this mid lane top side, taken away by Haki. So we'll take a moment or two to breathe. Other than that, it's just waiting to try and collect the gold. Rule 34 Urgot taking as much gold as they can without leaving themselves out for a death.
I do like this Banshee's pickup by Pepic. I think it's actually quite hard here for him now to be caught by like a Leona ultimate, for example, right? He also blocks a lot of damage from the Akali. It means that he can stay alive to boost up his kind of broken top lane at this point. Level 18, 2 more levels to go until he's max for that, you know, top lane quest. The Endless Hunger finish gives him more survivability, you know, with the tenacity plus the Omnivamp. Man, it's still a case here where Rule 34 Urgot, yes, they've got like a slight gold lead, but the gold where it's situated for the side of Tilt as a Service is pretty much perfect. You don't really care if your Ashe is that far behind because she still has Ashe Arrow. She's still a champion, even when she is only on 3 items at 33 minutes. So
True.
You've got a really clash of styles that still comes in here again. Everything on Haki, see if he can run them down. You know, he jumps in with his ultimate, or the shockwave on top, versus, well, we've got damage. We definitely have damage on the side of Rule 34 Urgot, and we're all kind of fed. We're all kind of in the game. But, like, can we kill the Zahen? And that's a question that, as this game goes on, should become easier to answer as yes. But at the moment, I'm not so sure.
And the longer it waits as well, it's a whole different story. We get that fight in the top side, flash for flash from Haki as well as Katsi. The two most fed members are going at it like cats and dogs. Maybe we can take a look up there as Katsi is getting quite low, and it will be Haki to win it out. Haki solos out Katsi.
And so now you've lost the Akali, who is your most fed member. He is going to have to take a reset here, Haki. If I am Rule 34 Urgot, I need to get off the map. I need to get back into my base. I'm being slowed down because there is a TP available for the top laner. Absolute is caught out. He's dead.
Oh my gosh. Absoluteless, absolutely obliterated right there. And that can only secure Tilt as a service on this dragon. Now, of course, Devo could look to steal, but I mean, it's a tall order right now.
I mean, they can also run down here. They can look here because Haki... Okay, Haki's finally coming to support. It's a bit scary. Okay, they might have run in a bit too far.
Only a little bit, as Okami will try and run interference, but in comes Haki to help on out, and this is cleanup duty as Tilt as a service looking better and better. 35 minutes in, they have 4 dead, and they will secure this soul for themselves.
They get the Kimtech soul, they get damage reduction, which makes Haki even harder to murder here. And so now, what is your plan, Rule 34 Urgot? Your back is firmly against the wall. We've seen you fall behind before, but not to this degree. And now you are even in gold. The Baron, you're going to have to probably steal it again. Tatsi needs to respect the top laner. He still has the damage on everyone else. It's just that Zahen. They're looking to make a play on him here early. Devo's caught out.
And for Devo, I mean, you tried your best, but it's against a very fed Haki and a very fed Warwick. Aqua Sound 7, 6, and 8 is also looking like a beast. And down goes your jungler for 50 seconds. Tilt as a service, free as Baron of their lives.
Yeah, Haki again making the move into that tri-bush, catches Devo out. His team then follow up. Well, Aqua Sound comes over the top to help him out with that jungler down. This fight is very hard. Yes, you're down only 1 member, but you're going to have to try and make it happen, I guess. 3k on the Baron.
They're going to look for it. Quick smite away. It's an easy take, and honestly, for Tilt as a service, you should feel very comfortable fighting the rest of this out. Chewing through the tank like frickin' butter. It's a double for Profer as they get their first 2 kills of the game. Tilt as a service, though, watching this rundown by Aqua Sound. Aqua Sound chasing, jumps on in with that stride breaker, cuts the knees out of poor Absoluteless. And Katsi, I mean, there's only so far you can go. Mid lane now, the chase, and Tilt as a service looking god tier here in game number 1.
And I mean, they're going to end this game here. They're going to make sure that the Rule 34 Urgot, they're not going undefeated in this tournament. They're going to be running them down. Game 1 is going to go the way as Tilt as a service. And honestly, shout out to Haki as, you know, Devo can try. He can try and cut the wave, but that's it. Game 1. For what I would describe as, you should describe them as the underdogs for this final, but it goes their way. And again, shout out to the top lane, but the rest of the team back in as well. Pepik, Aqua Sound, Profa, and Rosalie all kind of playing their part in this victory in game 1.
Very much so. And again, we mentioned that Haki was going to be the big star to kind of watch for here. They played their part beautifully. Everyone did, as you said, but I think Haki really stands out. And our big question, I think, is going to be, can they do that on any other champions? Right? Is this going to be a 3-game series? Is this going to be a 2-0 by Tilt as a service? Are they going to be able to successfully tilt the previous champions? Is the 3-peat going to be denied here, Rob? There's a lot of questions that we want to ask, but honestly, the players need a little bit of a break. I know that for Tilt as a service, they've been running so hard on the day. Let's give them a break. Let's give ourselves a break a bit, and we will be back with game 2 in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
fact or fiction. You picked your poison. This mental friction, clearly it's been broken. Borderline tragic, you're so dramatic. It's automatic, you turn it on like magic. What would it take to make you feel better again? What would it take to make you feel better again? What would it take to make you feel better again? Better again. So bitter, walking a fine line, living a white lie. You're wasting my time, waiting for a bright side. A plot, get you in a fair with the feelings. This is all we got. It should have been fucking easy, but turns out it's not. Can someone please stop the bleeding till you call the shots? So staring up at the ceiling, did we lose the plot? Get you in a fair with the feelings. This is all we got. It should have been fucking easy, but turns out it's not. Can someone please stop the bleeding? I wanna know what you know and let it go. It's out of your control. Would you just be fucking honest with yourself?
reminding us that even the smallest rock can have a hand at sculpting worlds. Asteroid.
Game 2 on the horizon as we had a chaotic game number 1. Maybe not as much chaos as the third place match ongoing right now. 46 minutes and counting. But I will say, in a matchup where we foresaw Rule 34 Urgot kind of taking it all, being able to storm their way forward, continuing their march of dominance, Tilt as a service came out swinging with Hacky in that top side.
Yeah, I mean, you've just summed it up. Hacky, just phenomenal from almost start to finish. Solo killing early on, playing side lane correctly, punishing, over-aggression, calling for what he needs to have happen from the rest of his team. You saw him in some of those fights. Everything, the Lulu isn't buffing her Ashe. The Lulu was there, Orbital, to buff up Hacky. So he's he's leading the charge. The rest of the team as well, there's something to be said here where when you have a talisman player, it's important to get behind how they want to play. And that is what we've been seeing Tilt as a Service do in this game 1, which is, the Orianna ball is for him, but they're playing back and they're letting him show how good he is in this top lane. Akami had a really hard time of it. As we get confirmation from the B stream there, the questionable team play will have won their first game in the third, fourth place match as well.
Yep.
But to our series, to the one we're now in, Rule 34 Urgot versus Tilt as a Service, a lot of picks are now off the board, thanks to Fearless. Yep. So we see no Ashe. We're not going to see Karma, or we're not going to see Aurora, right? We know that's the case. But we are going to see if, now they've gone onto blue side, it says here, for game 2, have Rule 34 Urgot. We'll see what they want to first pick. Because, again, a lot of these power picks, stuff that we've already seen throughout the entire tournament off the board, stuff like the Orianna as well. We'll have to see how deep in the pockets, Aquana, she can bring out a Seraphine. She's brought her Leona out now. What does she have left in the back pocket?
Yeah.
Questions to be answered.
Yeah, I would definitely fall down that list of... there's still plenty of utility champions available, right? If you want to go a little bit more long range, you can go with Lux and stuff like that. You can go with quite a bit. What I will say is a little bit different, though, is Rule 34 Urgot, after they lost that game 1, for the first time have been allowed to opt into a side selection, and they choose blue side. They're the ones that want this blue side to get that first pick, and they grab the Nocturne almost immediately. They leave open the Amumu, though, taking a choice to ban out the Victor, Mordekaiser, and the Jax instead. So long range favor, Tilt as a service, going with a gentle wombo combo. Because the Amumu's in there, but then you draft Caitlyn, I almost would have liked to see a Misfortune in there.
I can see the one for Misfortune pretty easy to play, right? Champion, press the R key on top of the Amumu R key, Curse of the Sad Bullet time, always effective, has been since the beginning of the game. Because in 2009, by the way, League of Legends came out. That's a long-ass time. You see the answers here is Jhin. So Absoluteness going back to the utility champions. Jhin is seen as pretty good into Caitlyn, able to kind of stonewall the lane, also provide assistance from afar. We get Katsy's Ahri as well. So we're seeing now closer to what we'd seen in some of the previous drafts, which is a pick-style composition. They don't have the Ashe. They've gone for the Jhin, but it's still a supportive ADC to support 2 divers going in. We've also seen Devo play Nocturne, and he was very proficient at it.
Yeah, I think a big part about this, though, is, again, we're still not seeing that top lane. And I think this still, even though Rule 34 Urgot are getting everything else that they want on the map, what scares me is the fact that Tilt as a service are getting everything they want too. They're building this immaculate kind of 4-man roaming squad, plus extra CC on top, and they're going to have R5 counter pick. And again, Hacky was a big reason that they won last time, and it's a top lane matchup. If you get a weak side champion for Okami to play, I could foresee Tilt as a service taking this one as well if you're not careful. There's a Seraphine ban, we mentioned it before. You're not giving Aquana these comfortable utility supports out there. You really need to keep them banned away, and Tilt as a service are fully respecting that.
I wonder what she's going to go to now then. Because I wouldn't have gone Leona this game anyway. Obviously, it's off the board from Fearless. But I don't think, we've seen her play Seraphine, Leona, and Karma. All of them are gone. I would prefer to go for something that's longer range. I don't think you want to go for another engage. Like, going engage here feels horrible into Veigar and Mumu. If they just stand their ground, you need to be quite far ahead, or else you have to be willing to sacrifice your life just into the Veigar cage, let alone the Curse of the Sad Mummy. So I could see them going towards, weirdly enough, like a Xerath or like a poke support if she wanted to go that way, or an Enchanter. But I'm trying to think what Enchanters are even left that fit the bill. Like, obviously, you're not going to go like a Milio, for example. You'd rather go like a more pokey kind of enchanter. And like, those are like the karmas. You see the Zyra ban as well. You see, as we said, the Seraphine. Those are the ones you want to be pairing with it. So maybe you do have to just go full mage in the bot lane. They banned out Ambessa. They banned out Camille. That's telling me Garen, by the way. Camille is a champion that is horrendous for Garen to play. And it's a champion that we've seen the top lane of Rule 34 Urgot play in the semi-final.
I mean, they can, but at the same time, are we looking for a support here? Are you looking to try and grab it? Yes, you are. Caitlyn and Nami up against the Jhin. And this is where, Rob, you were talking about, what are we going to pair with the Jhin? How are you going to get away with this? We've seen Alistars sometimes come out to play. Even against a lot of CC, that Unbreakable Will is nice, but it makes sense that, as you mentioned, it will be that Vel'Koz. Now, Vel'Koz is still very easily caught out, so still a lot of danger on the table, but this is the big play. It all comes down to this last pick here. It's a Volibear for Okami in the top side. Let's see if Tilt as a Service has a response.
Jax is banned, so that's usually the classic kind of pick into it. Fiora is really frustrating for it as well. Very easy for her to parry the stun, so, you know, it's very easily read. Interested to see what he wants to answer here, because he's usually played the carries. The Gwen is off the board, Maud is gone. Again, I'm looking at like a Fiora or some other sort of solo carry kind of potential. He's going to pick up the Cho'Gath.
Wow.
Which is not in the same vein as what I was going to think this team was going to go. Both drafts here, clearly a lot of comfort. Clearly, you know, if you look at the lanes, there's space for Caitlyn and Nami to make stuff happen, but they're into a Jhin Vel'Koz. I want to see Aquana if she can play this Vel'Koz, because I was thinking Xerath, right? Jhin Xerath is like the classic poke lane, or like the longer range artillery duo. Vel'Koz, not so much. Seen it a lot in this tournament already, though, so I'm assuming everyone's kind of proficient at it here in Veeam. And on the other side, you've got like poke and then like dive, right? You've got Ahri and Nocturne, Volibear on the side lane. Volibear should be fine on this side lane matchup. You know, the Dusk and Dawn build with either a Navori or going into more tanky items generally benefit you, you know, into these tanks, because you do a lot of damage over time against them. So I think you're seeing a team fight comp from Tilt as a Service versus a more dive and then like a 1-4 side laning comp. Rule 34 Urgot were not happy with the fact they picked team fight last time, or they wanted to play more of a team fight and they kind of got run over by a very scary Sehen.
Yeah. I can agree with that. I will also say for Tilt as a Service, I'm not liking their damage output. You look down their damage profile, it doesn't feel amazing, right? Caitlyn can do some damage to Stain, Veigar will have some burst later, and it's fairly squishy around the majority share of Rule 34 Urgot, but you definitely don't have that same burst ability that you had before, the same sustained damage from before. Tilt as a Service have gone in a drastically different direction, and I do wonder if we're looking at Hacky on the top side, it's kind of given away that large pressure that you had as an R5 pickup. I feel like you could have picked the Cho'Gath at any point and been fine. So the fact that you picked it here against the Volibear, I'll be very curious to see how it plays out. Mid lane, though, Ahri versus Veigar, I feel like this is right up Katsu's alley. Remember, Katsu was doing very well with that Akali, maybe not given the best spot, but at one point was like 10-3 and 4 was rocking in the kill department.
I think what you need to watch here, you just commented on the Hacky thing. The thing that Cho'Gath does do is he is very frustrating to dive into, because the silence ruins your day. You've got Veigar Cage, you've got a Mumu, you've got Nami ult over the top. So, if you can get to the point where you've got Caitlyn past, she's pretty good early game, and then she falls into a massive hole. And then at like 3.5 items onwards, she does a bit more damage again. If you can get through that sort of damage valley that Caitlyn and Veigar has to some degree until he manages to pick up like a death cap, as well as being able to have those stacks online. If you can get through that, you've got a really good sort of anti-dive setup. You can sit on an objective and you go, okay, come in. I've got Cage. I've got Veigar. I've got the silence from the Cho'Gath. I've got the Curse of the Sad Mummy if you try and jump on top of us. I've got Caitlyn traps. I've got Nami wave. However, as you were saying, there's a lot more early game damage and the ability to play the map early game for the side of Rule 34 Urgot. The question is, Can they do that? Because we've seen these games go on for a very long time. Nearly every game is 30 plus minutes. And if it goes to 30 plus minutes and they get through that sort of damage valley in their draft, then Tilt as a Service have an easier time to play around that, like, you know, 5th dragon fight because someone's taken one early. You know, we're not talking about like a clean 4-0 dragon fight. We're talking about 5th and 6th Drake as being when they're actually at their strongest.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the moment where we hit that 50-minute mark and we just look at an enormous Cho'Gath who was sitting on like 16 stacks or something like that, nigh unkillable in that same vein, because, you know, it's just gone on long enough. And we do have to take a look at that factor, you know, the length of time that these teams are willing to play. I think a majority share of Tilt has been 35 plus in the minute count. For Rule 34, it's been closer to like 33, 34 minutes. They do close it out around that time usually, mostly because they have a lead. So your statement of it is going to reach that late game, it is going to be at that point where we're just like, dude, close out, get the Elder, finish it off in something, it's real. I don't know if it's going to be in that comfortable position. Rule 34, they're going to give it their best shot. Devo, Katsi, Aquana, Okami, and Absoluteless. On the other side, for Tilt as a Service, who took game number 1, Hacky, Pepic, Rosalie, Greywind, and Aquasound. These 5 have really taken it to town and are trying their best to upset the previous champions, take the crown for themselves.
And I think, for me, if we were going for, I say nameplates off, but just sort of in a more standard setting, I actually prefer Rule 34 Urgot's draft. I think they've got a lot more. The reason I prefer it is because I think you've got Nocturne Ari able to play early game, right? Like for the first 15, 20 minutes on that first Nocturne ultimate, can you like start snowballing the game? My concern has been that we've seen Rule 34 Urgot, even in their wins, make mistakes, you know, get caught out, lose a fight. And I think if you lose the momentum in this game, I think it's going to be very, very hard to close. And
yeah,
like objectives, they've got Cho'Gath Feast to secure objectives later. They've got loads of anti-dives. So again, we need to pay attention here to like the early kind of laning. Katsi's now on the Ahri again. Had 2 phenomenal performances on this champion, willing to pick it up blind for a 3rd. Vigo was a traditional counter into Ahri. It was something where Ahri could no longer play aggressive with the Spirit Rush. The cage comes down. She gets put in the baby cage. She gets blown up. Let's see how Katsi can play around, even in the 10 to 15 minute fights against this cage. Can he find the right charms? Because he's been amazing at doing it so far. Can he do that?
Yeah.
Because this is where fatigue starts to set in, we will say.
Yep.
If you're Tilt as a Service, you've played, what, like 40-minute games, and then you play a really intensive game in that first game of the finals. And if you're Rule 34 Urgot, it's almost the opposite side. You're not that warmed up. You know, you're not sat there in like a great state because you had to take a long, like what is for a tournament, a long break between your semis and your finals. Whereas Tilt as a Service, you're either riding the momentum or you're burnt out. And really, there's no in between.
Yep. Yeah, I will say I do agree with that, but at the same time, these guys all look very, very warmed up and ready to play. I mean, you saw Rule 34 Urgot, they were willing to scrap with the best of them. So, you know, for Tilt as a Service, it is about maintaining that high-end energy moving into this next game. If they can try and take the victory. I will say, for Tilt as a Service, these guys were very willing to pull the trigger on team fights, by the way, and I don't think that's something that we've really talked about. They were consistently willing to pull that trigger, say, hey, we're going to fight, hey, we're going to dive on in, and I want to give respect to that as well, because now you have that Amumu, and you mentioned before, getting through that late game with the Feast, with all that. If Tilt as a Service just randomly call a gut call Baron or a gut call Elder, that will be devastating for Rule 34. And I don't know if Rule 34 has picked up on the fact that Tilt as a Service are kind of playing without abandon. They're not overly worried about who's going where. They're just kind of playing to their own tempo and their own pacing. And I love it. So let's see if they can do it one more time as Pep immediately opens up with a little extra damage on their back. And feels a little bit bad, but not the worst in the world.
No, it doesn't. You know, early on, Ahri should have a lot more control of this lane. You step forward with the Foxfires, look to get the damage down onto Vigo, which you're seeing if you look at the health bars already. Katsi knows how to play this early lane out has the Ignite as well. Lots of aggression possible in this mid matchup. It is hard for Vigar until he does get a little bit of mana and some levels in that queue for the cooldown reduction to actually fight back in this lane. But again, the cage causes a lot of issues post 6. So expect aggression in the mid lane. In top lane, Cho'Gath does a surprising amount of damage, and it's a Hail of Blades Ignite Cho'Gath, so there's a little bit of cheese potentially for Haki. As we do get a pause and a little zoom in on the Ahri.
You know what that was? You know what that was, Rob? That was Pevik immediately hitting pause and going, that's not the right amount of damage.
Does it
What are you
insane
talking
about? Look, was my health
Yeah,
on?
I electrocute doing like 150 in the early stages. What are you talking about, man? Just look at that lightning bolt on top of his head. I'm a Vigar fan. I love Vigar so much, but that hurts seeing that go down.
Yeah, and it's going to hurt even more in a second when Katsi's hit level 2 and Pepik really can't walk back into the lane. I just want to give a quick rundown as well on this bot side, which will be interesting to have a look at in a minute when we do get out of this pause. Rosalie and Pro4 didn't have the best time early on. Like, Absoluteless was at 10 CS a minute last game, right? If that happens again this game, I'm expecting to see kills, not just poke damage. Because you're going to have a lot of, there's a lot of threat if you overstep as this Nami, right? Like last time it felt like the Lulu caught out a couple times, but not really, right? It was able to survive a number of engages from Aquana because the damage wasn't quite there. I want to see if this Jhin Vel'Koz can maybe get Absoluteless a lead, not just in the CS department, but in the kill department as well. I have to see how long this pause goes on for, because this freeze frame here, your best buddy in the mid lane in Vigar he's being smoked for a very long time.
There's a point where you're just kind of sitting there going, I deserve this. I did something and I deserve this. That's kind of the eyesight that I'm looking at there, but we are waiting to see exactly what's going on.
We're back.
Okay, we're diving right back in. We're good.
There might be a little bit of pause. There's always a pause on a pause whenever these things happen sometimes with riots. Spectator, we don't see it. We see the level 2 come in bot lane. They're pushing up. There's the pause on the pause. There's the pause on the pause that always happens.
Yep. And right before Rosalie decides to take a trip up the in a little hop, skip, and a jump off of this Vel'Koz E, the knockup is always kind of funny to watch. It's a little bit of a rupture.
There we go.
4-4 and extra damage behind, and Rosalie is forced to come out with that heal.
And just forced away. Have burning that summoner, burning the barrier as well. Really great start early on from the apparent Karma OTP, we're being told, playing, her 4th champion of the tournament. Lots of great poke coming down. You can see Katsi here exerting his will in this mid matchup. This is how it goes. He's now got the push in towards him. Vigar can't walk up. He's going to need a bit of help from his jungle. He's got to call for that. Damage coming through. Oh, it just gets dodged in bot lane. And in top, huge advantage for Haki, but again, it is a Hail of Blades, Ignite Cho'Gath, versus the TP from the Volley Bear. Akami's just seeding the lane early to not give over too much value to that star player in the top lane.
And give him a little bit of time, walk away, and for Pepik, it's all about just trying to stay safe here. It's going to be a nice little cage going down here. Event Horizon does some damage, but unfortunately, you're not trading back as neatly as you would like. Katsi, I mean, we've seen Katsi tower dive before on much less HP, or maybe even more, so we do get that flash charm into Doom. See, depending on what they decide to do, but right now, jungle is being completed on both ends. Was Aqua Sound that actually finished up their run a little bit faster. There's the jump in, though, and Katsi, what did I just say, Rob? Beautiful work from Katsi.
Akami's going to have to be careful. It needs to flash. He's going to the dodge. Ooh, I'll say he's going to have to dodge that out on that bandage toss. Does survive. The TP hasn't been burnt yet, so if he wants to, he can just chill and then TP back. This is what Katsi needs to be doing, because I think, again, if they've got a star player on their side of the map, you need to be the star player on yours, and that's what he's been so far this tournament. Rosalie's caught, flashing.
I mean, that was good
Painful.
damage back. I mean, I like it, though. Rosalie Ghostfire has already lost the barrier earlier, lost the heal as well, so now you're just kind of playing on the back end, and this is what we were talking about before, right? There's not that much damage with this Caitlyn. If you don't do it early, it becomes a problem. Katsi, though, willing to dance inside the event horizon, didn't get stunned up playing inside the wave. It feels good for them. Hockey on the top side trying to do the exact same, but Okami with a great stun will slow them down. So a lot of these points aren't really getting through, I would say, to Rule 34 Urgot just yet. Instead, it's just kind of playing with the times overall. There's a silence, though. Quick punch back as Okami will be locked out of this top side for a moment. But what a heal and more! And Okami with the lethal tempo bear swings with the lightning in the 1v1.
Not only does he win the 1v1, the ignite is burnt, so that pressure's gone. They're now showing even more aggression in mid lane is Katsi. So winning that top matchup, or rather being able to get that push as well as the kill in a matchup where you were down a lot of CS and had already been visited, is huge for the top laner. Not just for the state of the map, but for his confidence. Orbital, right? He's not been pressured at all this entire tournament. And game one, he really was put in the dirt. He's now coming back in this game two and making a statement. I'm interested to see where these two builds go, because it is usually a Dusk and Dawn Volibear. That's usually the meta at the moment. For the Cho'Gath, we're seeing an Amptobe, and they're seeing a play in bot lane. Charm goes wide.
Well, yeah, but everything else lands. And Profer has to flash to safety, but it's underneath the tower. Great wave to keep yourself alive for a moment. But, I mean, it's damage all around. Devo in the wings to help out as well, but it's all about this dragon take. We're really seeing Rule 34 Urgot feel a lot more comfortable in this game overall, which you mentioned is on a bit of a timer, but we like to see it. Katsi back to their old realms.
Yeah, being able to get, out on the map as this mid laner to try and affect bot is huge. As they're going in top lane, there's a scrap. Okami feels confident.
Yeah, and that's forcing a flash out of Hockey as well. Okami really, really happy about how they're currently playing, and Pepic forced the flash as well. So this late game scaling composition from Tilt as a service is really losing out in the early laning of the game. Good punishes from Rule 34 Urgot.
This is what we want to be seeing, right? Again, I am worried about if it goes to 30-35 minutes about having to play Nocturne Ahri into dive. You're making plays. Rosalie's caught. She's dead.
It's a great other catch once more. Very, very comfortable in that spree. And with that kill, you also lock away a massive minion wave that poor Rosalie won't be getting.
There's a gank in top lane, though. They're trying to help out Haki, their star player. They need to get him ahead in this game.
Well, they're going to try their best. No major ultimates, no flash available, but no ult on Aqua Sound either. So Crystal Sad Mummy ain't going to be used. And they're going to kind of just slow down here, push out the lane, give Haki a chance to recall again. I just am... This entire situation is just so weird to me. 3 kills now in favor of Rule 34 Urgot. And remember in the previous, Tilt as a Service was up at this time off of some very questionable play options.
Yeah, and now what we have to see, though, is Rule 34 Urgot make it happen again and again. They're going in mid lane. Epic's caught.
I mean, they get a great fear down. Easy cut through with that spell shield, and they'll give the kill over to Katsi. No chance with that Primordial Burst. That's barely any damage because you're going Rod of Ages build. Not exactly the most painful build out there.
I mean, this early game for Veigar should be pretty rough. He should be the target of Rule 34 Urgot on every single Nocturne ultimate, because Nocturne can just walk through the cage. Okami, though, is the target for the Tilt for a service.
Yep. Round number 4, ding, ding, ding. Now we bring in yet another teammate here. They bubble it up and give the kill over to Aqua Sound. Feast was used, but Hockey wasn't able to get it, so no extra stack in. But they do give a kill to Hockey, who is now going to try and utilize that in their own favor with the Hextech Alternator ready for damage too.
So it's looking like he's going the Protobelt Cho'Gath build, maybe feeling he has to close the distance onto, say, the Jin or the Vel'Koz, rather than going for that Heartsteel, right, which is more the slow lumbering towards you Godzilla inevitability kind of build. So he is going to be more damage. Makes a lot of sense in the case of the game. He is up 20 CS. Cassie's just making plays. Just making plays.
Yep. Quick little snap on the Doom. 3 charges left on this one. Great eat, though. And it is a turn back, so it's still 2 grubs in favor of Tilt as a service. Rule 34 Urgot able to deny a major shift, but overall still good on Tilt as a service in case they get good pushes.
It's good for them to at least, sort of have the kind of counter punch, the life in them still, because this bot lane, for example, is not feeling good, is the word I would use.
At all. Quick dash backwards, last shot might land, and Rosalie was able to get the heal plus ebb and flow off of Profor. which barely keeps him alive, but as you said, it's not really enough. Huge win for Absoluteless and Aquana on the bot side of the map.
10 CS a minute again, by the way, on this ADC. Up 40 CS. It will be harder as it goes on to kill the tanks, right? Kill the Amumu, kill the Cho'Gath. But getting this lead early on feels great. Already got the BF sword, working towards that Storm Razor. He's got over the hardest hump in the early game for every ADC that wants to build a BF sword item, getting that 1,300 gold. He's easily on his way to be able to have serious impact in this game. And I will say, a Jhin that's fed is still a scary prospect, right? A lot of damage coming through from that champion. Aquasound's on the bot side. I feel like he needs to be even keep on just revisiting top, because at the moment, I think no matter how many times he spends on bot, they're going to find it hard to really punish. Aquana's already moved up to mid, though, and is looking to maybe harass out Pepic.
Yeah, give themselves the best option, but Aquana still roaming around, even on this Vel'Koz, always looking for that quick knockup, always looking for that ability to kind of lock the opponent out. We're 10 minutes into the game, 2K lead for Rule 34 Urgot. They haven't been able to take a tower just yet, but they're getting pretty dang close, getting some of the plates down, getting some of that push down in their favor, especially here on the bot side, as Absoluteless lands a pretty hefty grenade on top of Rosalie's head.
Yeah, he's going to start getting some damage online. This isn't a lethality gym, which is, you know, that higher level burst at one item. It will end up being the sort of scaling and, as I said, Storm Razor into IE. So expect that damage maybe to be coming out, you know, on that 2-item spike, which is kind of where they should start contesting, you know, third dragon. That's what we want to be seeing from Rule 34 Urgot, making sure they're getting that Soul Wink on, which they have already. Dragon has now spawned. I want to see Devo sprinting down here to ensure it's taken as quickly as possible, so that we're not dealing with, you know, a 30-minute soul fight, closer to a 23 to 25. That's what he's doing, at least. He's skipping out on his Krugs at the moment. He's looking to either make a play bot lane or move into this Drake.
Aquasound's here as well, so it's not going to be without its own duel, but you're on top of a ward is a big problem, and I don't think Aquasound recognizes that. Quick little rotate over. No major punch, but there they go, calling in with the paranoia. Curse of Sad Mummy used, but it only catches one. Follow through by Kotzi as they burn through the Yordles. And down they both go yet again. Rule 34 Urgot back in prime form here in game number 2.
I really like the fact they recognize the cage has gone. Vigor's already used that to zone off the Ahri, so then they just pull the trigger onto the two members. It doesn't matter if you've got the CC from Curse of the Sad Mummy. When you're already, you know, ahead in gold on the mid lane, the Ahri can follow through, burns the flash to then make sure the charm lands onto Pepic as well to give yourself the 2 kills, not just the 1 and the Drake. And now they're looking for a play bot lane. It's going to be hard to be able to pull this one off.
Have no major ultimates, don't land the bubble, no problem whatsoever. It's going to be a little safe play backing away. You've already gotten a lot. Rule 34 Urgot have been able to now secure a 3K lead. Just sit on your lead right now. Eventually you have a chance to fight even further, as I think for the second time in the series we've gotten a Chemtech soul to play for.
Not the best soul in the game. You know, I love a Cloud. Cloud would go pretty crazy this game, honestly, with someone like the Nocturne or the Volibear, but Chemtech Soul does give you that damage reduction, does make it harder for the enemy to burst you out, which will feel pretty good for whoever picks that one up. In top lane, oh god, Akami.
Oh! Okay, Hacky. Okay, Hacky. Didn't wait for the feast to go through, but it's enough. And you now have your second kill. Hacky is off to the races now.
Yeah, he's now very much in the game. It looked like Okami with that earlier kill maybe had been able to stabilize what was looking like a hard lane. It turns out not to be. Down quite a significant chunk of CS. Cassie's just going to put a bit more hurt. Does get stunned.
Oh, very, very close in there. Katsi not liking what's going down. If that was a Luden's Echo, Vigar, easy kill right there.
Yeah, it would have been pretty disastrous. However, I will say with the rods, at least the Ahri is not instantly killing me. The Ahri damage is also very strong at the moment in time. I mean, has the Malignance finished with that Hextech Alternator, most likely either going towards a Storm Surge or more likely the Shadow Flame. Has the Dark Seal, feeling the confidence this game to pick that item up, 5 stacks on that already. If you are Rule 34 Urgot, you need to keep the pace going. You need to keep making plays happen. Let's look at this next dragon. There's another one to make a play around. And I think you have to almost tell Akami, you're going to have to suck it up in the top lane. because it's not going to get any easier with how tanky the Cho'Gath gets now with the Proto Belt finished, with the Merc Treads, which reduces a lot of Volibear's damage. They need to make plays on bot. I think like bot lane hasn't been punished as much as they could. You only see a couple of deaths when I think there could have been a hell of a lot more with how far ahead your ADC is. Look at the gold difference. Look at the CS difference in bot lane. 50. That's insane. Oh no!
Look for a little bit more, as this is just a hard fight for poor Amumu. Aqua Sound getting no help from their team. This might be a very nice knockup though, as that's a chance and a half. Dance forward as the spell shield will hold for just a moment, so it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. You know what? You'll take that. Yes, your Amumu went down, but it ain't the end of the world. Well played by Tilt as a service to kind of fight back for it.
Yeah, Tilt as a service, Hacky collapsing there, which is kind of what you see with a top laner that's feeling pretty confident in this matchup. He'll always have the push now. He's going to be able to come and assist his team. Turning it back 1-for-1. Kind of wishes he got the kill, honestly, if he is the Cho, because he feels like he is the main sort of star at the moment. But giving it over to the Veigar can never feel bad, right? Veigar getting extra gold, getting closer towards what you'd assume to be a death cap. They're going for a dive bot lane. This is what we wanted to see.
And it is going to work this time around. Katsi is unstoppable, looking for the next, and it's allowed to happen. Of course, Pepik is going to try their best, but a nice dash over the wall secures their safe route out, and Katsi has gone 6-0-2, already fully stacked Dark Seal as well. Okami now in a little bit of a weird spot. Good silence to help out, but the final tether will bring it to a close. So leads being built in different corners of the map. It just feels that Katsi is on a whole other level once more.
And it's down to Katsi to actually get his team to the point they can. As I was saying, this soul fight, which will be, when the dragon spawns, what is that, a minute and a half, the Drake comes up. So you're talking about, what, a 23 to 25 minute soul. Katsi's making sure his team are in a great position for that. They are cross-mapping, though, Tilt as a service. They're also being herded a little bit on this top side. The damage is very high from this trio of Rule 34 Urgot. And there's a TP coming as well.
Yep. It's a whole different story here, as that's a catch and a half. Good Event Horizon to hold him down, but that's a spell shield. Devo just walks on through. Herald's still being started, but Aqua Sound on the wrong side of the map here gets chunked out a little bit. Good flash away by Aqua.
Ariel's up.
But there's going to be the dive, and Paranoia just slices right on through. Rule 34 Urgot saying, you can pull a team fight, I can do the same. Disintegration Ray cuts away Aqua Sound's life, and it's still Rule 34 Urgot in the lead in the kill department.
If they pick Hacky here, this is absolutely huge.
Yeah, good finish. Aquanaut on a killing spree.
They take him off the map. They're going to be able to get the Herald. So it went from being feeling a little bit awkward, they were kind of being collapsed upon, to they pick a side of the fight. They take down the Nami and the Veigar very easily. Katsi gets the resets on Spirit Rush, walks back up, and then Aquana survives a very long time. Did have to burn the flash on the Rupture from the Cho, but does that really matter? No. He managed to pick up 2 more. So now they're in a really commanding position in this game too. The TP from Pepik, it's charmed, and he's at half HP. He just got back to lane, buddy.
It's a problem. You even got the Merc Tread boots as well. Try to bring that to a close, and it's just not doing anything. Katsi is way too far in the lead right now. 7-0-4 has an entire Shadow Flame on top of it as well. So you are just miles behind in the itemization department. It's only going to get a little bit worse here. Good catch. As the tower goes down, Absoluteless starts opening up the map a little bit more for themselves.
Yes, and now Pepik. Oh my god! Okay, he puts the cage down and forces Katsi to have to leave there with the ultimate, at least. Almost getting that kill onto the Veigar. Absoluteless in a bit of an awkward spot. There's no Cho'Gath to support, so this Drake is going to go over. They can't get anything here, Tilt as a service, because they are, on this side of the map, incredibly weak. They've already lost bot turret. If I'm now Rule 34 Urgot, let's try and break open mid turret and make our dive more effective. Get vision down onto whichever quadrant we're playing. Keep playing this pick kind of style, and then outscale the Cho'Gath scaling in the top lane, so to speak. Play faster than the Cho'Gath is playing.
Yep. Do the best that you can with the tools in hand. Rule 34 Urgot. It's also about just getting that final dragon in their hands. If they're able to, they not only bypass a lot of the distinctions that Tilt as a service would have, but an Elder Dragon If you get that Elder damage output, you would be able to just cause enough fear and chaos in the opponent that things just do not go their way. We're looking at about 19 minutes into this game. Rule 34 got up a pretty spell, about 7k for their own. They're looking to do a bit more, positioning that Ahri Katsi right back in the mid lane, giving them space, giving them time to get leads on their own if they can.
And they're not quite at the point they want to do the 1-4 we've seen them do a lot. Akami's trying to make the play here. He doesn't have that much damage at the moment versus this Cho'Gath. It's kind of just a wet noodle fight with how much, damage he actually does. Aquasound's here to support, but there's 2 members more for Rule 34.
Well, there's going to be the curse of Sad Mummy, but, I mean, the teammates, we talked about Okami might not have the damage. The rest of the team definitely does. Great catch and a half. And Devo just drops it down. Katsi looking over the wall, possibly for a dive. There's a ward to spot him out. Pepic and Pro4 want nothing to do with that matchup.
They just want to... They do need to leave. The Nami is on vision right now, so she does end up clearing that ward. She's not going to be caught out by the Nocturne Ultimate. He is in the Herald. Well, gets caught out by the Charm.
Oh, my God. That was a single spell reel.
Yeah.
That was nothing for Katsi, I feel like. That was just like, I want to do it.
Hold on.
That's going to be Hockey being able to fight back. Gets one, turns around almost on a comic. But still, it's only one back in turn. Pepic, you don't want to be here. Pepic, you don't want to be here, my friend. Walk away while you still can. At least Hacky was able to get one kill.
Does turn it around, gets up the kill on the jungler, which means that, if they wanted to go at a Baron, it's not going to happen, at least for another 15 seconds. It's unlikely. It's only just spawned. It feels a lot later in the game than it actually is. It is only 20 minutes. That's because the goal lead is already 7k. And if you look elsewhere on the map, like, Katsi is having a great game, but Absoluteless is right there behind him. He's still at 10 CS a minute, which is actually quite impressive, given how much action we've seen across the map. And now this diving pair of Katsi and Devo, they're at their item spikes. Let's see whether he goes for a Mage Eyes. They're diving in mid lane here, but there's no Ahri to support, but it's not needed. It's just not needed.
No. At this point, Rule 34 Urgot are allowed to play the game that they've always liked to play. Fight, and fight some more. Force a fight here and there. They really don't care. They will fight everywhere. And whatever they say, it'll be their air. Katsi trying to dance on in. Good bubble to turn it around, though. Devil might not be in the right spot. Hockey tried to go for the feast, but it ain't going to work. Good back out as the gold lead is starting to push a little bit too hard against Tilt as a service. And you can see that's a flash forward. Katsi misses out on the charm, but gets a little extra with the Fox Iron Aqua Sound. Never seen Aqua burn, but it is going to happen here. Aqua Sound going down for the 5th time this game.
I've spoken about it a lot today and yesterday, but I really like how Katsi plays Ahri. And it's something that you often see a lot of people who aren't as proficient at the champion just burning all 3 Spirit Rushes to actually get into a position that works. Katsi is walking at you first and then using those Spirit Rushes to dodge the incoming fire to then get themselves back into a better position for a second charm or some more damage or the pullback on the orb as well. It's great to see that someone, taking the Ahri in this game too, when they really needed it, right? They really needed someone to step up because that game 1, it didn't feel like the same, R34U we'd seen for the entire of the tournament. Katsi is the one stepping up in this game too. On what it's almost a signature because he's not getting the Aurora, which is his main. So the Ahri at this point, the other, I guess one's a rabbit and one's a fox girl, but he's going for the other anthropomorphized female champion, and he's looking great at it.
Yeah, he really, really is, and it's only consistent with the game plan. Now reaching into that 23-24 minute mark where Dragon's going to be coming up again once more, and for R34U, if they can pick it up, it's going to be free. Everyone gathering around this Dragon right now. Hacky in the front line, triggers one of the traps there. Aqua Sound does have that ult ready to go, but you're immediately cut out from the fight. You only have Laundries. There's going to be the force into the backside. Paranoia sets them all up. Disintegration Ray takes their lives. And Okami is unleashed towards the back. No dice whatsoever, as R34U take everyone but Pepic.
And Pepic is very close to dead. He is going to have to run back. They also get the Dragon. See, people when they see like Jin or Vel'Koz with a dive comp, they think, well, those aren't dive champions. They're poke champions. But what you're seeing here is that the Jhin and the Vel'Koz are there to do a little bit of damage, do a bit of setup, open up the curtain call and start firing in, and then the dive comes on top of the low members. Devo there also jumps in, gets the stride breaker off, and gets the umbral blades off to get a massive burst of damage, then flashes out again so he doesn't die. Catsy does go a little bit too far and is the focus of the attention of Tilt as a Service, so does fall, but it is only a 1 for 4, and they get the dragon, they get the soul, most importantly, so this, you know, the damage reduction is now there. This is how we've seen them play a lot of their fights, a lot of their games so far this tournament, which is a pick style composition where they poke you a little bit and then they are able to pull the trigger. They're doing it again in this game too. A crucial game too, because if you lose this one, you're done, right? If you're Rule 34 Urgot, you need to take it to a game 3.
100%. You got to look to kind of push it forward. You want to go into it in good standing. We're reaching about the 25-minute mark. 10 minutes until you say that Cho'Gath is going to be online and going to be a pain in the backside. Riftmaker now completed for the Cho'Gath as well. Just full damage out there, if you wish. A little bit wild to see in their own. Aqua Sound able to complete that Sunfire cape for themselves. Has a little bit more safety built in one more time. But Rule 34 Urgot just kind of playing a little bit of cleanup here. For the next minute or two, it's just going to be clearing out wards, pressing up lanes, and making sure to try and claim those last few towers that are sitting outside.
Yeah, let's just make sure we don't let's make sure our waves are sorted. Let's make sure that everything is pushing in. We can then make plays onto the jungle that we want to be looking at, because again, we've got that Nocturne, we've got that Ahri who are able to pounce from quite a distance. I will say I'd quite like, oh my god, wait, Nami's just dead.
Yep, that is
so
sashimi on the platter. Very, very quickly right there. Sliced by your resident chef, which is Devo at this point. Blades or hands work very, very well. Quick on the Baron take as well, and Aqua Sound ain't going to be doing anything of the sort. Just wants their red buff, just wants to hit level 16.
They can't, it's contesting here. They're going to have to maybe look for some exit kills, so to speak, rather than actually contesting. So they're not even going to do that. They're just going to take their jungle and keep on scaling into the game. It's quite a slow Baron. Remember, this is Jhin, even with the Vel'Koz damage. So it takes quite a while, but it is going to fall. And now, let's see where they want to go, because there's no objectives up. So the best thing they can do is pick a side of the map, get some vision down, play for the pick. It's kind of what they did there, right? Picking off the Nami, who stepped up a bit too far to get a ward onto the Baron. They can do that again if they want to. Now there's a death cap completed on Ahri. So she's got even more damage. 3 items on Jhin with a little bit of anti-healing on both him and Vel'Koz. Denies any of that, Cho'Gath kind of sustain, or any sort of sustain at all in this game. The Volibear getting the Navori online would be the sort of cherry on the top of the cake, because they are so strong, individually and as a team, at this 26-27 minute mark.
They are in more ways than one, but it's a slow roll out here. Rule 34 Urgot not taking too many chances. They're slowly kind of pushing their way out. I don't know if they're waiting for Elder, but Elder's off.
Aqua Sound's cool.
By a mile and a half. There's the catch they're waiting for. Good flash over the wall, though. Aqua Sound gets him a little bit close. Tries to CC them under the tower, but it ain't going to stop Devo and the rest of the squad. Aquana on this Vel'Koz support is now legendary at 8-0-8. I don't think there's anywhere safe for Tilt as a service right now.
It's a lot of damage from the Vel'Koz onto the Nami. Just the poke is just still landing. Another one, boom. That's half your HP gone. Well, more like 2/3. Nami, the heal is not going to be enough. It's very difficult here for them to deal with this siege, because there's a lot of poke. The Jhin ulting now as well. No one's going to have to block this for Rosalie. Aki's trying. They're going to have to leave. Oh my god!
Literally 1 HP, I'm pretty sure. That was Rosalie. Like, I don't know how I lived. I had to pop barrier. I barely survived. I ain't touching that once more. Okami on the top side of the map, just clearing out this tower and this inhibitor. And for Rule 34 Urgot, at 28 minutes, you are placed with only 2 Nexus towers remaining before your Nexus will fall.
It's the very rare we've taken bottom top inhibitor, now we're coming for the mid one. They are going to be able to break open the base if they want to. Haki's trying. It's going to be quite hard.
Catsy with the assassination, though. Profer is just gone. And it's destruction all around here. As for Rule 34, they're just looking to dance. Can you get... Yeah, another... Yes, you do. What a snipe. Another Q goes through, and you just beam him right there. The Orb of Deception gives way to the damage output. Flash over the wall by Absoluteless. And the final bear slap on the back. Okami secures the double. It's an ace for Rule 34 Urgot. And they'll escort one more wave to push us to a game number 3. And Rob, in one of our fastest games yet of the day, 29 minutes.
And once again, it's Cat C on the Ares. So this being Fearless, he's going to have to come up with something new in Game 3, because this game, what a clinic he put on. From the flash charm in the early game to catch up Pepig for the solo kill, all the way through to that final fight where he recognises, I might give my life for this. I've already killed Nami. I'm going to go in and trade my damage onto the Caitlyn, blow her up as well. I just dash backwards. I put even more damage down onto the other members. My team can clean up the rest. Faith in the team. Faith in the cool. Game 3 here. This is where I was talking about fatigue. You've played. This is the 6th game today for Tilt as a Service.
Yep.
It's the shortest game, this one, but they still played basically 4 40-minute games and then a 30-minute game. And the momentum which you felt, having done the reverse sweep in the previous matchup in the semis, that's kind of gone. That's the momentum you feel is firmly in the favor of the defending champions.
Yep, and again, with some of these champions on the table, we do have to kind of wonder what they're going to bring in for the rest. Now, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, it will be Tilt as a Service and Rule 34 Urgot to go ahead and finish off their series. But in the meantime, while we take a break, I want to direct your attention over to Stream B, where DDD and Questionable Team Play are still playing out their 2nd game of their series. They're currently in for the 3rd place match. You don't want to miss it. Head over there for about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back with our final game of the Grand Finals here for the Veeam League of Legends tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Can't escape the feeling. You got me spiraling down. If you hold me, baby, we can go all in, baby. I'll be yours and you'll be mine. Get me high till I hit the ground. Ela por ser gentil, meigo e boca profissional. Mas que camada legal. Mas que camada legal. Mas que mamada legal. Mas que mamada legal.
Welcome to the kill zone.
I feel the silence chasing me. Shadows follow me everywhere I go. Danger's near, I can feel it.
Say my name, feel that flame. Welcome to the kill zone.
Fruit juice could have a fun time.
Oh yeah. We ain't muted here. These last two games have been phenomenal, and our voices are just about gone because of the chaos that has unfolded. Game number 1 went fairly chaotically in favor of Tilt as a service, and then Rule 34 slapped back with a commanding game number 2 from start to finish, never letting off the gas.
No, they played their composition. I'm not going to say pretty much perfectly, but it's what you wanted to see, right? Katsy being that star player in the mid lane on his Ari at this point, which has just claimed so many lives so far this tournament. He's actually been able to just consistently show that he can play these dive compositions alongside Devo. And I much prefer this kind of style coming out of them. I'm not the biggest fan of what we saw in game 1. It felt like, this, not so much a death ball comp, but they were kind of trying to play together as a team. Like they were running into Hacky, and it turned out that the 5v5 just wasn't in their favor. When they're able to create a bit of chaos, play a more pick-based style, they look genuinely unbeatable when they're able to bring that out on the Rift.
Yeah, and I think taking a look at this, it really has to start with the fact that when you look at the composition that was built for Tilt as a service, it leaned very heavily into the late game. Hacky was, the Cho'Gath makes sense to a degree, but it didn't feel comfortable at the end of the day, if that makes sense. It looked good, it didn't feel comfortable, and I was really hoping for a little bit more oomph out of an R5 pickup. Looking at this next draft, I really want to see more proactivity from the entirety of Tilt as a service if they want to contend with Rule 34 Urgot, because we know Rule 34 Urgot, after that game 2, they have so much more in the bank. Let's be honest, they have a bunch left in the tank to free fire, to fight, to cause chaos, and take this tournament home.
I would say they're definitely warmed up. Obviously, they played the series earlier today, but I think that a break in any case can always kind of ruin how you're feeling in game. And I think this game 2 was really a show of okay, we're back here, we're ready to play. Back here as the favorites. You see the rosters up on your screen now. They've gone back onto the red side, have Rule 34 Urgot. I'm assuming blue side was selected by Tilt as a service. And you're right about the Hacky's point. I think him being on Cho'Gath, it's sometimes as a player, you have to sit there and recognize I am the difference maker for my team. What I will do is I will lead from the front. And I think Cho'Gath in this game was not a champion where he was leading from the front. He led from the front on Zahen. Again, not on the sort of void horror that he was playing in the game 2. Where do you go from here now, though? Because the Gwen was taken off the board, for example. He played a great Gwen in the semis. Jax is permabanned, so that's gone as well. I'm wondering what champion he wants to bring out here, where he's going to be on a carry threat that could then also kind of carry in these late game team fights and drag, bring members to him of his team that you can put resources into. Because I think sometimes you can be a carry. You can let's take an AD carry as an example. It's easy to say, well, as an ADC, I can carry the game, but you can't really run at the enemy team because you're squishy. He needs to be able to do everything at this point in time. And you were looking for an MF last game. They're playing an MF this game.
Yes, they are very, very quickly, but it's matched outside of that Amumu. I always like seeing a Misfortune with a little bit more wombo combo potential. And with the Amumu gone, there better be another tank behind it. In comes that Devo Xin Zhao that we've seen before. Very, very functional in that play. I think my bigger question is to see the rest of these champ picks come through, Rob. Are we going to get another Chemtech Dragon? Are we going to get another Chemtech Soul to play for? Are we going to get a different Dragon Soul?
I hope that we do see something a bit different. I think some Dragon Souls, like I mentioned Cloud on the previous cast, Cloud kind of warps the game quite a lot. When you suddenly have champions that have huge movement speed bursts off their ultimate, it feels great. Interesting to see what Tilt the Service are picking up here. A Vi and a Maokai. So either this is Maokai top or support, most likely. I'm not imagining it's a Maokai mid lane. And Vi, I guess, is also a flex, but I'm assuming that's going into the jungle. We saw that banned in the first draft of the day. On the other side, the Xin Zhao, the Yanara. What I really want to see here is now an Enchanter. And it's going to be the Seraphine.
Hey!
There we go. We get the Seraphine in game 3. Aquana kind of completing the 4. She's played 4 champions, and this is still one that she's played before. I like the Seraphine here a lot. Seraphine plus Xin Zhao, also quite a scary combination. You're able to buff him up. He dives in, your encore goes over the top, lots of CC, lots of crowd control, makes the game very easy to play. MF might have a hard time here as well, being able to put down a decent ultimate because of that CC from the encore, as well as the knockback from the Xin Zhao ultimate. So I like in so far what Rule 34 Urgot are bringing to the table. It's not a pick comp, but it's so far it's kind of manipulated itself into a point where they should be pretty confident. Again, I'm concerned about top because I feel like they always blind top on 4 and it gives Haki a chance to play a carry. But I imagine here that's what they're going to do again and give Katsi a definite counter pick in game 3 because he has been the guy for this roster that are the defending champions.
Yeah, they're going to try their best right now. We can see the double bans coming out here, but a good identification for Tilt as a service. You're really focused on that mid lane as well. We got to give credit where credit is due. Katsi has just been brutalizing in this mid lane matchup. So for Tilt as a service, you're going, okay, there's a high chance they just give Katsi a really, really good matchup. We got to ban out some of those hyper carry performances. The Cassiopeia and the Syndra, I mean, Syndra makes sense, Cassiopeia makes sense. Both can scale very well late game nowadays with their current adjustments. But what do you want to play here? Is the big one. For Rule 34 Urgot, you could go for a mid lane, you could go for a top lane. Either one will be useful. Double ban into the mid screams go mid lane, just to make sure you don't get shortchanged one more time. Because at this point, it's like, Katsu can win everything. And yeah, you're going to go with the play. Paint them a picture of their demise.
And immediately responded with the Zoe. We saw Pepik get a solo kill
Ooh.
in the... I'm assuming this is
Silas top lane?
Is it a blind Silas top, assuming they just assuming it's going to be a Malphite or something? It seems like an interesting call. It could also be Maokai top, Silas support for some reason. There's a lot of opportunity here for different picks to be brought into that ball. And it could be a Zoe support, but we've seen Pepik play Zoe in the semi-finals and get a solo kill in that matchup. It ends up being a Garen brought out here on the 5th pick. I quite like this. I think there's a lot of good targets here for a Garen. I'm honestly preferring the Rule 34 Urgot draft. I'm gonna be real with you. I think you've got like comfort. You've got Seraphine buffing up a Xin Zhao. Hui also can somewhat buff up a Xin Zhao with some of his W abilities being a shield and a speed up. And just in general, I much prefer. If I was going to take a 5 versus 5, I think you need flashes of brilliance from Tilt as a service versus the consistency from the red side draft.
Ooh, okay. I can agree with that, but I'm still leaning into the fact that Tilt as a service are playing some very chaotic moments here. I will say as well, if I'm not mistaken, this matchup specifically in the mid lane played out before, and I want to double check this before I say anything further. I think I locked it away. I do believe this has actually been played previously. Tilt as a service played the Zoe into a way and did quite well for themselves for a moment. Tried their best. I don't think they won that game, but the Zoe pickup is very surprising. The Seal's much more aggro than the Veigar that we saw before and all that. So taking a look, as you said, Rule 34, big champions, very consistent. But I feel like Tilt as a service, if they're willing to commit, we could see them just glide on through to victory. I mean, that Zoe can pop some opponents very easily.
Yeah, I'm just thinking here about where people are going. That's the thing that so for example, Silas here does have a good ultimate to steal, for example, in the Seraphine, right? So it makes sense to somewhat pick it up. But I think blinding a Silas top lane, assuming this is Silas top, can be quite a risk because that is a champion that doesn't always brawl the best with some of the bruisery top laners. Like, let's take, for example, the Garen. Or it could have been a Darius. Or it could have been any of these kind of champions. Silas doesn't really want to face them early game unless you are quite a skilled Silas player and able to sort of dash away in there and take very short trades, and the enemy don't understand that they can just sort of run you down. I think the chaos. There is a lot of chaos on Tilt as a service. Zoe can cause a lot of chaos herself, just with the bubble over a wall catching someone out.
Yep.
But I do think Rule 34 Urgot have shown enough sort of togetherness as a team. You're not seeing like a Zoe bubble catching a random roam from Aquana in the jungle. It's going to be a lot more, she's going to have support around her. And so I think this is Tilt as a service almost throwing down a gauntlet saying, we're just going to make the map as chaotic as possible. Can you survive that? Because again, this isn't, the one thing I would say, this isn't a pick comp, right? This isn't the thing that I think Rule 34 Urgot have played the best, which has been, for example, with an Ashe, or with that last game they had the Jhin and then they had the Ahri with the Nocturne combined together. This is a lot more standard front to back team fighting. Again, the Xin Zhao running in, the Seraphina on top. You've picked up the Garen as well, who's going to have to be kind of that beefier one on the front line and on the side lane. And then it's the Hui as well as the Yannara damage coming over the top of that sort of supportive structure. And I don't think they've been as good at that, but they've still been pretty good. They still kind of showed up against Potato Squad yesterday in the very first, well, it ended up being the third game for us, but it was the first game played. And they looked very good playing that kind of Xin Zhao. So maybe they are just that confident going into game 3 that they have got comfort. They have got that Xin Zhao for Devo. They're just going to take it home for the third win in a row.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to see Aquana back on the Seraphine. The encores that Aquana was landing back in the game that we saw were impeccable. Always hitting on at least 2 or 3, making sure to always get an extension after landing it on teammates and everything. I really want to see it play well, I think, for today's game. Pepic, though, I want to see Pepic really bring that Zoe to life and see if they can create enough chaos on the map to get a win as well. Tilt as a service have a chance to kind of topple the reign of Rule 34 Urgot here, and they have a chance at, you know, making a little bit of history for themselves, maybe becoming that perennial powerhouse, you know, winning one tournament, winning a second afterwards, you know, continuing on with all the play as well. And it's always just good to grab a trophy of your own. So very impressive that they even made it here to the grand finals. We appreciate everyone that has spent their time over the weekend playing as well. So to all the competitors that played day 1, played here in day 2 as well, we want to give a very big thank you, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the show that is being put on here for the Veeam 2026 League of Legends tournament here in March. Rob, I gotta ask you though, where are we looking at for first blood? We've had first blood on the bot side a few times. Yeah, this is different. This is different because I already have a feeling we've won away, you know, who's gonna take the game and everything with the draft. I want to know where first blood is going to come from. We've had one top, we've had one mid, and we've had one bot, at least on the streams here today, I believe. Where are we going to see first blood in this game?
I mean, so the first instinct to me is mid, only because Pepic managed to get a solo kill on the Zoe, and I wonder how much Katsi has played into Zoe. It's not as common. Like, it's obviously a mid laner, but it's not one that you see all the time, right? It's not your standard, your Orianas, your Syndras. And as a Hui, you're immobile. You get hit by one bubble, you get run down by a Zoe kind of skipping on you. I could see it being a bit of a difficulty there. That's the first thing I want to focus on is like the mid lane, like Katsi is not playing a playmaking, dashing champion. He's playing a very immobile mage that kind of works off of other people's plays and doesn't really set up his own. That's where I'm looking for first blood, maybe on the Zoe. Okay. Elsewhere, other potentials, I don't think you should see a first. Like, honestly, first blood top lane would be crazy. I don't think that the Garen should die.
It'd be hilarious. It'd be hilarious.
It would be funny. But I think they should kind of be a bit more respectful. Bot side as well, you've got like Yannara Seraphine, and Yannara is not the greatest early game damage dealer. She kind of just puts a bit of damage down until she gets onto 2 items, and then she becomes a bit of a powerhouse on like the Fiend Hunter bolts. So for me, I'm looking at mid, and then obviously if there's any jungle influence on that mid lane as well, because you are dealing with the case here that there's a Xin Zhao that could maybe lock down the Zoe with the damage from the Hui, or on the flip side, you're also looking there in the jungle matchup here, which is, my brain has suddenly eluded me what Tilt as a Service are playing as jungle. Vi, because there's like 3 junglers on their roster with this draft. Vi can still also get on top of Hui and maybe lock him down. So I'm looking at mid lane.
Okay. All right, mid lane will be the focus, at least from Rob's point of view. And Rob is rarely wrong, as we have noticed throughout a lot of these games. Choose the right players, knowing where the fights are going to break out. I'm just here for the ride, honestly. These players have put up one heck of a battle, and I know for Tilt as a Service that they win this one. That's 6 games that they played, each of them over about 35 minutes apiece outside of that last one. They are for sure tired, I bet, and I know they just want their crown and to walk on home. For Rule 34, though, they're doing the exact same thing, playing through. They had a fantastic run through the group stage yesterday, are now looking to take yet another crown for themselves in their only series of the day. Go ahead and put your own predictions inside of the chat. Say hello to all the other viewers right now and see who comes out on top in that favorite. So I'm very excited to see what we got. Lastly, where do we see the carry come from, Rob? So we talked about First Blood, we talked about where a lot of these champions are going to go. Who do you think is most likely to pop off here as a player specifically? Not just the champion, just the player themselves ready to go.
So, like, on Tilt as a Service, you have to keep talking about top lane. You do have, like, Sylas, assuming it's Sylas top, right? I'm going to making that assumption that it's not. They've not just decided to stick him on Maokai. If it is Sylas top lane, Sylas as a champion can brawl very, very easily. He is able to, skirmish once he gets a few points in Kingslayer and gets one item on the board. He's able to skirmish very well. He does, again, have the Seraphine ult this game. So I'm looking at Hacky, again, as like a focus for the side of Tilt as a Service to get ahead. Because, again, Sylas when ahead does a lot of damage. And then on the other side, I'm looking across the map. Like, I'm really looking at the fact that there is a Yanara and a Hui and a Garen. All of these have carry potential. Cassie's caught out. Wrong side of the map.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. Dancing around, one more to go, and you are going to get the hit First Blood for Pepic. Oh boy, it's already happening. You called it, Rob. Why did you call it?
I mean, it turns out that it was a First Blood in mid. Absolutely. I clearly foresaw the 4-man mid lane strategy at 1 minute. It will mean that Pro 4 is late into bot lane. Does lose not much here because the wave has not been pushed in, so there are still 3 minions. Sylas is probably one of the bigger losers here because even though they get the assist, they do end up losing a little bit of XP in top in a matchup where I'm imagining the Garen is feeling pretty good about spinning on him. There you go, he's doing tricks on it right there. Look how much damage that the Conqueror Garen does do in this matchup. It's quite hard for the Sylas to play. And now it's see if Pepic is the one that can really bring his team through sort of the early mid game, having picked up this 1 kill already. Catsy has played a pretty flawless tournament so far, so for him to step and to fall down early in this game 3, hopefully is not signs, if you're an Urgot fan, is not signs to come, as there's been a kill in top. It's been a tower dive, and Akami has gone too far.
I mean, this is where we saw Tilt as a Service, though, get some of those leads before and run away with it. Really rough calls from Rule 34 Urgot, and then they just kind of took off with it. Now, granted, Rule 34 has bounced back from some of these mistakes as well, so it's like, it's a toss of the coin. We really have to wait another couple minutes to figure out if we're going to see Rule 34 say, those are just small mistakes, it's not that big a deal, or if we see Tilt as a Service say, we're going to take that extra gold and just cause so much pain to you.
Yeah, it will have to see what Hacky does with the gold. He's picked up a Dark Seal, he's also gone for the Glowing Moat, so he's got 5 more ability haste, I guess. He does end up being able to get a little bit gold in his back pocket. The gold here is like 1,000 in the lead, but I want to say that that is not something we should be considering too much early because of this bot lane is going to slowly go in the favor of the Urgots themselves. They're already ahead a little bit, and we've seen Absoluteness put on a bit of a clinic in the CSing department so far in this series, and he's got a range support versus melee. He should feel pretty good. If you are a Kami, you made a bit of a boo-boo there. Oh my god, the trade is crazy in mid. You made a bit of a boo-boo. Make sure you don't make too many more, because again, Sylas is a champion that can solo carry games if he is given enough of a lead.
Yeah, that's a big, fair point right now. Pepic just trying to clear the wave and feel comfortable doing it. Hacky dancing their way forward as well. Big damage coming out of Okami. Both trading out about 40% of their HP bar, but watch what Aqua Sound is looking to do as well, joining up on the top side, but a good ward will deter any further aggression. Rule 34 Urgot, making sure to always be aware of where the opponent is, where they plan to be, and where they should be in the remainder of this game.
Yeah, Vi is now hovering. Did have that did end up that would end up dropping, but it doesn't matter. Isn't going to go for the gank because again, not cleared their gromp, so they want to make sure that their jungle is fully clear before they continue to do any more aggression. You see in the bot lane, look at the damage from the Seraphine already coming through. Lots of poke damage. Yep. It's hard for Maokai to really punch back there. And then everything else across the map has really stabilized. There wasn't 1,000 gold lead, and now it's kind of shrunk to 600, which, again, is slowly going to come back in the favor of Rule 34 Urgot with how this bot lane has been playing. Akami just needs to make sure, again, to not make too many mistakes in the 1v1. No more tower dives, please. And that's what he's doing. The wave is crashing in. He's now got the health advantage. It's how Garen works. Take the trade. Back off. Use your passive to heal back up a little bit again. And then, even if you trade even in HP, you're going to come out ahead because you're passive. So it's now going to force Hacky to base, who he doesn't have TP. He has Ignite. So he's not going to be able to get back into this lane too easily. And the gold lead is shrinking more and more and more.
I mean, it's going to continue to do so in more ways than one. We can see Rule 34, just like, let's keep farming it up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Cole come out either. If Absoluteless just wants to get that extra farm in there, just keep power farming it up. It might be a little bit of a boon in there if you think that you aren't going to get any kills, but you're going to be given a lot of time in that kind of free spot. Instead, you just go for that axe. No big difference there. But Aqua Squad, Aqua Sound pinging out that dragon, saying, I want to go for that Drake. I want to stop the dragon stacking that we saw Rule 34 go for last time.
And we also, like, it being a Mountain Drake, Mountain Dragons are, you were saying before, like, how, like, individual dragons can be quite impactful. Mountain Dragon giving you a bit of extra resistances is very good, especially in a game where there's a lot of burst on, well, either side, really. It does make it easier for you to survive that onslaught of damage. So we'll see who wants to pick that one up first. Aqua Sound is here in the bot lane first, does have Maokai to support. But they've not started the dragon. They're just trying to sniff it out. They're turning onto it now. Devo is around to contest if he wants to. The big question here is Zoe going to be there first? And is she going to cause problems? Because they're looking. They know it's happening. They're aware it's going on right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to go for it a little bit more. Good flash away, but the Wailing Paint will be enough. Aqua Sound peels off the dragon, and here comes Devo around the angle. But good damage coming down because the dragon was smacking on the back of the head. Absoluteless picks up a kill number 1. Now they turn onto Rosalie. Devo getting a lot of extra heals out, but the double up bounce lands onto Aquana and chews through Devo. 1 for 1. Not the worst ending in the world. But low HP bars on the other side means R34, you can't continue.
They are trading jungler for jungler. However, as you said, Rule 34 have lower HP bars. The dragon won't be started again, though, because, of course, without any jungler, it's a complete flip. So what we find is that the map returns to a bit more of a neutral state. Devo still has camps to clear on that side. He's feeling pretty good about it. The trade in mid, that's a lot of damage from the Zoe on 1 auto and an ignite. But still, there's a lot of fighting happening in the mid lane to make sure the push is there for them. Katsi has wrestled control back. He was a little bit behind. They're fighting in jungle, in river again here. Aqua just should walk off. He's got the crab. He should stick around to deny a dragon, but shouldn't play too aggressive into the face of the Urgot team.
No, you don't want to get into that problem, but there's going to be this Transcendent State. Rosalie trying to fight back, but Absoluteless. Feeling like they could have taken that fight. Thankfully, there was a barrier up for Rosalie. That's going to be huge wave pressure coming in. Aquana saying, maybe I could get an encore, but if I had it, it wouldn't be there. But the double up on that Q, the empowered Q takes the life, and you called the damage earlier. It's really coming through with the Seraphine.
She's an enchanter, a bit like the Karma, but she does also do damage like the Karma does. And so it gives her a chance at Aquana to actually play very aggressive. The shielding plus the damage from the Q. The double up Q there just ruining MF's day. Interested to see what MF decides to build here. It is looking like the lethality build. Wonder if it's going to be a hubris or whether it's going to end up being something like the Yomas. We'll have to see. But that is a more standard build with this first strike setup. It does still do a lot of damage. Even if you're behind, you still can do a lot of damage. That ability is just absolutely insane. Pepic at the moment, he's not having the same impact he did have on the Zoe game he played previously. I believe that was against the Ziggs in the mid lane against Paula. He's now, being hunted a little bit. He is playing a champion he's comfortable with, but should get out of here pretty free.
Yeah, I think you're going to be a little bit happier that you're just getting some help from the other side. Aqua Sound going to try and bounce you back out, but Pepic has to run, so Aqua Sound is just running interference. Another Severing Bolt comes from the side, doesn't really land, but Katsi gets free reign in the mid lane. Top side Hacky forces a flash out of the Garen, so trades around the map. Another Severing Bolt. Pepic barely steps out of the way. These little dances are always scaring us all the way through. No! Dis-synergy mixes things up, and that's Rosalie to go down. Profer knocks everyone out of that bullet time. It might actually lead to their own death as well. Absoluteless gonna dive underneath the tower, get the last hit. It's a double kill for Absoluteless. They have to flash away from the minion difference, but Hacky gets a kill on... No kill on top. Mid lane, though, a final Severing Bolt did take Pepic's life, so we're matched up 5-5.
In the end, what we also saw is Devo is the one that fell on the other side against Aqua Sound. So it's just trades across the map. But overall, if you look at where the gold ends up, Yunara is the greatest recipient here. 3-0-1, up again, a significant amount of CS. Not quite the 10 CS a minute, so maybe he's disappointed with himself. But he's up a significant amount of CS now in this game 3. He's in a prime position to carry. Is Absoluteless. So we wonder where the carry was going to come from. I think it's got to be the ADC of R34U.
You definitely see that. I mean, Absoluteless has had moments where they're god tier, and moments where it's been a little bit shy, but this time around has really empowered them forward. Kraken Slayer already completed, Dragon still up and available for someone to take. Okami coming down to push the rest of Tilt as a service out. And R34U still wandering around this zone. Are they going to take it cleanly is the big question, or are they going to look for something else? And will Tilt as a service look for a different kill instead? Maybe draw the focus away. Dragon started up, so it looks like R34U are just going to pull the trigger.
So this is first Drake at 10 minutes. So again, we like to talk about stacking for Soul and that being a win con. It is very, very, very delayed. We're now talking, a 25 plus minute Soul as opposed to what can be as early as 23, 22 minutes.
True.
So now, who does that favor? Well, honestly, I think that favors R34U, even though they're the one that gets the Drake. Because I do prefer their late game kind of team fighting, because I think this Yanara is someone that can put down a lot of hurt onto the enemy team. She has to be careful, right? She is against a Vi and a Maokai, both of which can lock down Yanara, but she has the support tools around her to be able to give her space in the fight. So we should be looking at it and thinking, okay, R34U's team fighting, which has generally been on point, should be on point again here. And if you look at the sort of leads elsewhere, the big thing here is Haki on his Silas. He is up. The amount of CS you're seeing, or even more than you're seeing in the bot lane for Absoluteless. So can they shut down Haki as the next step for R34U? They're trying.
They're absolutely going to try. Haki getting knocked up 15 ways to sideways, but they are going to survive for a little bit longer. And Aquasound helps kill off Devo. Haki gets to run away. And that's just another kill. Tilt as a service, feeling a little bit more comfortable in some of these duels. Flash forward, trying to get some more damage, but we're going to turn our eyes to the bot side. Rosalie getting chunked out a little bit more than they would possibly like. Okami getting bullied on the back end. A final shot to the back will burn away the last of that 200 HP, but still having 100 left means you get to survive. Rosalie stepped up a little bit too close, stopping some of the recalls. But it will be that finish. Pepic helping out with those grubs, so it's 3 total grubs to Tilt as a service.
I wish we could, we don't have to get a replay of it, but did you see what Haki just did there? He used the Vanguard's Edge to knock back the Garen, who was channeling his ultimate, and so the Garen ult didn't do any damage. As Rosalie is
smart timing, and that's just a lockdown. You called the carry for the side of R34U in this bot side. Absoluteless is doing it once more. 4-0-1 right now.
Yeah, that kill is pretty easy when, Rosalie can't actually step up, can't really play on the lane. The support matchup makes it very hard as well when you're playing a melee support into a Seraphine or any enchanter really. The poke coming down is very hard to deal with unless you are able to hard engage. Epic's in an awkward spot, but the bubble's already landed. And it should be able to run away. Oh, the miss. Oh, every ability missed by Katsi. That's painful. Haki's here to kill.
And they're going to try and turn it around. Haki dashes right on over, but slowed down by the Seraphine. Doesn't want to keep fighting. Pepic looking, though. He lands a Sleepy Trouble bubble. He's going to try and pin it right against that wall. They're going to grab Katsi's ultimate, and it does land onto the Painter himself. The Painter might not enjoy the next resounding damage as Aquasound tries to chase even further. Needs one more knockup, but it's going to be a trade of 1-for-1 so far. Another fireball lands on the back of your head, but Aquanaut is there with the heals. Haki looking, sees one around the wall, but it's a little bit too far away. Oh no, Absoluteless. Oh no, you don't want to be here. That's a chase and a half. They tether him up and they knock him down. Pepic gets the shutdown. And that hurts a little bit too much. Mistake by R34U as they give up 2 kills.
They're a bit overzealous on trying to pull the trigger on Pepic at the beginning of the fight. Katsi uses absolutely everything, including his flash, to try and blow up the Zoe. Everything misses. All your abilities are down. Haki's there to punish. And they just slowly walk at you. Aquasound there kind of gives their life, right? Runs into the enemy team. But it's a trade that he's more than willing to take because it ends up going all the way after that as Tilt as a service. Absoluteness being caught out where he was. Didn't have flash up himself. Let's see if this is cancelled. It isn't. So there is a recall gotten off by the Zoe. It was very close. But Absoluteness can't be doing what he's just done there, which is being in the middle of 3 and having to dash over the top and then be hit by Silas in one shot. It's difficult for him to play the game if he doesn't have people in front of him, though. So we'll see if they can actually get him out on the map with members to tank for him. Hacky's kind of having a bit of a field day on this Silas top. I thought it was going to be a lot harder, but it seems to be for him. He's not struggling at all.
No. I mean, these are levels of confidence that I haven't seen in ages as we get to see a hard chase in. Assault and Battery catching Katsi a little bit off guard, but the turnaround might be big as Devo's body blocks the Battle Star. Haven't seen that in ages as now it's a big turnaround and Katsi is on a killing spree. Once more, a chance to fight. That puts it at an even 8-8, only 1k lead for Rule 34 Urgot.
Profo's just walking in here. I think this is quite risky.
I don't like
around.
that, but they're going to try and turn it around. Encore flips around the back end. Devo with a really nice crescent guard burns through their HP bars in tow. And now a mistake by Tilt as a service as they grant 3 total to the favor of the defending champions.
And I think if you're the Maokai there, you can play it a little bit slower, right? You're grasping roots, you can play it at range. Walking in there really signifies, well, they already kind of knew Hacky was coming. They knew they were going to win that fight. And have you noticed how when R34U, of a mid lane kill as well, has just come through, when they are able to play around Katsi and they can make sure he is able to play the game, it's not so much able, but a lot of their plays come through mid, right? Like even when Absoluteless has actually gotten kills on bot side, he's always outshined somewhere else on the map. And in this case, again, it's on Katsi, who Devo is there to cover the play and then continue the play to get Katsi some more kills. On the Hui now, he's working towards this Shadow Flame. He is very, very, very strong at 16 minutes. They do get the Dragon as like a bit of a consolation prize. So again, whoever wants Soul is going to have to wait another 5 minutes of what they were thinking. Or rather, if Rule 34 Urgot wanted it. But they're now all out on the map, and they're playing 4 members onto the bot side. They've given up on this top side turret. I say that, Akami's now recalling and realizing he doesn't really have a place to go. He's a little bit homeless.
I like how you call him just a little bit homeless, not like he's torn down some of the walls of the last few apartments and just been like, I will take whatever home is mine at this point. Just very, very brutish in terms of trying to find some of those opportune pieces of a lane to kind of sit at for the moment. Katsi just kind of roaming around here, and Rosalie, I don't like this at all. Look at the double up on the damage. A single Severing Bolt will take your life if you are not careful, and that's what you're looking for. Flash away from that final strike, as now in the mid lane, we're watching a dance around death. Aqua now not liking where they're currently at, and honestly, no extra summoner spells means that you are doomed shut down for Pepic. Extra gold for the Zoe.
Yeah, when that bubble comes down, it zones you back into the enemy team. You're going to have to walk that way. You're going to die. But what you will say is on the other side, there is an answer of taking this bot turret with the Herald. Breaking open this mid turret would feel pretty good for Tilt as a service. Remember, I think they want here chaotic gameplay, right? They want Hacky. They want to be able to team up with his Maokai in Pro 4 and actually make plays into enemy jungle and catch people out. Because again, small skirmishes for Silas are very beneficial. Big team fights where you're being CC'd a lot are not. So let's see if we can break up in the mid turret. They tried, it didn't happen. But in response, there is an issue here that Tilt the Service have, which is that their mid turret itself is very low. So if we do start forcing down mid here as Rule 34 Urgot, they're the ones opening up the map, which gives them just a lot of safety rather than a lot of pick potential.
I think for safety value, they're going to be real happy about that one. But now their eyes are turned to a few other objectives on the map. We're taking a look in a minute and a half. It will be Baron, and maybe you can rip one right away. Third Dragon. Quite a ways away as well. So, I mean, at this point, it's just more the vision. They're just trying to make sure that massive ping's going down. Look at this. Wards and coverage. Every single which way. Everyone pinging it out. And I will say, I didn't expect it for the 3rd game in a row. We had a Chemtech Soul to play for. That is insane statistics.
That's incredibly unlikely at this point. Yeah, they've... the Chem Soul, funny enough, is not necessarily one of the most obviously impactful souls in the game. It would be another game where you'd be like, wow, if Yunara got Cloud, it would feel great. She's running down the entire enemy team. But no, it will be Chemtech Soul for the 3rd time in a row in the series. And we'll have to see what they can make do with it if they do get it. Katsi putting down a lot of damage already. It's just trying to force Pepic out on the side, like not allowing them to get the side and get the farm. And Pepic now goes, well, I guess I'll just make a play mid. They're pinging it now. They're looking to make a pick onto the Seraphine.
And I think for Aquanaut, who has survived a few too many attempts, you're just kind of wandering around going, okay, I get it. You just watch Katsi go a little bit on the Unwilling Despair. And Pepe kind of eats it up for breakfast, having that barrier, extra summoner spell kind of poked out from one of those minions. I'm liking this. But, again, everyone kind of jockeying for a position. We're not seeing any hard lines just yet, but here comes that dive on the bot side. I love this call. Assault and Battery down there in the bot lane, and looks like you're going to be able to turn it around in your favor. Katsi is down. Pepe took some damage, but the Baron call is huge, and we talked about it. But this time it's Rule 34 Urgot snapping a quick call. They saw Aqua Sound on the bot side, and this is the wonder. It's spotted out by Hacky, though.
I was going to say, Hacky's predicted this. He's ready to scrap here. He's waiting for his team to come up, but he's willing, if he gets the Seraphine ult here, to actually just run in and kill them. He's going for Garen ult instead. He's going to look to try and blow someone up.
All right, well, there you go. A little bit extra damage and bullet time across the back end. Encore lands to disrupt the bullet time, but the damage is already done. Remember, Baron is spin on the back end. Rule 34 Urgot have made a massive mistake, and they lose 3 total at the Baron pits. Tilt as a Service may bring their name to the floor, as they seem to have tilted Rule 34 and given themselves the best chance at a Baron.
And they're almost definitely going to get this. It's going to depend on Katsi on getting some crazy damage down as they're taking this. Aquana has nothing else left. It's literally on Katsi to deny this. 3k on the Baron. It's going to fall. Katsi's just going to look for some exit kills.
I don't think there are any. That's the big problem. You try and spell and throw everything at the wall, but nothing really sticks. And Tilt as a Service was just gifted the largest opportunity, and they grabbed it by both horns.
And that still comes to the back of Hacky recognizing that, right? They made a play on the bot side. I want to point out there is a dragon being taken now, and they're already responding here, Tilt as a Service. But Hacky recognizes, wait, there's no one else on the map. We've just made a play bot side. There was no one else there. They must be on Baron. I'm running up to check. And he delays it long enough to actually get his team in there to clean up the fight as well as pick up the Baron. And now Devo and the gang, they're on the back foot a little bit. Hacky is in an awkward spot, but I say awkward. Devo's the one caught out.
Yeah, the Crescent Guard being used just to try and keep yourself alive. How the Unstoppable Assault and Battery will catch you in more ways than one. Devo is just gone. Hacky now chasing for Katsi, and you slow them down to a painful crawl. There is no getting away from the chains. Hockey is now on a killing spree. The one that led the team to victory in Game 1. Leading side by side with Aquasound and Pepic here in Game 3.
And this is the what we want to see. They've created quite a lot of chaos, right? It wasn't just the fight at the Baron. This fight here, Hacky is on a weird angle. Devo doesn't expect it. He gets caught out. Katsi tries to bail his mid lane, his jungler out. He gets caught out. And now with this Baron, they're going to be able to push down 2 lanes. They're definitely going to get this bot turret. We'll see if they can get more off of it, because they're now in a very commanding position. It went from Rule 34 Urgot being very much in the lead to now being significantly behind, not just in terms of gold, but also in the state of the map.
Yep. This is Tilt as a Service breaking everything open. The chaos has lended itself to their favor. And Rule 34 just kind of taking them back maybe at what just happened. They're still up in the dragon count, but that soul is so far off that we're not really watching it. Granted, you and I are sitting here going, well, they also got time. We know that these teams have played extremely long games before. I mean, Tilt as a Service has literally gone 40 minutes in multiple games already. I mean, they're kind of primed for the exhaustion that might come from this. But they're up 3k. Are they going to get more? What other opportunities will fall into their hands?
I mean, they still need to close it outright. Baron doesn't guarantee you a game win. And there are still tools here on the other side, on the red team, to actually maybe take a team fight. Hacky, again, you're seeing very much like Game 1 leading the charge. He's the first one in. He's very tanky now. 2 items completed, almost finished that third. Akami's caught out. I don't know if he has the ability to survive. They're just going to pull the trigger. He's dead.
That's the easiest kill that they had so far. I think 5 members collapse on one of the tankiest members, and Akami has been sectioned to 0, 3, and 0.
Oh my god, the
Katsi
damage. Wait.
just trying to keep themselves safe, and they are going to find it. Hacky gets denied. Encore lands on 2. It's a turnaround opportunity. Can the rest of Rule 34 be able to utilize this? Yes, they blow up 2 more. Severing Bolt not going to land on Rosalie's head, but the Transcendent Laser Beam will lock down Pepic to a slow. Of course, Pepic is ready to go. What a dive. Devo flashes on forward and will catch a little bit extra damage. Not find the kill instead. Another Battlestar, though, and a fear behind brings Pepic to a close. shutdown for Aquana as Rule 34 gather their wits about them and take the mid lane battle.
And this was without their Garen, right? This was in a 4 versus 5. What you see happening there is Tilt as a Service, they get that first pick and they go, we need to get more. We should get more. We see Katsi on mid lane, let's go for the Hui. Katsi stands his ground, throws every ability into the fray. And on the other side, if you imagine the direction in which Tilt as a Service running in, they're running across the mid lane. Absoluteness just opens up on the side onto them and puts out an insane amount of damage, particularly onto Haki, who was the one hit by the Spiraling Despair. He blows up initially, and when your talisman player, your leader, the guy sprinting in at the front of every fray, falls, everything seems to fall to pieces. He does have 3 items completed now. He is a very tanky Sylas, but he needs to make sure he stays alive. Because if they do blow him up, he is the one who's been doing the most damage. He is the one who's been able to bring out, he can take the Seraphine or the Garen ultimate and guarantee a kill. That was just a great counterpunch from R34U, recognizing this is an overextension. We can still take this despite being a numbers disadvantage.
And I think it really comes down to who makes that mistake, right? Who overestimates their strength, who over or underestimates, what they can get away with, who tucks tail and runs after starting an engagement. All these questions are kind of answered in each team fight, and it just gets crazier and crazier. We're now seeing a meeting of the minds as Dragon is looking to be started up here shortly. Multiple wards being dropped here, Scryer's Bloom being popped enhanced with the Chemtech map. You don't really spot more than just one because Devo is ready to fight. Katsi bounced away a little bit further. Pepic only able to drop a small amount of damage, but now Profer caught on the wrong side of the map, and this Maokai is not long for this world. Okami gets some revenge from earlier on, and it will look to be a little bit more dangerous on the back end.
Another Garen ult still, not looking for the Seraphine CC, looking for that single target damage from Haki. They're looking to keep playing here. Aquana's caught out by the bubble.
And the bubble might be the undoing. Haki goes straight to the back line, but it really doesn't do more. Encore to disrupt, but it doesn't stop the bullet time. Bullet time swings only on 1 or 2. Can they get more, though? And this is Absoluteless, though. Swinging for the fences and more. The Transcendent Sate brings an ace for Rule 34 Urgot, and they'll take the Dragon as their grand prize at the end.
And Garen manages to firstly blow up the Maokai, which is not always a target you see for Demacia Injustice, a tree, but he manages to then stay alive and put a lot of damage across the fight. As Haki moves forward, Garen moves forward and sort of denies any chance of them to continue to blow up Absoluteless, who is now your star carry, right? We were saying Katsi, he's having a good game. Like, he is obviously a little bit further ahead in the item department, but Absoluteless is the one that is going to finish these fights up for you. The fact he stays alive, the fact that Seraphine, Aquana, stays alive as well is absolutely massive, because that gives you the sustain, that gives you the empowerment on your ADC, and now we get to see really what Tilt of a Service are made of, because they've now had 2 fights that have not gone their way. They're now facing Soul Point in 5 minutes. The Baron is back out on the map. I don't think R34U are going to make the same mistakes that they made on the previous Baron. It's going to come down to a moment of brilliance. I'm looking at Haki, I'm looking at Cena and Seraphine ult. Otherwise, I'm looking at a 3rd championship for Rule 34 Urgot.
They're going to try their best to go for it. They smell the finish line in front of them. They can probably see it as well. Rosalie, though, wanting a chance at this bullet time once more, bounces in with the rest of the team, gets a good rain of bullets. Is able to slow them all down. A collection of 5 at the top side as Haki goes a little bit farther forward and might be putting themselves out of position here. A nice Crescent Guard to bounce them back. Pepic over the wall, might be able to get some poke as well. Good Sleepy Trouble bubble, forces away one more. Katsi, though, in a weird position as well. These are all just who can poke out the other. Who is going to overstep? Who is just going to randomly die?
Yeah, it has been a tale of, who gets picked first. I think the R34U guys are saying, okay, let's not make too many mistakes here. Katsi is over the wall pinging the damage. Haki, he's mapped the Seraphine. That's huge!
Oh! And the bullet time will crash across their entire bodies, but the Crescent Guard blocks most of that damage anyway. Devo is able to save most of their teammates. They're going to try and dive a little bit further. Katsi on the far end, dueling it out with Rosalie. Do you have the damage? Yes, you do. The painter paints a picture of doom and gloom. but the HP bars for some of the tanks are still alive here. Tilt as a service are going to try and salvage what they can, but the salvage is not much more. Proffer gets some more HP, but Aquana and Okami come out with the ace. It's the second ace for Rule 34, but what more can they get but a tower?
Yeah, this is not a game end. This is not a Baron. This is going to be, let's get some more structures. Well, they're going to go for a reset first. But that's the only real way for them to get any value here with their ADC falling. Haki picks up the Seraphine ult there, and it looks absolutely massive, landing onto 3 members. But only Absoluteness actually falls, thanks to Devo's Crescent Guard being able to keep himself alive, Akali being tanky enough, and Katsi not being caught by the Seraphine ult. All that means is that Haki ends up falling first. He dies, and then it's Katsi cleaning up damage over the top of this tankiness of Akami. And is this Rule 34U having survived a bit of a shock early on in this game and early on in this series coming through with their 3rd championship? It's looking damn likely. They've caught someone out in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, it's only going to continue
It's Haki.
here as down goes Haki once more. Haki just trying to traverse in their own jungle side was unable to do so. Someone who was 5-1-5 at one point has unfortunately been picked clean by Rule 34 Urgots. With that kill on the Silas, they can now aim straight for that Baron, which flicked on their head last time. This time around, no one in the vicinity to stop them.
The Garen has also got pretty damn tanky at this point. Spirit Visage second means that he doesn't take that much damage. He's going to be able to stand his ground. He will likely fall at some point, but he's just delaying the inevitable, really. Baron picked up. He's looking. He is going to die. He is not that strong. He also has just fully bought a Shojin, so he's a very tanky Garen at this point, able to frontline incredibly easily. If you look at now, Baron out on the map, yes, they've lost their ADC, but the TP will be available when he respawns in 40 seconds. They just need to make sure, let's get waves pushing here, R34U. Let's play towards this soul win condition that is coming up ever so soon, and then we can definitely claim this title, because we've seen moments of brilliance again coming out from Tilt as a service, especially from the top lane, but also Pepix has some great moments, as well as Pro4, Aquasound as well. We have to shout out everyone on this roster, but they're going to all have to be on point, because at the moment, if they run headfirst into this, they're running headfirst into way more damage than they can handle.
Oh, right now for Tilt as a service, they're taking a deep breath. They're gathered up together. They really want to find this big fight, but they can't overdo it. They recognize some of the pressure from before has not been in their favor. A whiff of the ulti, now trying to turn it around. Haki, what did I just say? My man, you had to wait a bit, and now you've lost your life. Rule 34 Urgot will snap at that opportunity once more. The jaws of life have turned to death. Rosalie flashing for their safety. But with the wave in mid, Rule 34 have knocked their opponent out of the race, and in a grueling BO3 series are ready to take the victory from Group A undefeated to a loss as a game number 1. Rule 34 Urgot will be your Veeam back-to-back-to-back League of Legends champions.
And this final really showcased what champions are made of, right? Orbital, think about it. Having to come back from being 0-1 down, this game, having to come back into this game, it was not looking good. And look at the Starman again. Katsi in the mid lane, 14-4 and 11. Does this guy ever get less than 10 kills in a game, whether it's a win or a loss? It doesn't look like it. He's been absolutely phenomenal this entire tournament. Incredibly impressed with the mid laner of R34U. Incredibly impressed with the entire team. And commiserations to Tilt as a service, because I think they really did put on a show in this finals. Game 1, taking it to them. There's a hen with the Orianna and the Lulu speeding them up, empowering their star top planer. To this game 3, they were ahead, and they were trying, but a few missteps being punished. And it's R34U as champions.
Yeah. It took a lot more than I think they were expecting, but they found the right spaces. And again, Haki got a little bit overconfident, I think, on that top side, playing with that Silas. I know Silas can make a lot of things happen, but diving in the middle, losing out on a couple ultimates and just kind of sending it sideways just did not do them any favors. And it feels bad because those are the mistakes that you kind of look back at, and you're sitting across from your teammates at the office, and you're going, "I messed up, guys. I'm so sorry." That's unfortunate, but Tilt as a service played such an amazing series, and I have to give them credit for it. They also did so well in their group stage, and they should be so proud of making it here. I think Aquasound quite literally said they only started playing like 2 years ago. When I listened to the interview over on the B stream, they only started playing 2 years ago, and they're playing at this level. It is fantastic to hear.
And I think that, you have to give commiserations. You have to give your flowers to the losing team, right? Yes, they are second place, but they put on, as you said, an amazing show. You see their confirmation as it stands. Rule 34 Urgot will be back-to-back champions. Aquana, I believe, is one of the few, along with Devo, are some of the two remaining members from the original roster that won in 2021. They must be feeling great for themselves. And all it is now is, I don't know if there's going to be a little cup. They should get themselves a medal. They should get themselves a little something to commemorate the day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, enjoy the fact that you guys got the win. I know you and I have not been fully given the rundown of what first place gets, first, second, and third, but I know that it's going to be a nice little treat, especially for players that have offered up their weekend here on to play and enjoy a little bit of time with their coworkers. We have gotten word, though. We're going to have Rosalie join us here from Team Tilt. As a service. They'll be joining us here talking about their time, I believe, in the tournament, and hopefully if they enjoyed it overall. I am curious to get their thoughts on it, of course. Playing that ADC role did very well in some of their instances, and that misfortune was a major threat in game number 3, just that bullet time not landing fully as they wished.
And I think, really well playing in that first game with the Ashe, playing that facilitator role that sometimes the ADC has to be. We'll obviously get word. We'll see when they are ready to join us. We're getting confirmation of that soon. Ask them a couple questions. It's important. Again, let's not forget this is still, people still enjoy themselves. We're not talking about, League of Legends is a game at the end of the day. So if you do see your coworkers, let's say you have faced each other on the Rift so far in this tournament, maybe cut them a little bit of slack on the slack, because otherwise you're going to have a bit of a problem. You can't be holding too many grudges, but I will say, been a pretty phenomenal tournament overall.
Of course, and you and I have talked about it before. Always talking about the fact that we love the fact that League of Legends is always getting new players coming in, whether it's from watching a TV show, whether it's from watching Worlds, whether it's just knowing about the competition and joining in, signing up. I mean, you never really know how well you're going to do unless you sign up and play. That's just kind of how the cookie crumbles, and we love it all day long for that exact fact. I do believe we are also going to get an interview with Devo from Rule 34, another of the members that has stayed throughout. They'll be coming in after Rosalie, who I think we're still getting in, and there it is. Rosalie, welcome here to the desk. Welcome. Congratulations on the runner-up status here for the Veeam League of Legends tournaments #1. How are you feeling? I know that you played back-to-back 3-game series with some of the longest match times we've seen. How was the endurance run for today for you and your team? Did it get to you, or were you kind of expecting it?
For me, I'm gonna be honest, this is not new. I used to do a lot worse. Like 14 years ago, I used to play competitive, and I remember we were playing until 2, 3 in the morning, and we were hungry, thirsty. I slept also on some chairs, so I'm used to it. I was just hungry, and I became a little bit hungry at a certain point, but it was okay. We had fun. Most of us didn't play for quite a while, so it took a toll a little bit at the end of the day. We were a little bit tired and hungry, but we survived. We had fun. That was the most important part.
So you've enjoyed yourself. That's the most important thing. You've enjoyed yourself today. How did you find playing over like obviously you say you guys have, I assume, been taking a bit of a break from League. Real life jobs, things like this exist. Do you enjoy being able to come back? You say you competed like 14 years ago. Do you enjoy coming back and playing competitive sometimes? Do you enjoy that feeling of being on a team?
Yeah, actually, it's already a 10 years break, let's say. I'm playing from time to time with some friends like Mayhem, some random stuff, but it's not the same. the game changed a lot, but it was actually very interesting for us to be again in the game. We were actually making lots of jokes about back in the day with the jungle when we used to start with cloth and 5 pots, how we used to
Yep.
invade all kind of very old stories.
So again, coming into today, did you? Because it's commiserations. Like sad you've come second, but coming into today, did you look across and think we can definitely win this whole thing? Because you managed to take that first game today. Were you sat there after that first win and thought we're going to do this, or did you sit there and go, okay, guys, we've played 3 40-minute games earlier. We're very tired. Let's chill for a bit. Or
No.
were you really hyped? Were you really excited after that first win?
We were really hungry for the win. We were looking for opportunities, and we tried to literally look around at their weaknesses. We found some. They found also our weaknesses. But in the end, it was fun. That's the most important part. But we really thought at first when we heard that they played before, they did screams, we were like, maybe we do not stand a chance. After the first game, we were like, wait a minute. Maybe it's not just like that. Maybe we're onto something.
Had you played together much as obviously they said they've been doing scrims and practice and all this nerd stuff, right? This playing league and trying hard, all this thing. Like no one likes that. Did you guys come into when you heard that, and as well as with the roster you had you played a lot together? Because obviously in top lane, everyone has been saying we'd not had you guys on this stream, right? We'd had the B stream as what you'd been on. We hadn't seen Hacky, who obviously everyone said was really good, and he looked really good in that game one. Had you figured out over the tournament, okay, he's our danger man. He's the guy that's going to lead us to victory. And how did you facilitate that? Because I know that sometimes when you have some role mismatches in tournaments, it's very easy for people to take a back foot and say, carry me. But I think you guys all looked like you were really tryharding. How did you work as a team? How long have you been together? Did you have some good chats about that stuff?
3 days.
3 days?
Let's make it 4, yeah.
So that's a call out to the team that won. You didn't need all those scrims to beat them in a game. You didn't need that. You just needed to turn up with a Zahen in top lane and a Lulu and an Orianna and run them down with an Ash Arrow. I love to hear it.
Well,
I don't know if you have anything else, but
actually, Hacky is the only one that actually plays rank. He's not like the four of us who came back after 3 years pause, 4 years, then 10 years, and so on.
I actually have one more question, actually, before I send it to you all.
Yes.
Is this going to convince you? I know real life exists, and I'm sure you have responsibilities. You say you've taken a break. Would a tournament like this convince you to come back and play League of Legends some more? Play some ranked? Because sometimes that competitive urge gets the better of you. It doesn't convince you. Right, I've got to try harder.
I like Apex Legends more. I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Look, the call out is good. I enjoy me some Octane as well, but we're here for League of Legends at this point. So here's the final thoughts. Rosalie, you played a fantastic series. You and your team, obviously, only about 4 days of practice, but you gave us quite a show. Do you have any final words, any final shout outs that you would like to give as the representative of the second place team here in the Veeam League of Legends tournament?
Really encourage other people next year to join. It was actually fun. Doesn't matter how rusty you are, you can jump back in the game. Like, for example, if I did it after 10 years, anyone can. It's not that bad. And do not forget that the main goal is not just winning, actually is also having fun. We are playing also for fun, not just to win some prizes, games, or whatever. And of course, I want to say hi to Dan, to my colleague that I knew he's watching. I watched him during CS, and now he's watching me.
Hey, all right.
Best
We
colleague.
love to hear coworkers. Coworkers supporting coworkers. I think is what you just said right there. It's awesome to hear across the games, and hey, maybe we get to see you play some Apex Legends in the future. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. Rosalie, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations. Go ahead and get some hard-earned rest in there.
Food first.
Hey, there you go. Eat well.
Thank you,
With
guys.
that being
Have a nice
said,
evening.
that is Thank you very much. With that being said, that is Tilt as a Service. Rosalie, who played ADC and did extremely well, to hear that you only had maybe 4 days total of gameplay is wild to think about.
And I think, you could see they'd kind of figured out roughly how they wanted to play together. As she said, it is about fun, right? Primarily, it isn't about sitting there and being hyper competitive. If you want to take it like that, if you're a group that wants to do that, you're more than welcome. But it's mostly about, fun, enjoyment, people coming back to the game, people, playing with some co-workers or people they might not necessarily speak to in a day-to-day environment, maybe making some friends along the way. The real trophy is not winning. The real reward is not winning. It's the friends we made along the way. And shout out to her co-worker as well.
You know what? You say that, but I know there is one team that's like, dude, I was here to play, and I was here to make myself get that first place. It is going to be the squad of the returning champions, Rule 34 Urgot, who practiced so long and said, we are going to take victory. They went from what they themselves said as zeros to almost heroes, mentioning that in their scrims, they were having a very rough time. They were not doing well. They weren't gelling very well. And then they come out here on the day, showcase their skills, and do so well. We'll get a couple ears in here with Devil very shortly, who, need I remind you, Rob as well, you knew this, Devo is I believe the final remaining member that we haven't talked to throughout the entire weekend, but one of the remaining members of this roster that started all the way back in 2021, 2022, when the first tournament came about for League of Legends.
I was just checking. Yes, so you had Aquana and Devo, the two remaining members from that first roster, and they obviously then played together the second time around. So technically, only Aquana and Devo can claim to be back-to-back champions. Everyone else is simply back-to-back champions. What's the point in that? No, it's obviously very impressive, because I do think, when you are coming as champion, you have a target on your head. Day one, they had a lot of and here he is. Next speaker, the Devil. Welcome.
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
I think I can see you. To be honest, not well, but that's not because of the games. Just I feel like I'm falling sick, so I'm kind of on my last leg here.
Oh no.
So you ended the game as quickly as you could. You ended that final game, that game 3. You can now get some well-earned rest, is what you're saying. You can now, if you're feeling not so well, no more League of Legends for you for the weekend. It's medication and maybe some bed.
Well, I do recall that during the last tournaments, the moment that we destroyed the enemy nexus, it was immediate uninstall button, like Aquana had said in her interview. But I mean, judge me all you want, but I kind of found it entertaining playing with the guys, just on and off throughout the weeks when we were training. So I'm gonna miss those times. I know that plenty of people are going to take a break from League, so there is that. Yeah.
So you enjoy. So you really enjoy. I can tell you've. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. I can tell you guys. You really enjoy playing in that team environment. If you want to, go for the scrims, go for the practice. It's more a joke more than anything. I really do respect you. Wanting to put effort in for these kind of tournaments. How do you feel? We had Aquana on yesterday in an interview, and now yourself having won as being the two remaining members who are now they've won 3 times in a row. Did you ever at any point in this series, you lose that game 1, did you start panicking? You're going, I'm falling ill. We've just lost game 1. To win, I've got to go for 2 more games. Was there any point that you were worried, or did you sit there and go, I trust my team, we're going to bring it back?
I feel like this time it's our team special just to lose the first game in a final BO3. Will you trust me if I say that it was a deliberate decision just to keep the hype up or something like that?
I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I believe. Do you
Oh yeah, but no, there wasn't any panic or anything like that. To be honest, I don't think that there was during any of the games that we played in the final a moment where we just didn't know what to do. We didn't have any answer. We were just like, okay, we gave up or something like that. We're past that point, fortunately.
Oh, that's good to hear. I have we won't keep you too long because I can tell you're going to need some rest after a long day.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
So you say obviously these guys are going to take a break from League. How much do you enjoy playing with them in particular? Not just playing in a team, but playing with the groups. Now you've at least played with them in the previous tournament. When you came into this tournament, you knew who you wanted to play with again. You are going to miss some of the games. Do you get to speak to these guys outside of the game? Is it sort of because I was making a joke earlier, like if you ran down a colleague in a tournament like this, and you had to like see them, obviously a lot of remote work, but you had to interact with them on a day-to-day basis. How does that work? Do you see these guys on a day-to-day basis, or see them online and talk to them, or is this a case of a professional sort of relationship where you only destroy League of Legends tournaments together and then go back to being not talking to each other other periods of the time?
I think most of the people participating are pretty much rather adequate about this. I mean, nobody would be holding any grudges. I mean, one of my closest friends from work was the ADC in our first game. And I mean, technically they got stomped, but it's fine. We just chatted the same evening a little bit, and there wasn't like any bad blood between us. But overall, like with the opponents, particular point that I wanted to mention, because it was like a point of dispute during the Counter-Strike tournament, is that yes, we are preparing and yes, we are treating the tournament serious, but one of the main aspects I feel is that I think it shows respect, right? That we didn't just came up evening before and just decided like, yeah, let's go play some League with our colleagues or something like that. Like we really prepared, we were serious about this, we were analyzing our colleagues and our opponents and so on. I do consider this to be like a show of respect from our side, and we do respect our opponents, both the decision to participate and kind of like the level of play that they've showed in the games that we played with them. Like it was a very entertaining tournament, and I think if I am to shout out, I would probably shout out to our opponents because it's pretty obvious that I am pretty fond of my team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you gave it your all, not just in this one, but also in multiple other ones. Now, correct me if I'm wrong real quick. I want to ask just one quick question before we close out, or one and two before. We have gotten word that you have been here through every iteration of Rule 34 Urgot. Is this correct?
I think so, yeah.
All right. How does it feel to be the 3-time champion of the Veeam League of Legends tournaments across 3 separate tournaments here, ruling with an iron fist at the top?
I actually didn't give it too much of a thought. It's not like we were given a choice, consider like the seriousness that some of our teammates were like putting in the works. I mean, I didn't actually consider like any other possibility. So yeah, if you were to ask me before, like, how are you feeling about winning this tournament, I would probably be confused because like, wait, there are other options?
That's the most competitive edge answer that I've ever heard, and it shows in not only how you talk to us, but also in your gameplay. You guys put on such a fantastic performance, and we had the pleasure here, myself and Rob here on the A stream, to watch you perform, play, and succeed and win in this tournament. So Devo, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations on being champions once again. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, Daniel and Robert. Also, thank you very much for commenting this. I only watched like a couple of games with your commentary yesterday evening. It was very entertaining to listen to you. I'm looking forward to listening to these two as well. So yeah, thanks to you too.
Much. All right. You have a good one, all right? With that being said, I think that's the nicest words we've ever heard. Normally, Rob, when we get feedback, we just hear our co-casters being like, you guys all suck at something. So it's very nice to hear the audience giving us a lot of praise out here, and hopefully everyone echoes the sentiments of Devo, who obviously very passionate about anything that they put their foot forward to, which is not only great as a competitor, but also just as a coworker. I think in any environment, that is a beautiful mentality to have.
I really like the call out of respect as well. You know, putting in that time to practice. I make the joke about being tryhard, right? I like to poke a bit of fun. I'm a bit of a goofy guy, but I do really understand. You know, wanting to put in that time. You didn't just turn up and say, we're the champions, we're going to beat you all. You proved it as well. And I think that you have to stand by, take away from this. They should all reward themselves. Devo needs to go get some rest. You know, if he's feeling ill, reward yourself with a nice warm drink and a nice early night. And anyone else who's here, go and get some food. Go and have a good time. You've had a great weekend of League of Legends. You deserve to treat yourself well.
Yeah, that is a big call, and not only that, to everyone that has competed along the way, we want to give a big shout out to, and I'm going to do this because I just thought of it, and I'm going to try and do it at my best. Devo, Katya, Kwana, Okami, Absoluteless, Boroded, Nalav, Nefertiti, Little Nasia, Warnays, Demon Chinchilla, as well as Rosen, Argia, Kadlikek, Shibasu, as well as Crash Alex, Kielden, Dupalipa, Shenpai, Vision Score, Hegel, Robs, Zivet, the Tony Tune, Paindega, Stormy Q, Hockey, Pepic, as well as Rosalie and Grey Wind and Aqua Sound. Every single competitor that joined us here on the day, thank you so much for competing. Shout out to our top competitors though. First place, Rule 34, Urgot. Second place, Tilt as a Service. And third place, Questionable Team Play, that earned them a rightful bronze. Not only that, shout out to every single production member on our back end. I know we only had direct communication with 2 of them, which were I believe Tech One as well as Prado. We want to give big shout outs to both of them for running this, making sure we had every single scene available to us. That way we could actually showcase, cast, and have the hype moments that you saw on your screen, not only here on the A stream, but on the B stream as well. Shout out to Dia and Rudude, who covered so much of this tournament alongside us as well, and gave just as much, if not more, hype to every player that crossed their screen. To all of you also at home, thank you very much for tuning in to the Veeam tournament. I know there are more tournaments around, but thank you especially for tuning in to the League of Legends one. We hope to see you all for the next one as well, maybe as a viewer, but also as a competitor. From myself as well as Rob, we thank you so much. Everyone, have a fantastic evening.
We'll be right back.